my drinking under control.
You know, one of them is held at gunpoint and the other at knife point for $200.
I took a gun and I was aiming it at my ex-boyfriend and his child.
That you run somebody over and you don't even know it.
This is her fourth escape.
On charge 4 parts 1
Of the victimization of your own daughter.
I'm not that smart to try and do something like that.
If you're both drunk, you don't drive.
Is this a case of road rage? To set fire to someone's business.
You know, everybody has a right to drink. Everybody has a right to drive.
where you stole a bra.
Okay, and buckle up, everybody, because we're about to go through a 10-hour long series of female parole hearings out of the state of Connecticut. Now, some of you may have seen all these parole hearings already, and if that's the case, it's not for you, but I know many of you have not, and I thought it would be a good idea to compile them into this long series, the maximum length that YouTube will allow me to upload them. So anyways, let's jump in.
Well, I didn't run her over. She was trying to get back into my car, and I drove away. So, and that's how the injury happened. I didn't run her over.
I don't think you get all of the. Do you know? Are you aware of all of her injuries? It's not from falling onto the ground.
Yes, I am aware.
Okay, so her back was broken ribs, a punctured lungs, bleeding liver, cuts to the back of her head, a broken ankle. You don't get all that from falling.
We are about to watch a couple of Connecticut parole hearings. We're going to start with this one first, and then we are going to unpack it. As you can see, she's in street clothes, and that's because she's already at her halfway house. With that, let's jump.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Voice, and today is Friday, March 15, 2024. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Zaccanini. Panel member Page, good morning.
Panel member Rodriguez, good morning.
If you please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Heather Mitchell, 392-684.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Heather Mitchell, inmate number 392-684. She is serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 5 years, 3 years probation for assault second and evaded. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility of March 20th, 2024. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed, shows offenders to be tier 2 and tier 4. Utilizing the women's risk needs assessment, the offender's overall score for civilian falls within a medium range. Ms. Mitchell, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. I am writing to express my sincere hope for your understanding and consideration regarding my parole request. During my time of incarceration, I have dedicated myself to self-improvement and rehabilitation, engaging in educational programs and vocational training. I've sought every opportunity to better myself and prepare for successful reintegration into society. As I was incarcerated, I was able to do most of my time in the Maryland Baker program and was able to complete. Currently, through participation in counseling and support groups, I've gained valuable insights into the root causes of my past actions and have developed strategies and coping skills to ensure that they are not repeated. I am currently involved in groups in the Liberation Program, as well as taking my prescribed meds. The journey of reflection and growth has been challenging, yet it has instilled in me a genuine commitment to becoming a responsible and law-abiding citizen. I understand the gravity of my past mistakes and the impact that they have had on others. It is my desire to take accountability for my actions and contribute positively to the community upon release. I am ready to embrace the support and structure that the parole provides, recognizing it as an opportunity for a fresh start. I humbly request the parole board's favorable consideration of my case, considering my dedication to my rehabilitation and the steps I've taken to ensure a good future. I am committed to proving myself deserving of a second chance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, Ms. Mitchell, thank you for your statement. We do have questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Sure.
All right, let's see if I can get this thing working. Ms. Mitchell, this was a very serious case. You're lucky your victim survived, to be honest. When I read about the injuries, I just couldn't believe that you could leave someone in the street in that condition. Let's talk about the state you were in at the time of your offense.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry.
Why don't you tell us?
Okay. You want me to tell you what happened, or do you want me to tell you? Because
Sure.
I had no idea that she got hurt until 2 weeks later. We were both getting high and drinking alcohol. So I got a phone call from a mutual friend that said that she got hurt and that she was in the hospital. I tried to contact her to let her know that I was sorry and that I couldn't believe it even happened. And I had no idea until I was contacted 2 weeks later.
Right, so that's what concerns me, that you run somebody over and you don't even know it. What kind of condition were you in?
Well, I didn't run her over. She was trying to get back into my car, and I drove away. So, and that's how the injury happened. I didn't run her over.
I don't think you get all of the. Do you know? Are you aware of all of her injuries? It's not from falling onto the ground.
Yes, I am aware.
Okay, so her back was broken ribs, a punctured lungs, bleeding liver, cuts to the back of her head, a broken ankle. You don't get all that from falling.
She was attacked. She, I guess, was attached to my car as I drove away.
So you were dragging her with your car.
Yes,
What do you mean she was attached to your car? We don't attach ourselves to cars, ma'am. Huh.
Okay.
Like, really?
Mm-hmm.
You just said you want to take full accountability. You're the cause of these injuries, right? So why were you driving away with your friend trying to get in the car?
Because she was hit. We got into an argument while I was driving. She started hitting me. So I pulled over and I told her to get out. And she went to get out, and I went to pull off. And I had no idea that she was trying to get back into the car as I drove away.
What were you guys arguing about?
Drugs.
Right. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. That's the real issue here.
Right.
The drugs.
Absolutely.
If not for all the drugs, none of this would have happened. Yeah. Your drug score is 5. That's the highest we have. Right?
I'm sorry?
Your drug score is a 5, and that's the highest level we have.
Right.
You had a serious drug problem. So let's talk about how you've addressed that and how you'll address it in the future. I understand you were removed from the 204 program in 22, so they let you back in and let you participate again?
Yes, they did.
Why were you removed?
I started acting out because my son committed suicide while I was there.
I'm sorry for your loss. That's awful. What do you mean by acting out?
I just started being a little defiant, and so she removed me because she didn't want it to escalate.
Okay. All right. So then they let you back into the program. You completed the program.
Yep.
What tools did you learn through programming in the facility that will help you when you get out to the community?
Well, I learned a lot about my triggers and relapse prevention and just being able to be in a supportive environment. And so I've been clean now for over 4 years, and I have no desire to use because I don't want to live like this, and I do not want to go back to jail. And the only time I go back to jail is when I'm using drugs. So if I don't use, I won't go back to jail.
So you were on probation at the time of your offense. Were you involved in treatment then?
Yes, off and on. They kept giving me a lot of chances, and I would go to treatment, and then after I completed, I would go and use again.
Okay. You have another child that you don't speak to. Why is that, ma'am?
Because I overdosed with her in my care when she was an infant. So she went to go live with her father, and I had contact with her for a few years, and then I kept relapsing. So they didn't want me around her. So I honestly just, her father, went on and got married, and
Okay.
and she thinks that's her mother.
Okay. All right. So were your parental rights terminated?
No, they were not.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right. Well, I mean, you certainly have had a rough go at it. I'm happy to see that you're in treatment now. You have a C-CAR coach, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're accepting the help that you really do need. I think there's still work to be done. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. I had some difficulty, given that all of this is drug related, with your incident report from just last week. You knew you were coming to parole, right? Why are you saving your meds to give to someone else?
Because I was being stupid, and I ended up coming. That day I called the doctor. I was coming off of that specific med because I didn't want to be on it anymore. So I'm no longer on it, and I was in the process of coming off of it.
Okay, I don't think you answered my question. Did you understand my question?
Yes,
Being
I did.
stupid
Yes.
is not really an explanation. You were saving your medication to give it to someone else.
Yes.
Why would you do that?
Because I am a people pleaser, and I can't say no to people. I have a hard time, and I need to work on saying no to people because it gets me where I get in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's a major issue, and it's very concerning. And there was another report again this month stating that you have a really bad attitude, that you can't get along with the staff or your roommates, or what's going on?
Really? Oh, I had no idea about that. The only incident reports that I knew about was for vapes bringing.
No, this
vapes
was in your progress report from the halfway house. Wait, what did you just say? Vapes?
Yeah,
Right.
Vape,
Right.
yeah, bringing a vape in. Yes.
Yeah. So you don't think that you have a negative attitude, and you haven't had any problems with staff or roommates?
When I first got here, yes, I did. Absolutely. But recently I've been working, and I'm really not around here that much. I work and I do my groups, and
That progress report was from March 4th. Today's March 15th.
Wow. Okay.
It wasn't that long ago. Yeah. Keep working on yourself.
Yeah, I had no, that's a surprise to me, because I had no idea what they're like. I have no idea what they're talking about with that. No, I mean, I've had problems with staff. That staff member is no longer working here. And I mean, I don't remember having a bad attitude. I remember having a bad attitude a few months ago, and having a problem with people.
Well, why is that? Why?
Honestly, I don't even know. Like, I don't know. I think because I have to keep reminding myself that there's rules to follow, and
Yeah.
and that's just the way it is, and that's just the way you know.
And
it
that's
goes
life.
there
That's not
in
just a
life.
halfway house.
Yeah.
That's life. I have to follow
No,
rules.
yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
yeah. All right. Well, you know, like you said, it's a work in progress. You have to keep working on yourself. Now, I read somewhere you wanted to live with an aunt. You didn't have a phone number and address. What is your plan?
No, I can't, I cannot go to my aunt's house because she's on, she lives in a older community.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, I didn't have my phone on me, so I don't know her address by heart. Or
Got it.
her
Okay.
phone number, because I have it in my phone.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, you're done. It looks like the end of July, maybe, with this sentence, and then you're going to go on to 3 years of probation. You really
Mhm.
need to take advantage of every resource they have available for you. They're not the enemy. It's their job to help you. That's their sole purpose. So get whatever you can out of it in the 3 years that you're with them, because it'll go by fast, and then you're going to be on your own, you know? So you have to build the supports and networks and do the programs that you can, and hopefully you'll be successful. We want that for you. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've asked a lot of my questions, but I just want to share with Ms. Mitchell, you seem to be doing, better, but you really seem to be struggling in some areas still. I was concerned about your around people pleasing. Right now you're kind of in a structured kind of environment. When you're out on your own, that would be a really, significant concern for me. I hope you see that as one of your triggers.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's a critical issue. And of course, the most recent misconduct report, really struck me. I'm still saying that I still think you need some more time to get some more help and to keep working on yourself. So anyway, at this moment, Madam Chair, I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you.
Anyway, good luck to you.
Ms. Page?
Thank you.
There. So, Ms. Mitchell, I reviewed your patients from the first time that you were actually led to one of the halfway houses back in 2015. And you overdosed in the halfway house, and they had to administer 4 cans of Narcan to get you to come back to life. They said you were dead. And that's what they had to do to bring you back. And you're still using drugs? Do you want to die?
No, I don't. That's why I've been staying clean and doing
Well,
what
I beg to differ with that as well, because I see from October 2023 to just July, you had 6 positive urines.
When?
It says you have 6 positive urines.
No,
And
I've had no positive urines. None at all.
None?
These are positive Suboxone she was taking.
None.
I think she was taking some. Yeah,
According to the,
that's what I thought.
hold on.
No,
That's what
I had not one.
in your progress report, it says that you were positive 6 times. And maybe it was because of the medication that you're taking for your mental health.
Never had a positive urine. Never. When was this?
I'll tell you, give me a second.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I think, again, it may be from the meds that they're taking, the preventative meds. No, you're not taking medication daily?
Yes, I take medication, yes. But I've never been told that I've had a positive urine. Never.
Okay. So when I saw that, and I saw the March 8th, you hiding the meds, and the report said that you were possibly going to crush it and snort it. Now you're saying that you were saving it for someone asked you to do that?
Yes, someone asked me to do that, yes.
Wow. All right, I'm still looking it up. Give me a minute.
Okay.
It's taking my computer forever.
Yeah.
Okay. So it says this on page 3 of 7.
yeah.
It says from October 24th, 2023 to 1/31/24, 6 positives. Substance abuse test summary, 6 positives. And
I've never been told I've had a positive urine
it's
at
from,
all.
but there, are you doing Suboxone?
I'm on Sublocade.
Yeah, we do.
And it says you have a THC card. Okay. So that's where it came from. Okay. All right. Because it doesn't,
Yeah.
yes. Okay. All right. So then I stand corrected. And that regimen that you're on, is it helping?
Yes, absolutely. The Sublocade has been the best thing I've ever, I ever started.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Thank you. I'm all set, Madam Chair.
All right, we're done with our questioning. Give us time to deliberate. You can listen to us, okay? And we'll get back to you with our decision. So Ms.
Okay.
Mitchell, it certainly does appear that she's motivated to participate in her own treatment, and she's on the right path. We all agree, there's still work to be done here. She has to work on not being a people pleaser, because it'll get her, now she knows it'll get herself into trouble, and it's really not worth it. She has a recovery coach. She has her regimen in place designed to help her, and she's working at the coffee place. Yeah. So she's on the right path. I think she needs the support, and I hope she takes advantage of her probation and the resources that she has in place now to keep her on the straight and narrow, because, with a drug score of 5 and the drugs that she was doing, and the level she was doing them at, she's lucky to be alive too. This is tragic. Given that she's done with her sentence in a few months, and right now she needs the halfway house anyway. And the recent incident report, I would not be inclined to grant her parole release at this time, but I would encourage her to keep working through it, and hopefully we don't see her back here again. Mr. Rodriguez, your thoughts?
I would concur, Madam Chair, that I think she still needs to do some work, especially with this last incident that occurred. So I would also concur, but I am not ready to also.
Thank you. Ms. Page?
I agree, Madam Chair. I came in with a denial based on inadequate evidence of offender change, or poor performance out in the community.
Yeah.
So,
I would add.
her criminal history and the nature and circumstance of the offense are a little more.
Yeah.
I don't think as well.
All right. In the matter of Heather Mitchell, I mean, number 392684, I'll make a motion to deny parole at this time due to the nature and circumstance of your offenses, poor history of community release. And did you say criminal history or well information?
No.
No.
What you said is
Either?
fine.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Mitchell, we couldn't grant you parole, but you're almost done. So hang in there, keep working on yourself. When you get out to probation, take advantage of that time as well, okay? We certainly hope you learn from all of this. We wish you the best.
All right,
He can't make this stuff up. I mean, if Mr. Mirabella would see this, he would have an aneurysm. It's really bizarre. I mean, I'm not like, I'm whatever. Devil's lettuce for all. That's my mindset on it. But not when you're under DOC, not when you're locked up for what you claim is you ran your friend over because you were smoking and drinking. How is it someone that ODs in prison that has a long record of intoxication problem has a marijuana card? It's crazy.
come on, that's madness. You know, it's like the system goes too far. I totally am for, and I think a lot of us are for making marijuana legal. But just because it's legal, it doesn't mean that you can get a medical card when you clearly have major problems with sobriety. It's like the lines just get crossed and there's no logic to it. Like, well, the moment it becomes medically applicable, then everything else goes aside. Forget, we can't say no. I mean, it's just it's a medical thing. So obviously, even if the person nearly killed their friend because they have sobriety problems, even though they OD, even though they're a 5 of a 5 on the charts, it's okay. I just can't get over that. And it's not the first time we've seen this. We saw a girl who was locked up for vehicular manslaughter, and she had a medical marijuana card. You're in prison for vehicular manslaughter, DUI. And while you're at a halfway house, you're legally here. So it's like, go here. And why, let me point this out, why I think this makes no sense. Like, I have to actually talk about this. This is bizarre. But, during Prohibition, you could get liquor from the pharmacy, right? Because it was considered medicinal. So you could get it if you got liquor, if you got from a doctor, either if it was a religious purpose or if it was for medicinal needs. So imagine if someone who has a DUI they're drinking because it's medicinal. It's the same insanity, okay? In my opinion. So the idea that a government system can't see this, but I think we can, is just absurd. It's absurd. It's wacky. Now, the parole board has no choice, right? They just have to go with the laws. And I think they handled this quite well, actually, especially in comparison to what we've seen before. I think they're quite bothered by her. There are so many things wrong with this hearing. She just seems so aloof. And I mean, I don't believe even much of it. All those, she's getting write-up. She got a write-up a week before the hearing. It's just crazy. She's at a halfway house. We're about to watch another parole hearing. It's really quite similar. Now, what's different about this parole hearing is that it's reversed. Reversed in the sense that we don't see the inmate, but don't worry, Richard gave enough unpacking material so that we'll be able to see the inmate, because her case made the news. So there's a lot of articles on it. But we're going to see just the parole board, really. So I think this is a good thing, because a good exercise, because you'll be able to now see the different personalities, put a picture to their name. But where do I even go with this? It's just like the nonchalantness of, I ran over a friend and I don't know how it happened. I was smoking and drinking. Oh yeah, I have a marijuana. And also the thing about Connecticut is that so many inmates are on Suboxone. So many. I mean, a vast majority. And again, I don't know much about that narcotic, but it's pretty crazy that I think it's, again, a follow the money thing and another scheme. There's pharmaceutical companies that are making probably bank on the prisons buying the Suboxone from them and keeping an inmate locked up. I mean, how does it make sense that an inmate who's supposed to be sober in prison, that you feel that you can't weed them off of the Suboxone? I get why putting them on in early stages if they have serious problems, but you're saying that you don't think the DOC facility has the capability to weed them off so you can send them back into society completely sober? That to me also is crazy. I mean, again, and that's follow the lobbyists, that's follow the money. It has to be. It's like the contract that this pharmaceutical company probably has with the DOC in Connecticut. And it's crazy. Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Did you know companies can take months to report a data breach? On average, it's 277 days before you even find out that your personal data has been exposed.
Think about that, 277 days. That means that your sensitive information, like your email, your phone number, even your financial details, can already be out there. Now, it's not just one company, but major banks and corporations, they've all experienced breaches in the past year. Maybe you've seen about it in the news. Your information could be compromised right now and you wouldn't even know it. Now, that's why I use Aura. Aura scans the dark web and alerts me fast if personal information has been leaked. If someone tries to open a bank account or credit card in my name, I'll know right away. I have been using Aura for about maybe 9 months now. Something that they also do that really helps me a lot is keep spam callers away. That's a big bonus for me. They actually remove my name from those spam caller lists. Now, they also provide up to $5 million in identity theft insurance and a full suite of tools to keep you protected. And this is it's all done in one app. You can try Aura for free for 14 days at aura.com/Mandoo. And that's 2 weeks to find out if your data has already been exposed before you hear from a company months later. So why wait? Get some peace of mind and try out Aura for free. Take control of your digital security right now. And now, let's go back to the hearing.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah, I believe so, yes.
I mean, you threatened a pregnant woman. Like, I just.
Oh, I didn't know she was pregnant, ma'am. I don't know the victim I don't know the lady at all.
She was pregnant, and she said that you were talking about her being in your lane. That's the reason to pull a gun out on someone?
I think most of us have been in road rage incidents where maybe even things could have gotten out of hand. This woman ends up in the DOC because she decides to whip out a weapon, one that she owned illegally, as a matter of fact. Now, a very small percentage, maybe just 5%, might recall this hearing, and that's because we played it in June. There's a reason I'm coming back with it. If you already have seen it, feel free to skip ahead to the 24-minute mark, and you'll see why I'm bringing this back. With that, let's jump in.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Morning, Member Page.
Member Rodriguez, good morning.
She is serving a sentence of 3 years and 6 months for threatening, second, evading, and criminal possession of a weapon. Today, records reflect parole eligibility February 6th, 2024. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan and it has been reviewed and shows she has not completed any programs as of this time. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment Board, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the low range. Ms. Lord, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Do you guys mind if I stand up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Although I've learned from my mistakes, I'm terribly disappointed in myself for my actions, and I take full responsibility and accountability for my poor judgment. I'm extremely remorseful for my victims, their families, myself, my family, and my community. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Knowing and understanding what I do back then, I wish I would have chosen a different path in life. Things could have been different for me, but I could honestly say being incarcerated has shown me invaluable lessons. I've learned how to cope better, how to communicate without using vulgar language, violence, or being impulsive. I learned to be honest and wiser about decisions I make, and also living and maintaining a better life. If granted parole, I intend to start back working full-time, finishing my bachelor's degree in business, and give it back to my community through volunteer work with nonprofit programs for at-risk youth, teens, and adults. I believe all people can grow and learn from any obstacle, and I'm living proof. I've come to see that my generation seems that negativity is the cool thing or the thing to do to be accepted, but I'm here to change and be that voice to let them know that there's other ways and paths to go. I want to be the stepping stone for at-risk youth, teens, and youth, that there's better ways to deal with society than negativity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lord, for your statement. We do have questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
No
And we'll
problem.
begin with my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, Ms. Lord.
Good morning.
Thank you for your statement. It's always good to hear, what people, are doing while they're there, and what efforts they're making at making their lives better.
Yeah.
However, I do have some concerns. When I look, you didn't do any of your OAP programs.
So as far as my OAPs, one of the things on my OAP is good intentions, bad choices, is discontinued from the jail, and I was told that I wouldn't be held accountable for that. The other one is tier 2, which is basically I've been writing to get in. I have that here. I've been writing to get in. Also, they told me that they're more so focusing on people that's supposed to be going home, closer to going home and stuff like that. So I was waiting to get in there, but while waiting, I've been doing.
I got the certificates. We have a lot of your documentation.
Yeah,
I have certificates from your other programs.
I've been doing programs.
I'm going to ask you about them too.
Okay, I've been doing. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying the fact that I couldn't get into tier 2 addiction services or good intentions, bad choices. I've been doing groups with the counselors here, coping skills, recovery, addiction recovery, and also self-building and belief groups. So I've been trying to do that in the meantime while awaiting my program for my OAP.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, that's good. That's very positive because your offense is pretty serious. We always take weapon offenses very serious.
Yeah.
Right. So, tell me what were you doing with a pistol in your car?
Honestly, it's no excuse.
And a stolen pistol.
It's no excuse. I bought it for protection. I was new out to Connecticut and Waterbury. I'm not violent. I didn't want to harm anybody. I just got into a simple argument and things just went left from there. I have no excuse for it.
Oh, but you showed the pistol. You got to an argument, showed the pistol. Right?
Correct.
You pulled the pistol out, you showed it, you threatened to do something with it, right?
Absolutely. My anger was just misplaced at the time.
Just as quickly you could have used the pistol and killed somebody.
Absolutely not. That's not in my heart, sir.
Well, it was in your heart. It was in your heart to pull the pistol up and show it, and threaten somebody with it.
I understand, and I take full
What
responsibility.
if the other individual had a pistol?
That's
right?
true. Yeah.
So anyway, so tell me a little bit about the programs you have taken.
I've been working. That's on my OAP too. I've been working in the kitchen since I've been out of medical when I first got here. I've been doing business classes. I've been in school full time. I've been doing anger management, coping skills, like I said, recovery. I've been doing everything I can just to basically get myself in order for reentry.
Okay, well, those are all positive things, but just share with me what you've learned in terms of what skills you're going to have now when you go outside, so that when you transition out, you can you can act accordingly.
I've learned that I have to stop and think about situations before acting out. I've learned that it starts with me. I have to take accountability. I have to love myself. I have to show love to others. I have to learn how to be more, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know how to explain it. I just know that I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes. And I've learned a lot from it. I have. I've been trying. I'm not trying. I've been trying to be the best model inmate I could be. I've been trying to stay positive. I've been staying out of trouble. At home, I really don't even get into trouble. I was on my way to work when the incident happened. I work. I'm trying to finish school. I'm trying to make my family, I'm trying to make my family as proud of me as they could be, because I've made mistakes that hurt them and myself also, and they're my biggest supporters. I've learned just to be me. And I've learned to be closer to God and understand that in order to be successful in life, then do the things that I have to do, I have to take initiative. I have to take accountability. And I have to understand that life comes with choices. And the choices that we make lead to either positive consequences or negative consequences. So,
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that information. I mean, I'm still concerned. Your priors were a couple of robbery charges in another state,
correct.
you know, go ahead.
I was young at that time. I was probably about 15, 16 when that happened. I take accountability for that also. But ever since being released, I haven't been in trouble in over 7 years due to this until this happened. But I was a productive member of society when I was home.
How could you have handled this differently?
My anger was misplaced. I could have kept driving and being on my way to work. I was already late. I could have just kept it going, ignored her, and just kept going.
You never made it to work.
No, sir, I didn't.
Well, and then you got into an accident, right?
Correct.
Then you ran. You didn't stay around. And I understand because you had an illegal gun.
Right.
How did you get possession of the gun?
I bought it for protection when I first moved out there.
From where?
Because I'm from New York, but I moved to Connecticut, Waterbury, where it happened, and I bought it from somebody out there for protection.
Well, I mean, you've done some good things. I mean, you've got some college behind you, right?
Yes, absolutely, sir.
You've done some good things. Is your plan to get into business?
Yes, business and marketing. I do a lot of nonprofit work at home also, like when I first came home from my incarceration from the robberies, a nonprofit group called NADA, they helped me out a lot. And ever since then, I've been getting everybody I can that needs help in the reentry, gaining employment, schooling, things of that sort. I've helped over like 300 people do that within New York City. So that's something I take pride in also.
And in terms of your support network, if you were to be released, what's your support network look like?
It's huge actually. My family supports me. They're extremely disappointed in me because I was doing so well. I had a lot going on, and just like them, just like me, I couldn't believe that everything was happening that unfolded. But I have family, I have my pastor that still keeps in contact with me. I have a network, Rider Security. I have supervisors that still keep in contact with me. I'm supposed to going back to construction. That's what I was doing before. I'm supposed to be going back into construction when I go back home. I have a job waiting for me. Hopefully, if I'm granted parole soon, and yeah, I just have family and well-knitted friends that's overall supporting me and ready for me to re-entry back into society.
Tell me about your release plan. Do you want to go back to your aunt?
Yes.
You live with your aunt?
Correct.
She's in New York.
Yes.
You want to go back to New York?
Correct. I was out here in a relationship that just didn't go well, and honestly, if I was never out here, I wouldn't be in this situation. I wouldn't feel the need to have a gun. I wouldn't have been going through everything I was going through at the time. So I feel like going back to New York would be my best bet. My aunt has been a huge supporter throughout my life. My mother as well, but
all your family's in New York?
Correct, sir.
Oh.
I have no support out here. Yeah, my aunt has been a huge support throughout my whole life. She's gonna help me get back into college. She's gonna make sure that I stay out of trouble. There's no such thing as me being with my aunt and doing the things that I've done to land it here, because I wasn't raised like that, honestly, and I'm just in utter disbelief and disappointed in myself every time that I speak to them. So
yeah. Okay, so you have taken your tier programs?
I've been writing to get in. They told me right now they were waiting to deal with people that's going home immediately. I guess they didn't know. I didn't know I was going to parole until the officer came to see me on the 6th. So I don't know if I knew before that I was going to be up for parole soon, maybe they would have put me in there, but I've been writing since I've been here. I have that.
You did say that early on. Sorry to ask you that question. You did say that early on.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I don't have any additional questions at this point.
Thank you. Ms. Page.
Thank you for answering my questions.
No problem. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So Ms. Lord, one of the things that we do here is review these files thoroughly. And one of, I think that you intentionally leave information out thinking that we're going to overlook it or not realize that it's there. For example, you said to my colleague that you were working in the kitchen when weren't you fired?
Yeah, it was a miscommunication. I'm going back to work, and yesterday I even got a. Can I bring this up closer to the camera?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yesterday you got what?
An offender working performance program sheet from the job from the kitchen. I just got it yesterday, so I wasn't able to send it out with the rest of the paperwork. But my attendance, initiative, productivity, and attitude overall, I got good and excellent. And one of the staff members two of the supervisors even wrote a statement for me also. So it was a miscommunication why I got fired from the kitchen, but I'm going back once the ticket is cleared.
Right, but you're still not in. And so I would have liked to hear you say that without me having to ask you about being removed. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, even when the officer interviewed you about this offense, you said absolutely nothing about the motor vehicle accident. And this lady's car, or the person in the car, their car was on the roof. Like, was this a case of road rage?
Yeah, at the moment, yeah, I believe so, yes.
I mean, you threatened a pregnant woman. Like, I just.
Oh, I didn't know she was pregnant, ma'am. I don't know the victim I don't know the lady at all.
She was pregnant, and she said that you were talking about her being in your lane. That's the reason to pull a gun out on someone?
Absolutely not, ma'am. It was a little more to it than that. It was a little more dialogue than that, back and forth. But like I said,
listen. I'm not going to say that I'm the safest or the best driver in the world, but I've yet to be so angry with someone for cutting me off or following too closely and pull up on the side of them and point a gun and say, I'm going to kill you. I've yet to experience that.
I didn't threaten. I don't believe I ever threatened to kill her. However, I was upset. My anger was misplaced, and I had a lot going on that day. However, I learned how to cope with my anger and things to do so I can avoid things like this in the future.
This is very, very concerning. And this robbery second that you talked to my colleague about, what did you have a weapon then?
No, ma'am.
Why did they give you a robbery second?
Because my co-defendant had attacked the person. That's why. But I didn't have any weapons. I'm not a violent person, honestly. I'd rather try to talk things through. However, that day, my anger was just misplaced and I was going through a lot.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's how people get killed, though. And that's the truth, When we're out of control with our emotions, we don't know what will transpire. Being out of control and being emotional is a recipe for disaster. Especially when you put a weapon in your hand. So I appreciate your speaking with me, Ms. Ford. Good luck to you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Lord, I agree with my colleagues. This was a disturbing case. People don't want to worry when they're driving their cars about someone pulling out a gun, and you shouldn't have a gun unless you're prepared to use it. I don't understand why you would drive around with a gun and you say, oh, I would never use it. That's not me. Then why have it at all? I mean, what are you going to do with it? How are you going to protect yourself if you're not going to use it?
Honestly, I don't know, to scare people away, but if it was in need for that, for me to do that, but honestly, that's not my heart to take anybody's life or to put it in danger.
Yeah. So, you really shouldn't have a gun, and you can't have a gun because, you have a criminal record.
Correct.
So that was illegal anyway. I think there's still work to be done here. You tend to minimize your behaviors. Do you know what that means?
Correct.
Make them less than they really are. And it seems like you make excuses a lot. You were fired from your job. Were you using drugs? Did we go over this already? Were you using drugs at the time of the offense?
No, ma'am. They gave me sobriety tests. No, I wasn't under the
Right.
influence.
So why were there drugs in your car?
It was marijuana.
No, it wasn't. The police report said you had cocaine and amphetamines in your car.
Well, that wasn't my car, but I didn't have no idea of that. I don't use cocaine.
Were you driving?
My ex at the time.
You were driving your ex's car.
Well, she's my ex now. That was my girlfriend at the time. Sorry.
You were driving your girlfriend's car.
Correct.
Was she in the car with you?
No, ma'am.
So what you're implying then is that she left drugs in the car.
That's the only other way, because I don't deal with cocaine or
so
whatever else.
Still a poor choice then. First of all, when I get into one of my friends' cars, I don't have to worry that there's drugs in there because I know who I'm with and I know what they have in their car. Right? So it's your responsibility if you're driving the car and the drugs are in there. So I don't know. But you're being completely, I don't know. But I think there's still work to be done. So give us a few minutes to talk about your case, and we're going to get back to you shortly with our decision. You can listen to our deliberation. Where do we start?
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree. I would agree that Ms. Lord tends to minimize a lot of her situations. I mean, there's some good things that she's doing, absolutely. But I do think that there's still some work that she needs to be able to get done. And I don't know about the good intentions, bad choices not being at your Oregon, but then we can find out at some point.
There's so many programs there.
There are other programs, that I'm sure she can take a look at and do. I mean, I would be willing to bring her back. Is that her EOS date is not till 2025? Is it September 4th? 2025?
25, yeah.
And give her an opportunity to maybe do some additional programming. And then come back, because there are some good things that she is doing. She's got some support when she does get out with her family. That's kind of where I'm at this particular point. Dial and here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have Ms. Lord denied. I do not have her coming back for many of the reasons that Mr. Rodriguez has said, which he has support in community. She wants to go back to New York. And she hasn't completed any programs. And, I am not sure that, I'm say that I just would not support her coming back for another hearing. I just do not like the nature of the defense. I don't like the criminal history. She's been down for, it looks like 9 or 11 months at most, and she has 3 disciplinary infractions. So I would not support her return.
All right. I'll give her another shot at this. I think, maybe just speaking with us, will give her the motivation to work harder on herself. And she does have a flat sentence, so I think she could benefit from a little bit of supervision in the community, wherever that might be. But let's see if she can stay out of trouble and take a bunch of programs in the next, say, 6 months.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
All right, so in the matter of Tenora Lord, inmate number 440315, I'll make a motion to deny parole at this time for the following reasons: inadequate program participation and poor institutional adjustment.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Well, okay, we're gonna rehear this case in 6 months, so that gets us to September of 2024, with the recommendation that you avoid any more disciplinary reports and that you participate in positive programs, as many as you can,
Okay.
okay?
This is,
Thank you.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Do you want to go on the record as being opposed? Okay, to yeah, you'll know for the record, she's opposed. It's a unanimous decision, but she's opposed to a rehear. All right, do you have questions?
So I will be coming back in 6 months for in front of parole.
Exactly.
Okay.
Let's see what you can do in those 6 months, okay?
All right. Thank
Okay,
you.
whatever programming you can.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Tenora Lord, inmate number 440315.
Well, okay, I won't hold you in suspense because some of you may have guessed that. Here, come say hi. Some of you may have guessed that she is back. We fast forward; those 6 months went by fast. And how do you think she did? Do you think she's done everything that she needs to do to get parole? Has she been able to get her anger under control? Let's jump in and find out, and then I'll unpack it with the details at the end.
The plan has been reviewed and shows that she has completed anger management, has a job, and is currently participating in Tier 2. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment, one of the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the low range. This is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm a work in progress. I'm taking things day at a time. I'm learning as I grow. Being here has taught me, it's been bittersweet. It's taught me many things, and it's opened my eyes to a lot of things that I need to correct, a lot of things that I have already corrected. And at this time, I'm just hoping parole is on the table considerably, or I'll be given a chance to redeem myself and show what more I can do. Thank you, guys.
All right, Ms. Lord, you've been here before. I was on your last panel in March, so you know how this works. We're going to ask you questions, deliberate, and give you our decision. So I'm a little disappointed that in March, we gave you a denial and a rehear in 6 months. And since then, you've received a disciplinary report for interfering with safety and security for an argument and a disciplinary report for fighting.
Correct, yes. Like I said, prior to, it's a situation on the compound that all the staff is aware of. I've been attacked twice already by the same person, and I've done nothing. There's no record of that, which is bogus to me. There's no record that I was attacked and I walked away without doing anything. This last time I was spit on and I lost self-control.
Well, where do you stand with this other inmate now?
She went home.
Oh, okay. So the other party didn't get a disciplinary report.
Yes, they did.
Okay.
They did. Yeah,
But then finished her sentence.
correct.
Wow. Did you know she was about to finish her sentence? So
No,
basically,
ma'am.
she had nothing to lose.
Right. No, ma'am, I didn't know that. This is, like I said, it's been an occurring thing that I've been avoiding. I've been asking to be moved, but it's but so much they want to do, they can do. There's like no room for growth here. I've tried, but I got spit directly in my face.
Okay, so
And-
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
In that moment, did you know, okay, she just spit on me, I'm gonna hit her, and then I'm gonna get a ticket and I have to go before the parole board again?
No, I was
Next
spit.
month.
No,
Go ahead.
I would. No, I didn't really think of it like that. After I was spit on, I was attacked right afterwards. So only thing that was in my mind was to defend myself at this point. How many times I'm gonna?
Okay, by the same person?
Correct.
You were
Mind
spit
you-
on and attacked by the person and you were defending yourself.
Correct. From somebody who's attacked me before, and I didn't get
What's this person's name?
Melkeisha Smith.
What is it?
Melkeisha Smith.
Malkeisha Smith.
Yes.
Let's try to look her up. See what kind of ticket she has. Malkeisha, I don't know. I mean,
And I think I'm not sure how to spell it.
well, let's see. All right. So right after you got the ticket, what about the interfering with safety and security ticket?
That's the same with the same person. With the same person. I was in
You were
class.
arguing with the same person and go ahead.
Well, I wasn't. I was indulging at first. I let it go. She was boisterous. She was making a scene. The teacher told her to leave class. The teachers felt like she messed up count because of the situation. I didn't even know I had a ticket. I woke up the next morning. The lieutenant apologized, like, I'm sorry, something happened in school yesterday. And I said, what happened in school? I was unaware of why I was going to SEG. And I found out it was due to the argument because the teacher said that she messed up count because of it.
It was because of the argument. So you were in anger management at the time you got that ticket.
I graduated anger management.
No, you finished anger management on 5/31. Right
Okay.
after you got that ticket. So did you learn anything from anger management is my question.
Absolutely. I feel like that situation, I left the situation alone. I wasn't even arguing. Maybe the way I carry myself is a little more rough and like I'm a little more vocal than usual, but I wasn't even arguing. I just let her know I didn't want to be bothered. I'm not sitting. I let the teacher know I didn't want to sit over here. I moved my seat. She's still going, antagonizing. I let it go. The teacher messed up the count though, and that's the reason why she said she sent us to SEG.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Sorry, I'm touching your computer.
That's fine.
Yeah, same exact ticket. Jeez. Okay. Wow, I'm here. Sorry. Discharge 9/6/24. Okay. All right, thank you. So your story checks out because she got the same tickets. Who the aggressor was, we'll never know, right? And you know, of course, she would probably say the same thing about you. But we did verify that you're telling us the truth about the other individual, and what was the issue anyway? What's the problem?
Honestly, I'm not sure where it stemmed from. If it's the group of people she hangs around, I don't know what it is.
Did you have a problem with somebody that she was hanging out with?
I wouldn't say a problem, but like I don't know, it's just different personalities just don't click with each other. Like I try to stay out the way and mind my business, honestly.
All right,
And
so listen, I want you to answer a question for me. What happens when you get out, if you're walking down the street and someone spits on you and you hit them?
I would most likely be arrested. However,
Okay.
I feel like that's the probability of that happening. I wouldn't be around anybody that would want to spit on me unless, you know, maybe they got a mental something going on, opposed to being in here where I have to deal with these people and I have to be around these people. And I keep asking captain after captain and officer after officer to remove these people from around me and remove me from these people. I feel like that the chance of that happening wouldn't happen in the streets. Honestly, opposed to being in here.
Well, listen, the concerning part for me is you're here because of your temper, right? Your anger problem. That's why you're here.
Correct.
Because you pointed a gun at another driver. You shouldn't have a gun to begin with, and then you're threatening somebody, and the behavior seems to be continuing. So the possibility of it happening on the outside, some kind of confrontation is very likely. You know, you make that choice when you have a road rage incident, whatever. You make the choice to engage or to drive away, or if someone confronts you and you make a choice, then am I going to stay and argue or get in a fight or walk away? Like it's all about
Correct.
your choices.
Correct. Can I just say something to that? However, in my defense, I feel like there's no record of me being attacked. Like
I got it.
There's no record of me being attacked before this and walking away, not attacking her back. And I got out of SEG for it. I wasn't in trouble for it. There's no record of that. And I feel like that's unfair because I feel like I've done that due to the things I've learned in anger management. And in my defense, this is my first fighting ticket. First fighting ticket.
So we'll put the ticket aside, and I'm going back to your offenses and why you're here.
Right.
You know, regardless, you have to deal with situations better. You're almost done with the Tier 2 program, right? You finish next week?
Yep.
Okay. What have you learned from that program?
I basically just learned the do's and don'ts of why you use, why you shouldn't use, how it affects your mind, body, how it affects your way of thinking, the decisions that you make, and just the different ways to cope when I'm going through things instead of drugs and alcohol.
And what were you using?
Alcohol.
You have a problem with alcohol?
Yeah, that was it. And marijuana.
Okay. How often were you using alcohol?
Daily.
Daily, okay. Okay, so what is your relapse prevention plan? How are we gonna avoid drinking daily so we can function in other areas of our life and be successful?
Staying away from people, places, and things that trigger those addictions for me to want to drink or feel like I need to drink. I plan on just working out like I've been doing it here. Another stress reliever instead of running to alcohol. Reading. I picked up a lot of reading since I've been in here, so those are ways that I've been learning to cope with things when I'm feeling vulnerable.
Okay, what now? I don't know if we ever answered this. Why did you have the gun in the car?
Yeah, we did. I let you know it's because I just had moved out there and it was more so for protection than anything else.
Protection from what?
I lived in a terrible place in Connecticut in Waterbury. It was just a lot going on.
So should everybody in Waterbury carry a gun?
Absolutely not.
Were you selling drugs?
Selling drugs? No.
Okay, I don't know. Sometimes that's why people carry weapons. I mean,
No.
You know, I come to Waterbury every day and I don't carry a gun.
I understand.
Do you have a driver's license?
Yes, ma'am.
It's valid?
At this time, it's suspended.
Right, then you don't have a driver's license. Okay. What's your plan for, you want to go back to New York? What are you going to do in New York?
Well, I have work already out there for me from my previous jobs. I have employment already that I plan on going back to. And I have housing already situated, situated for when I get back there also.
Your aunt, right? You want to live with your aunt?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I just plan on being a good member of society, paying my dues, working hard every day to achieve the things that I want to achieve.
Okay.
I plan on going back to this program called NADAP. It's a nonprofit volunteering program where I help the at-risk youth and teens stay away from places like
What is
this.
it called again? A little slower.
NADAP, NADAP. It's in
What's it
Manhattan.
stand for?
Honestly, I don't know. Don't let me lie to you. It's on Lexington Avenue in Manhattan, and it helps at-risk youth, teens, and adults coming back into reentry, and it's another part of the program that helps them from that's on that path to coming into being incarcerated.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know, I hope this time you can be successful. I mean, you had 2 full-time jobs at one point, right?
Correct. I plan on going back and doing the same thing.
What? Construction?
Yes.
And you're in the union? Is that right?
Yeah, local 237.
That's in New York. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Listen, you're almost 30 years old. This stuff has to stop.
I agree.
Okay. Ms. Turner?
So Ms. Lord, I listened to the recording of your prior hearing and I took some notes so that I wouldn't repeat myself. Listening to you talk to my colleague, I'm wondering, why were you moving to Waterbury?
I'm sorry?
Why were you moving to Waterbury?
Oh, the cost of living. It was just different. I had more space for less money than I was paying for in New York.
It's extremely unusual for us to see somebody get a DR while in the program that's supposed to help them deal with, regulating their emotions. And, the irony is that you got an excellent evaluation. So I'm kind of left scratching my head. What did you learn in that program that you could have used to handle this conflict without the consequences?
Honestly, I could have used the tools of me literally thinking before I act, which I totally didn't do. Also, I feel like it was more so of the spit than anything else. If I was just attacked physically with her hands, I'm pretty sure, like 99% sure I would have walked away. But I feel like it was the spit that had me I didn't register what was really happening until it was too late when I was on the floor getting handcuffed, about to go to RHU. So it was more so the fact that I have to think before I do things. That's definitely something I'm learning. I'm continuing to learn and work on. So I guess that's the thing that I could have used that I didn't.
Okay. So when you say think before you act, what does the thinking consist of?
If I do like a quick replay of if I do this, that, or the third, what would be the consequences? Or if I walk away now, she'd be the one in trouble and I wouldn't. If maybe I didn't go to this group today, I probably wouldn't be in this situation. Just a whole bunch of different scenarios of how I should have handled myself opposed to how I did.
In anger management, did they talk about the fact that the intensity of the emotion in the moment lasts about 10 seconds? And that if you can tolerate that distress until it passes, then you can use your logical brain to guide your actions and reactions. Do they talk about?
Honestly, I'm not too sure if that was one of the exact lessons, but I definitely do remember going through a lesson with them saying that the intensity of your emotions don't last that long. I remember something that's such like the intensity of your emotions and your actions don't last that long, but the consequences do.
Yeah.
That was something I do remember learning in there.
There's a term in that field called distress tolerance. So, you can be uncomfortable and feel stress or distressed in the moment and be able to tolerate it so that you're not acting on your feelings, which usually doesn't play out well.
Correct.
Because you need your brain and your logic to be guiding your behavior. Otherwise, you get into trouble.
Yeah, correct. It's no lie there. But like I said, I'm a work in progress and I'm taking it day by day. I'm trying. And that's why I feel like even
I don't dispute that you're trying. I think that the crime that you're serving time for in and of itself is tremendously concerning. You have 5 years on the state's deadly weapon offender registry as a result of your choice to be in possession of a gun you were prohibited from having.
correct.
And for the rest of your life, you're prohibited from possessing firearms and ammunition under state and federal law. So going to New York doesn't change anything. You still can't have a gun.
Yeah, I know. Trust me, I understand that. I don't want nothing to do with weapons at all.
And I guess it's possibly understanding that someone would feel unsafe and want a gun for protection. It's concerning that you knew you were prohibited from having it as a convicted felon and you acquired a gun anyway. But then, a situation of conflict, on the roads, which can happen so easily, people feeling like they got cut off or, that someone wasn't going fast enough for them. The choice to brandish that weapon and show it to another driver takes it from, a level 2 to a level 300. It just, you were young, you're still young. So I'm hoping that now that you've hit the point as we develop an age that your brain is fully developed, that you can make better decisions for yourself going forward, act less on impulse. But I can't imagine what I would go through, and I'm on the Connecticut interstates way more than I would like to be, if I looked over and the driver passing me was waving or pointing a firearm at me. That's horrifying. That things have gotten to that state in our civil society. So, I think you're certainly paying the price for the choice that you made to acquire the gun, to keep it in your car, to show it to somebody in a moment of anger.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, give us a few minutes to discuss your case. We'll get back to you shortly with our decision. Okay, so this is a rehear. She was denied back in March and given 6 months to continue to work on herself. Unfortunately, we have these 2 disciplinary reports. We did receive an explanation. We're able to verify the other party did receive the exact same 2 disciplinary reports. She did take a couple new programs and has been working. You still have a job there?
Yeah, I have a letter from them, but I got it too late to be able to send it out.
What does it say?
It's just my performance and overall programming, and it says for my criteria, attendance, initiative, productivity, attitude, and overall is good. And then they wrote a thing here that inmate Lloyd has worked in our kitchen for some time now, over a year. She has demonstrated that she can follow direction and work well with others.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah,
What do you do in the kitchen?
everything. I cook, I clean, I serve the compound.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Hopefully this was a lesson. This whole experience for her, and she wants to go back to New York. She has a release plan, live with that, and get involved with the National Association of Drug Abuse Problems program there. Has never had an issue with working. She has a flat sentence, so I think she would benefit from a period of supervision through interstate. My vote would be to grant. Ms. Turner?
It would amount to about a year of supervision, and I think that's better given the serious nature of the crimes and her history. So I would agree to parole her to New York.
All right. Let's see. I have to interstate halfway house if needed. Mental health eval, no alcohol, no driving. Yeah. All right. In the matter of Tenora Lord, I'm in number 440315. I'll move to grant parole effective today, September 20th, 2024, with the following additional conditions. You'll parole to the interstate unit for New York, halfway house placement if it's needed, a mental health evaluation and treatment if it's deemed necessary, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, and no driving without your parole officer's permission. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. We wish you the best.
Thank you. Thank
Keep
you.
working on yourself.
I
Thank
will.
you.
Thank you.
And they granted. I mean, this is something else. In Louisiana, you can't even have a parole hearing if you've had a write-up within 1 year. And actually, they just changed that rule a week ago at the time of this recording, 9/20. Now it has to be 3 years. This is the amazing thing about watching parole hearings in all these different states. Iowa, I don't think they can care less. They don't even talk about write-ups. And Connecticut, it's like you're in anger management program. You were told that you can get paroled if you can complete it. And you get 2 write-ups in the program, 2. And the parole board still paroles. Now, I give them credit for getting the other inmate's name and doing that due diligence on it. And I do get the idea that that inmate was completing her full-time sentence, so she had nothing to lose. And she, I do believe, instigated it and knew exactly what she was doing to get back at her nemesis. She knew she had a parole hearing. They knew those facts. And I watched other, YouTubers who've been in prison, and they'll always tell you, make sure no one finds out what your deal is, because if they do, if they know that you're getting out in a few months, they're going to mess with you. And she must have known. Or she, so it's, and I get that, but the bottom line is still you're locked up because you clearly have no self-control. And she was honest with it. She seemed to admit that. And I thought she was honest in the way she described it. She said, man, I lost it. I lost it when she spit at me. And if she didn't, I probably wouldn't have lost it. And I thought she was being honest in that moment. And she's saying in the streets it wouldn't have happened. That what are the odds that someone would do that to me? There's just, I don't know. How do you feel about it? It's like it's different. it's so different than what we're used to, and there's like some type of fundamental. I think you could drill it down if you want to and say, hey, this is your parole that's on the line. It's your life that's on the line. You know that you can't show up to that parole hearing with these tickets, and yet you are simply unable to control yourself. And it says a lot. I think it actually says everything you need to know. You can probably predict what will happen. We may see her again sometime soon for a revocation hearing, but maybe not. If she can change her place of people, things, and have no one instigate her and no one make her want to do something stupid, maybe we won't. But, you can see a track record of making bad decisions, buying a weapon when you can't even have one at that point. And it's funny with these sentences. In Connecticut, you can get 5 years just for owning a firearm without a permit. Like you can have a permit in 49 states of the United States of America and cross over from New York into Connecticut and get pulled over on the interstate, and boom, 5 years in prison, according to the legislation, as a perfectly law-abiding citizen. And or you can be a felon, have an illegal weapon. Her charges are, let me just read it to you. Thank you, Sir Richard. And let me point out, thank you, Sir Richard, for connecting the dots on this again. As many of you know, he does that. So when the hearing came into the docket, he says, Mandoo, you did this hearing. It's from March. Here's a link to it. Here's it. And otherwise, you can't keep track. But in on Mandoo 1 and on the other channel, if you don't know, there are 2 channels. That one channel covers only Louisiana hearings. We have over 3,000 parole hearings there. I have a playlist called The Return Of, and that's where I put all the people that come back for a second time, whether it's a revocation, a second parole hearing. We're starting to get to that point with Connecticut. In the spreadsheet, I'm seeing many hearings that we're seeing a second and third. So should I create a playlist that's Return Of for all the states? Iowa, Utah, Connecticut. I don't think we'll see Illinois. We don't get enough. Vermont. Or should I have it separate states? So like a playlist for Return Of for Connecticut, another playlist for Return Of for Iowa. Let me know in the how you want me to handle this, or just no new playlist. But okay. So these are what her charges were: 2nd-degree threatening, 3rd-degree larceny, interfering with emergency call, 2 counts of criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, defense weapon, carrying pistol without a permit, criminal possession of a pistol, stealing a firearm. So I don't know. I guess this is what they charged her with, because I guess the firearm was stolen. Illegal transfer of a pistol, possession of a weapon in a motor vehicle. Illegal possession of a weapon. These are so redundant, yet they just we're gonna throw the fuck at you literally. 3 counts, first offense, possession of controlled substance. So here's the part where I think she lied, right? Because she said, I had no idea what you're talking about, but it's in there. It's in the charges. 1st-degree threatening, 1st-degree reckless endangerment, reckless driving, evading responsibility for physical injury, unsafe passing on the left side, disregarding traffic control signal, disobeying signal officer. They were pissed. You can see when they wrote those citations, they're like, let's get her for everything. And they end up doing a plea deal, 3 years and 6 months, which I realize is a trend. Many inmates, it's a 3-year, 6-month deal. Like, that's just what they like to do. And it doesn't seem she's a previous record here in Connecticut outside of this, which is interesting. I don't know why. Maybe is she from a different state? Is that why? But there you have it. There you have it. They paroled her. I'm wishing her the best. I am. But certain people, if you have an anger problem, a temper problem, don't buy a weapon. And
she's probably just lucky. She's really lucky that this is all she got out of it. Things could have been much worse, of course. Imagine you're driving the road and all of a sudden you're pregnant and you're going to work and there's a woman, a felon, flashing a gun at you. That's scary stuff.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for the parole application for Allison Bouchard, inmate number 433904. He is serving a sentence of 20 years suspended after 8 years with 25 years probation for illegal sexual contact with a minor and sexual assault third. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 4th, 2023. There is no victim input in the case. There is an accountability plan there is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the Voices program, Tier 2, a job, and the short-term sex offender program. Utilizing the WARNA, the offender's overall score for recidivity falls into the moderate range. Mr. Bouchard, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I had written a letter.
Sure, go ahead, give me that.
Okay. Thank you for your time, parole board members, for giving me the opportunity to speak on my behalf today. I am not the same person who entered 4 years ago. I have grown a lot here by doing programs that were provided to me here at the facility. The amount of remorse and regret that I feel still weighs heavy in my heart, and I truly feel horrible about the offense that I've committed. At the time of my arrest, I was not ready to talk about it with the victim, but today I am ready to make amends to the people I've hurt. I have learned through different groups how the victim was affected and how their family was affected as well. And it has made me become more aware and more sensitive how I treat people today and in the future. Before and during my arrest, I have struggled with depression, alcohol, and drug abuse, and it led me to hurt people and lack control of irrational behavior. But today I am 4 years sober-minded, and am thinking in a more stable mindset, thanks to proper medication, sobriety, therapy, and groups that I have done and worked very hard to achieve. I can get through my day without using drugs and alcohol. I have also done a job. I've also had a job at the facility for 3 years now, and I complete my programs that are requested of me to do. Sorry, I'm a little shaky this morning. I don't show up late to my appointments or get into any trouble at this facility. I encourage those around me to go to groups, get a job, and go to school, and to be productive in their time here. I have shown support to a few of my close friends here by reminding them that we all have made bad choices, but we are all worthy of being given a second chance. I believe that I should be granted parole because I have spent my entire time here out of trouble, holding a job, having a good reputation at the facility, had done intense work on becoming a better person upon reentering society. I also believe I can be a productive member of society. I've been working in a warehouse. I've gotten my forklift certification. I've been working there for 3 years now. I am truthfully sorry and remorseful for what I've done, and I take full responsibility for my own actions. I've put a lot of effort into becoming a better person in my time here by going to groups and working to prepare myself for release. Because of that, I am now more sensitive of how I treat people. I hope to make amends one day to the victim and the victim's family, and I'm hoping that you will give me the opportunity today to make amends with society by granting me parole. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, sir. We do have questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate. You can listen to our deliberation and we'll give you our decision.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Okay. So, you didn't want to be referred to as Allison, right?
I didn't, or
Mark?
Adam.
Adam?
yeah, Adam. That's okay.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, Adam, so I know you participated in several programs, and in your opening statement, you talked about how what you learned in those programs helped to make you the better person that you are now. So I wanted to go back and ask you about Tier 2.
Mhm.
What tools you learned in that program that you found very helpful?
So Tier 2 was a really good group. They had assigned me to do that right when I got here. And it was really good because it was in a group setting. And I had a lot of issues coping with triggers, and especially being in a stressful situation, it was hard to stay sober. But reaching out to people in the community here whenever I felt like I needed a substance to help me, especially being in this stressful environment, I felt like I needed something to help me cope. But connecting with people, and Counselor Cohen's the counselor that did the tier, that did the group, was very good. She was on top of it. She was very helpful. And I just wish the group was longer. It was only I think 8 weeks. It was a very good group. It helped me out a lot.
So you were able to identify your triggers,
Yeah.
okay? And you developed some coping skills.
Yeah.
Okay. So the other program that you took was Voices.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about how helpful Voices was to you.
Voices was a really eye-opening group. That talked about the victim side of it. And I had not seen the victim side of it at all until I took that group. And that was a really hard group to do for me, because most of us see the crime as a one-sided thing. And I already felt remorse about doing my crime, but I really truly felt the remorse afterwards, seeing how the victim was affected by their abusers and stuff. So it was a really hard group, but I'm glad I did it. It was really hard to do, but it was a really hard group.
But you were able to finish it.
Yes.
And you were able to have a better understanding of what you think the victim, the impact of the victim
Yes.
was.
Yes.
All right. So the other one was the short-term sex offender program.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Was that very helpful to you?
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, I chose to do that group, not in a group setting, because I felt like I would learn more on a one-on-one setting. So I think that was like a 4-month group. And I learned a lot about that too.
So you did a one-on-one for that?
Yeah. Yeah, I met with just a counselor in that group, and nobody else was in the group.
Okay. And so what types of skills did you develop out of that program?
I learned that there was a lot of triggers, and there was a lot of other reasons that sex offenders, that with my actions and myself, because I'm considered a sex offender, that there's a lot of reasons that people with that crime do that. And they're very angry, and it was a really hard group. But I finished it, and it was really eye-opening, because there's things that people do, and there's hurt that came out, and there was a lot of hurt that I had as a child, being sexually abused as a child. And a lot of that came out in the group that I was bearing down, and a lot of sex offenders have been sexually abused as children. And,
So you feel anger was part of your reason for why you committed that offense?
I believe some, as well as, substance abuse was a big part of it too.
Okay, so anger and substance abuse.
I believe so.
But participating in the one-on-one for you was very helpful, because you were able to deal with other issues that you feel impacted your behavior.
Yeah, and I felt like I was able to open up more without having to be in a group setting where there was, other eyes to watch. And, having a charge like this, there's people who are very skeptical and kind of target you based on that. And I felt like I wouldn't be able to open up as much if I was in a group setting, having to worry about what the person next to me thinks about, you know what I mean? So I felt like it benefited me more.
Okay. So, in thinking of, what you're going to
do when you go back in the community? What does your release plan look like?
So I'm going to be living with my grandmother and father. And they pretty much already have a room set up for me and everything. I'd pretty much have to be starting from scratch. I don't have a license. So that would be like the first thing. I'd have to get my name changed, job. I have been looking up because they have an app on the tablet here. You can write your charge and look up jobs of what jobs hire for, specific jobs. I work in a warehouse and I've been there for 3 years now. And that's kind of the job I want to do once I get out. I don't really want to get like a little petty job. I want to get like a career job. So then I could work up the chain. So, and I do want to get my barber's license. I have a lot of things planned. I want to get my CDL license and I have my forklift certification already. There's a lot of things that I have planned, I didn't have motivation before because my life was so run by alcohol, and
Yeah.
I had no motivation other than to get the next drink. And it was hard for me to keep a job. And now I've held a job here for 3 years. It's the longest time I've ever had a job.
So you like being a barber?
Yeah, I cut hair here. I also cut my own hair all the time, and it's something that I was doing before I got here. When I had my ins and outs of rehab, I would cut some of the residents' hair, to make some money so I can get cigarettes when I was in rehab. So it was
Why
fun.
CDL? Why CDL?
The CDL, because if I work in like a warehouse, I can be the truck driver. And that's really good money, really good money. So then I can get my own apartment and just get some stability in my life. So
What else do you think that you need to do when you go back in the community besides, a job and, going back to school and?
definitely get in touch with doctors. I have to get on state insurance. I have to get back into IOP. I have to stay on my medication here because it's actually a really good medication that I've been on. I take it every day. It's a good cocktail sort of medication. And just get in the habit of everything I've been doing here. It's kind of like a routine to give me a structured routine that I didn't have before. So I'm kind of in the habit of waking up at the same time, taking my medication in the morning and going to work. It's like the same thing every day. So it's kind of helped me, get ready for when I leave.
When you go back in the community, you're going to have to follow through with participating in a sex offender program.
Yes, I do know that. Yeah.
Okay. One thing that you also did is you were asked about what you consider a high risk for you when you go back in the community. And your answer to that was running into the victim and the victim's family. Have you thought about how you would deal with that?
I have thought about it. I just would avoid places that, because that's why I want to get my license. So then, I wouldn't have to work in the same town as where I live. I could work, many towns away. I've already been pre-thinking. I'm not going to be working in the same town. I'm not going to be shopping in the same town. I'm not going to be, I'm living a town over, but I'm not going to be shopping. I'm not going to be, it's like when you get sober, you can't go back to the same places. You can't go back to your stomping grounds because once you go back there, old habits come back. You know what I mean? I can't, so.
Yeah, but that even if you were out there and you encounter, what you have to do.
Yeah.
What is it that you would?
I would probably have to call my parole officer and let him know that I had seen them out and to let them know that I had not made any contact, that I have seen them at such and such place.
Okay. And I know this is your first offense, so I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Mr.
Paul?
Thank you. Do you prefer Adam or Mr. Bouchard?
Either or.
So, Adam, just a couple things, because you sound like you're in a really good place.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I read was that you didn't like AA meetings. And
Prior, yeah.
and it's okay. I mean, I just wanted to talk for a second. So what is it about them that you didn't like?
I think it was the older crowd. I hate to say it like that. I like NA meetings more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're open to going to some like 12-step recovery meetings?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they have more of like, NA meetings usually have more of like a younger crowd. So I prefer usually those.
Right. There's also young people's AA meetings. So you take a look at that.
Mhm.
Do you think your gender issues, you think that drove your substance use at all?
Yeah, I believe so.
So when you came out to meetings, did you find meetings that you felt comfortable in and that you could get the support that you need?
When I was out in California for a stretch of time, right before I had, got arrested, I was out there and at Sober Living, and they had meetings out there with LGBT meetings. I'm sure they have them around here.
They do.
Because it's more. I just don't know the exact locations. But those type of meetings, I really enjoy going to.
They do. It's really important. The work that you've done. You talked about doing a lot of really good work. And you had a really great recovery plan that you put together that I read that when you met with Officer Boisford, you were able to share that. And certainly you've come along and you've taken programs and you have a lot of great insight, So it's the reentry piece, and and I think you have a really good handle on what you want to do coming back into the community. I just want to make sure that you to be successful. And certainly I've talked about it with a couple of people before. CCAR has recovery coaches. I know that the recovery coaches are really active there at York.
What is CCAR?
The Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery.
Okay.
And they have coaches that help with the transition back out into the community. And they can really identify resources and things like that, recovery related, that you might, find supportive.
Okay.
So, I would suggest that, your successful reentry is really important to us as an organization.
Yeah.
All right. I wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. So I'm sure you're aware, sir, that there will be restrictions. You'll be supervised by a specialized unit in the community. And you also have 25 years of probation to follow this sentence. You're aware there's a protective order in place for your victim?
Yes.
Till 2099. Okay. Yeah. And there's restrictions with minors too. I just want you to be aware, be very cautious because they take that very seriously. Is your family divided as a result of your offense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
But you do still have some family support.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any friends? Any other support?
No, everyone pretty much. Yeah, everyone's gone.
Okay. All right.
Once I got
well,
here.
it's something that you'll need to work on, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully you'll get out there and find your way, but certainly you're on a positive path and you've taken the steps necessary for that Head Start. So we wish you the best. Give us a
Thank you.
minute to deliberate, and we'll give you our decision shortly. Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Bouchard, has done very well for himself. I appreciated the fact that, you know, he shared how helpful Tier 2 and Voices and the short-term sex offender program was. And, you know, the fact that he chose to do the one-on-one, which helped him provide more insight into why he did what he did. And I think he has a very good release plan, and he has some support. You know, he's going to sponsor to his grandmother's house, and he has a good release plan. He identified what a high risk was for him and how he would deal with it. And so I think Adam is ready to go back.
Thank you. Mr. Paul.
So Mr. Bouchard has done well with this incarceration, and he has a really good plan as he re-enters the community. I would support his parole at this time.
Thank you. Agreed. Okay, in the matter of Allison, also known as Adam Bouchard, MA number 433904, I'll make a motion to grant parole effective today, February 16th, 2024, with the following conditions. No contact with your victim, initials BC. You'll participate in a sex offender treatment program in the community. You're not to have contact with minors without the permission of your parole officer. You are not to consume alcoholic beverages. I had a mental health eval.
Yeah.
And a mental health evaluation and treatment if deemed necessary. Is there anything further?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, sir. Do you understand? It's a lot, and you will get it in writing, and you'll sign off on these conditions. But do you have any questions?
No, thank you. God bless you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Wish you the best. Keep
Thank
working.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
This concludes care for Allison, also known as Adam Bouchard, MA 43390.
Right. So what did we just watch? We just watched an offender who does the worst to those who are the most vulnerable, those who cannot protect themselves. And she does this. She receives 2 felonies, a class B felony and a class C felony. Not as bad as a class A, but she got the maximum sentences for those felonies. 20 years for the B, 5 years for the C. And we know how lenient judges are in general when it comes to these cases and how lenient they are in Connecticut. Now, it's not fair to, we don't know. Maybe she walked upon a judge that is strict, but most likely what she did was terrible. She didn't go to trial. She took a plea deal, and they plead down on these cases. We don't have information on what it is that she did because it's all hidden under the rug. She took a plea deal. There's no transcripts of the trial. But if experience can teach us anything, is that she did the worst. And not just to the most vulnerable, not just to that who is under the age of 16, but also to a relative. And yet she is somehow out within 5 years. And then she is somehow out on parole when literally the interview was just garbage, which is typical what we see with offenders of this nature. To actually have the cluelessness, the idea that she blames her substance abuse issues on why it is that she committed these acts, which is BS to begin with, in my opinion, and then to state that she didn't want to attend AA because the reason why? Because she prefers younger crowds. I didn't want to go to AA because the people were older there. Is the irony not how do you even make that statement when you're look what you're in prison for? And the parole board is just like, oh, let's put on the white gloves. Let's be all nice. How do you want to be called? You can't make this stuff up. She has nowhere in her plan when she gets out what it is, what program she's going to go to. This is actually a serious thing. I'm not all into the programs. I think it's these parole officers are drunk on the Kool-Aid. Like, how much is a program actually going to help someone? Probably a tiniest percentage. But one thing that I can sign up for is making sure that you have AA inside in your if you're going to tell me that you are so overwhelmed by your substance abuse that's what sent you down this road to do something that altered the life of the most vulnerable, that wrecked your own family, that gave you a 25-year sentence, yet somehow all of it suspended, and then you're not even gonna have a plan to go to AA? Joke. And then the whole prison system puts on white gloves for her. Here's your cocktail of drugs. Go ahead and, continue your what it is that you want to do on the taxpayer dollars. And and then not only that, but when you go to your classes where you have to go to in prison for your sex offender classes, you can actually go one-on-one instead of having a group therapy. Because why? She doesn't want people to look at her and say, oh, why would you do that? She doesn't want people to judge her. And so they actually arrange one-on-one, which is nuts. This is prison. What do you think is going to happen in the real world when you have to get out and attend these programs? You don't think people are going to judge you and look at you? But no, in Connecticut prisons, they'll let you do these classes one-on-one because they don't want your feelings to get hurt. And I just can't believe what I saw. In Connecticut, they don't ask her to say, what did you do? Which is a huge aspect of a parole hearing. Sometimes they ask, but they don't, because depending on what they answer will tell you everything you need to know. We have seen over and over again in Louisiana hearings when they say, what did you do? And so often those who offended against the most vulnerable will actually say, they came on to me. It was their fault. I didn't do anything wrong. And when you hear those answers, if there was any doubt, that they are not safe to be out in the public. But they don't even ask those questions. And so to sum it up, you have someone who offends the worst kind of nature. They don't attend AA because the crowd's too old. They attend their classes one-on-one because they don't want people to judge them. They blame their actions because of their substance abuse issues, but have no plan or even are allowed to be mandated to have a plan to attend those substance abuse programs once they get out. And this is what you call a system after getting let out over, I guess, getting a 25-year total sentence and serving about 5. This is what you call a system that's put in place to protect the public. It's madness. And you probably wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it, but that's why I do this. And with that, I'll let you go.
And each time she's placed in a halfway house, within days, weeks, or even hours, she's just left.
And we are about to watch the parole revocation hearing of a woman who's got a jacket full of offenses. But what sticks out particularly is her tendency, or I should say trend, of running away, absconding. She gets sent on special parole and she gets up and disappears. And this time she lasted a whole about 2 hours before leaving her halfway house. And this is a part of the DOC that a lot of us wouldn't be aware of or know about. You know, you get paroled, you get sent to a halfway house, but then you disappear. Then what happens? Well, you show up to this parole revocation hearing. She's going to be told how much time she's going to be punished for absconding. And she has a lot riding on this because her full term date is 2033. Now, the way that she responds at the end, it's something else. And there are twists and turns in this hearing, so be sure to stick around for it. With that, let's jump in.
Yes.
We will now review the charge that the state your parole officer is bringing against you and information underlying each charge. So P.O. Sheehan, if you can please read the charges.
Sure. Charge 1 for residence. On 11/14/2023, you were released from York CI and placed at Rise Halfway House in New Haven after your special parole was reinstated. At this time, Rise Halfway House was the only approved residence. On 11/14/2023, the same day you were placed at Rise, you told staff you were leaving and walked out the door without permission from staff or your assigned parole officer. You made no attempts to contact halfway house staff or parole officer. To date, your whereabouts were unknown in the community. Based on your actions, you were in violation of release direction residence. And charge 2, absconder. On 11/14/2023, you were released from York CI and placed at Rise Halfway House in New Haven after your special parole was reinstated. At the time, Rise Halfway House was your only approved residence. On 11/14/2023, the same day you were placed at Rise Halfway House, you told staff you were leaving and walked out the front door without permission from staff or your assigned parole officer. You made no attempts to contact Halfway House staff or your parole officer. To date, your whereabouts were unknown in the community. Based on your actions, you are in violation of release direction absconder.
Thank you. And the state filed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification purposes as Exhibit A, signed statement of understanding and agreement, conditions of parole. B, special parole acknowledgement agreement. C, Connecticut Board of Parole Remand and Custody Order. D, notice of parole violation. E, parole violation report. F, notice of parole rights. G, Rise Women's Program Residential Handbook. H, Halfway House Agreement, Rise Halfway House. And I is Rise Halfway House Incident Report. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and the other documents I marked, and did you review them?
Yes.
Okay. And counsel filed the following exhibit pre-marked for identification purposes. Defense Exhibit 1, list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatements. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence? We have no witnesses. So at this time, the state will have an opportunity to speak to any of the evidence submitted. P.O. Sheehan, I'm just going to swear you under oath so you can speak today. If you can raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or sincerely affirm as the case may be, the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and with the truth so help you God upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, would you like to say anything in regards to the violation?
No, I think that the violation report can speak for itself.
Okay, so it's now defense opportunity to speak at this time?
Yes. Good morning, P.O. Sheehan. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. All right, quick question. I know the facts here speak for themselves. The same day that my client was placed at the halfway house, November 14th of 2023, it's the same day she left the program, correct?
Correct.
All right. She was picked up, it appears, by the fugitive unit and Fairfield Police on January 29th, 2024.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, were you present when they picked her up?
I was not.
Okay, as her assigned parole officer, as far as you know, she did not, from November 14th to January 29th of 2024, as far as you know, my client did not pick up any criminal cases along the way, correct?
As far as I know.
Okay. As far as you know, as right now, she does not have any pending court dates anywhere. She's not currently being held on bond anywhere, correct?
No.
Okay. So once again, she was out one day. We know that. I did speak to my client, and I will get into it a little bit more on the second part of the hearing. It appears her grandmother passed away on August 21st. Her mother passed away on November 1st. 2023, and her grandfather passed away on November 30th, 2023. Not making excuses for my clients. It should have been handled differently after speaking to her, but she does suffer from some mental health illness, and now she realized she's been incarcerated since January 29th of 2024. She has taken her medication, and I've had an opportunity to speak to her a little more clear-headed now. But these are the facts as presented. I'm not disputing what's here, but I would get a little bit more into her background at the appropriate time.
So, what I'm gonna do next, I'm gonna announce my findings. So, on charge 1, I do find you violated condition of restriction residence based on the evidence provided, exhibits E and I. On charge 2, I find you violated condition of restriction absconder based on a warrant being issued by the BOPP and evidence provided in support of that charge, exhibits E and I. That includes the fact-finding portion of the hearing. Before I make a recommendation, the state will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. After the state is finished, council will have the same opportunity. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So, Pio, Sheehan, would you like to say anything in regards to the second part of this hearing?
Yeah, because I do not really know Miss Egbert Peak very well. But when I look through the history of her escapes, this is her 4th escape. And each time she's placed in a halfway house, within days, weeks, or even hours, she's just left. I'm really concerned about her getting treatment on the outside because she doesn't cooperate with even staying at the halfway house long enough to even connect with treatment. And it sounds like she's getting treatment and inside. And I think it's really important for us to stabilize her a little bit more than just a few weeks. It's really concerning that she's not even willing to start treatment on the outside. I'm very concerned about that for her safety.
Thank you. Okay, council, like to say anything?
Yes, I don't disagree with the parole officer just put on a record. My client is on supervision until 2033, so she still has quite a bit of time left. As I previously indicated, she does suffer from some mental health issues. There's 3 deaths in a short period of time. I'm not making excuses for her, but as a parole officer, she indicated she is getting treatment at York. She did meet with a psychiatrist, and she also received methadone. So she is clear-headed at this time, and I would like for her to continue that when she's out in the community at some point. But my client does understand she needs to get on track because she has 9 years left of supervision. She's 39 years old. She did take some prerequisite classes in Naugatuck Valley Community College in Waterbury, and on a previous incarceration, she did take some general studies from Middlesex. Due to her mental health history, she does not have a previous work history. She does want to complete some college to get a psychology degree. And as far as somewhere down the road, she is interested in being placed in a halfway house. Bridgeport is the first choice, and New Haven is her second choice. And she does want to re-enroll to obtain her master's in psychology, as I indicated. She's done some IOP in the past. Looks like in September 2022, Bridgeport, and then she transferred to the recovery network, the J Brothers. As I said, I did speak to her. She knows she needs to get on track. She knows she needs to take her medication. And I think she's off to the right start as far as since she's been at York. She did meet with the psychiatrist, and she's currently taking her medication. Ms. P, anything you want to add regarding your parole officer is right on point. Once you're reinstated, you need to engage in treatment, and they can't be, that one day, you're out one day. I mean, you're making it difficult for me. And you're making it difficult for your parole officer because we don't have a track record. And I know you're capable of doing it. And after speaking to you via telephone, you're kind of coherent now. You're taking your meds to do what you're supposed to do. You need to get yourself on track.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to say, I know that it does like look as if like this is just a pattern of behavior, and I do understand that. And this time it really was just like I was just grieving so much. Like even like before my grandfather died, it was just like with my mother and my grandmother, I was scared to leave here, but I didn't have a choice. When they say you're leaving for a halfway house, you're leaving for a halfway house. And I know that I have a long time left on parole, but I was actually informed by the officers that if, when they brought me up here, that if I can get even just half of the time done like under my belt, I don't have to do the whole amount of time. And to me, that large amount of time seems daunting. And I believe that if I take it just day by day, once I finally do get back out into the community, I can actually do it. If I get myself into some sort of treatment and start college and start getting myself a routine, I can complete this stuff. I can actually do it for myself. I just can't. I believe that for me, if I keep coming back here and just being stored away in jail over and over and over, it's just prolonging my life, and I keep doing it to myself. And I understand that. And I don't want to keep doing that to myself. And I know that I make it difficult for all of you when I do this. And I don't want to keep doing that. And I'm just very, very sorry that we're here today because of me. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, so as was noted by your parole officer, you do have two prior absconding violations on this period of supervision alone. And that is concerning that you leave the same day when we want you to get help and be involved in treatment. That's why you're on supervision, is so you can have help. So you are making it difficult on yourself. You know, we're here to support you. And I hope that when you come out next time that you take advantage of that support you have. So, I mean, I'm gonna be right with you with a recommendation. So I'm going to make a recommendation that parole be revoked, to be re-paroled for October 29th, 2024. This is about a 9-month period. As a sanction, I recommend the following parole conditions: halfway house placement, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, mental health treatment, no contact with victim ME without PO's permission. I'm going to present your case to the parole board on March 14th. They're going to make the decision on what happens. They can let you out sooner, they can hold you in longer, or they can agree with my recommendation. I hope that you get settled before you come back out so that you can do the right thing and be successful. Do you have any questions about anything?
No, just that's a long time. Like,
Unfortunately, when you keep running from supervision, it's not.
But last time, the only reason I got so long was because I had other charges. Now you're telling me I got that long for basically nothing. Now I'm gonna get 9 months and I didn't even get other charges.
It's not basically nothing. You need to report to your parole officer and not. That's a recommendation. That's just a recommendation. The parole board is going to make a decision March 14th, and then you're going to know about a week after that what their decision is. So this is not final word. This is a recommendation.
Yeah,
So
but
the
they're
board-
gonna go along with your recommendation. That's what they
No, it's up
do.
to the parole board. It's up to the parole board. So you're all set for today. And you'll know, like I said, about a week after March 14th. So I wish you the best of luck.
When people kill themselves because of you, that's on you.
When people kill themselves because of you, that's on you. Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that she is still very much here with us. The bad news is that she is still very much here with us. She is back. She got out and did the same thing the first day. Left their halfway house. So here she is at another revocation hearing. With that, let's jump in.
They can't hear me.
York, can you hear me? Can you guys hear us?
Can you hear us now?
Yes, yeah.
Can you hear us now?
Oh, can you see us? They can hear us, can't they? You heard me say an orange suit is nothing good. I'm still alive.
Yeah.
George, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Oh, we can hear you.
Perfect. We can hear you now as well.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Great. So we're gonna get started now. Okay, is this recording? No. All right, good morning. I'm Parole Officer Chisella. I'm a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. And this is a revocation hearing concerning Annika Egbert Peak, inmate number 315188. Today is Thursday, March 20th, 2025. And this hearing is being conducted via video at the Board of Pardons and Paroles office in New York Correctional Institution. Will you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
My name is Annika Elizabeth Ekberg Peak, number 315188.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing and public access to this hearing is available via video live stream. Present this morning is Attorney Sirica. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Sure. Attorney Alfonso Sirica, Public Defender with the Parole Revocation Unit, on behalf of Ms. Egbert Peak this morning.
Thank you. So this is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of facts as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has a responsibility to prove the allegations by preponderance of evidence. That is, the better or weightier evidence must establish that more probably than not the allegation is true. If I do not find that there's a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more of the conditions of your parole, I will reinstate your parole, which means releasing and placing you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more of the conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. And if I recommend a revocation, I will make a recommendation as to the appropriate sanction. My recommendation will then be given to a panel for a final decision, and if the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing will be provided to justify additional confinement. You should know that a revocation hearing is an adversarial proceeding, and anything you say at this hearing can be used against you. This hearing is also being recorded. The testimony at today's hearing will be taken under oath. So, Ms. Egbert Peak, can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. So we're going to go over the procedure for today's hearing. First, I'm going to read you your rights. Then we'll review the parole violation charges that the state, your parole officer, is bringing against you. We'll then review and identify the exhibits filed for the record. The state is not present at today's proceedings. However, you will have an opportunity to present any relevant testimony and any relevant documents. After considering all the evidence presented, I will announce my findings. And if I find that you violated one or more of the conditions of your parole, you'll have the opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
I do not.
So you do have important rights at today's hearing, and we're going to review them now. Your first right is that you have the right to be represented by an attorney, and counsel is here present for you.
You also have the right to receive written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive that written notice?
I did.
Great. So you also have the right to review the evidence against you before this hearing. You have the right to submit evidence in support of your case. You have the right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and to cross-examine adverse witnesses. You understand these rights and are you ready to go forward?
I do, and I am.
So we're now going to review the charges that the state, your parole officer is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. So on charge number 1, condition of residence, the charging officer reported that on 10/29/2024, you were released from York CI and placed at Stillman Halfway House in Hartford after your special parole was reinstated. At this time, Stillman Halfway House was your only approved residence. On 10/29/2024, the same day you were placed at Stillman Halfway House, you told staff you were leaving and walked out the door and got into a vehicle without permission from staff or your assigned parole officer. You made no attempts to contact Halfway House staff or your parole officer. To date, your whereabouts in the community were unknown. Based on your actions, you're in violation of release direction residence. On charge number 2, condition of absconder, the charging officer reported that on 10/29/2024, you were released from York CI and placed at Stillman Halfway House in Hartford after your special parole was reinstated. At this time, Stillman Halfway House was your only approved residence. On 10/29/2024, the same day you were placed at Stillman Halfway House, you told staff you were leaving, walked out the door and got into a vehicle without permission from staff or your assigned parole officer. You made no attempts to contact Halfway House staff or your parole officer. To date, your whereabouts in the community were unknown, and based on your actions, you're in violation of release direction absconder. On charge number 3, condition of obedience to the law, the charging officer reported that on 11/16/2024, you were arrested by Stratford Police Department and charged with criminal impersonation in violation of Connecticut General Statute 53A-130 and interfering with an officer, in violation of Connecticut General Statute 53A-167A. You were issued a promise to appear in court with a court hearing date of 12/4/2024. The state has filed the following exhibits that have been remarked for identification purposes. I have Exhibit A, the parole, the special parole acknowledgement agreement. Exhibit B, the Connecticut remand to custody order. Exhibit C, the notice of parole violation. Exhibit D, the parole violation report. Exhibit E, the notice of parolee rights. Exhibit F, the halfway house agreement, Stillman Halfway House. Exhibit G, the Stillman Halfway House incident report. Exhibit H, the revocation summary. Exhibit I, the decision summary. And Exhibit J, the Stratford Police Report number 240027693. In addition, the state has filed 2 addendums to the parole violation report, both which are also admitted as evidence. The first one was submitted on 11/18/2024 and states that on 10/31/2024, the board issued a warrant based on the report declaring Egbert Peak an absconder from parole supervision. On November 16, 2024, she was apprehended by the Stratford Police Department and charged with criminal impersonation and interfering with an officer. And they noted that this is Egbert Peak's 4th time absconding from special parole supervision since her discharge to special parole on September 7, 2022. In addition to her 4 absconding, she also escaped from community release from March 4th, 2022. Egbert Peak's absconding history is as follows: abscond on 10/30/2022, return to custody on 3/6/23, abscond on 4/25/23, return to custody on 5/14/23. Abscond on 12/4/23, return to custody on 1/29/24, and abscond on 10/31/24, return to custody on 11/16/2024. The second addendum was submitted on 2/18/2024 and states that on February 13, 2025, Egbert Peak appeared in GA2 Bridgeport Superior Court and was convicted of criminal impersonation and sentenced to unconditional discharge, and the charge of interfering with an officer was nollied. So counsel, did you receive the notice of parole violation, the parole violation report, and all the other documents identified?
Yes, I did.
Great. And I did also receive a defense exhibit 1, a list of full accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
All right. Need any more time to submit other evidence?
No.
Okay, so we don't have any witnesses today. So at this time, it is the defense's opportunity to call any witnesses, present evidence, and speak to the charges and evidence.
Yes, first part of the hearing will be very brief, kind of self-explanatory what happened here. Just do want to put on the record for charge number 3 under obedience to the law. That addendum is correct. She did appear in court. The case was disposed of on February 13th, 2025. the criminal impersonation was an unconditional discharge, not getting any jail time, probation, or anything like that. And the interfering charge was not, that is correct. That's my brief comment regarding part number one, but I do want to be heard regarding the situation for the second part of the hearing.
Thank you. So I have reviewed all the evidence. I've listened to the testimony at today's hearing. So with that, Ms. Eckford-Peak, I am finding that you violated the condition of residence based on the evidence presented in exhibits A, D, and G. On charge number 2, I found that you violated the condition of absconder based on the evidence presented in exhibits A, D, and G. And on charge number 3, I found that you violated the condition of obedience to the law based on your conviction of criminal impersonation on 2/13/25 when you were sentenced to unconditional discharge, as well as states exhibits A, D, and J. So that does conclude the fact-finding portion of today's hearing. Before I make my recommendation, you'll have an opportunity to speak to your background and history, and the purpose of this part of the revocation hearing is to help determine what outcome I recommend. Counsel?
Yes, on behalf of Ms. Peak, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. And I did have a frank conversation with my client. As you can see under charge number 1, that was the same day she was placed at the halfway house is the same day she left the halfway house. The issue here is Ms. Peak. She knows what's right. She knows what's wrong. She does have some severe mental health disabilities. I'm not making excuses for her, but there's another individual. I understand he's not the one here in front of you that's going to be sanctioned on this. It's going to be Ms. Peak. But this same individual that was previously involved when I've represented her in the past, I know his name is in the police report. I'm not going to put his name on the record, but the initials BR are going to go on the record. As I indicated to Ms. Peak, he seems to be one of the roots of her problems. And just to put on the record, it's fair game because his name is in the police report. And he's the individual that was involved on November 16th of 2024. He's the one that was driving a stolen vehicle. It was not my client. This particular individual currently, this is as of yesterday, so this information is relatively up to date. He has 10 cases currently pending in court with bonds totaling $350,000 cash assurance. Obviously, he's incarcerated. It's probably the best thing that's happened for my client because this individual that influences my client with severe mental health disabilities keeps getting her jammed up, and she could potentially be jammed up until 2033. That's when her OS date is. So you see this pattern of absconding. I'm not making excuses for her. That's not my role here. I just want to explain to you, when you have someone that has such an influence on you, she's lost 3 family members at the end of 2023. She lost her mother when she's incarcerated. She lost her grandmother and her grandfather. So you have this one individual who has all that influence over her. She's 40 years old. Like I said, she knows what's right. She knows what's wrong. But this guy is ruining her life. So he's going to be locked up for a lot longer than hopefully when she gets reinstated at some point. So I may have that conversation and clear that up with her as to what she needs to do. So regarding Miss P, she's 40 years old. She was born in California, then moved to Naugatuck, Connecticut. She was placed at that halfway house. You can see what day she left. She did take some education classes at Naugatuck Valley Community College. She also took some general studies at York through Middlesex Community College with Wesleyan's University Center for the Prison Education Program. That indicated due to her mental health issues, she does not have a work history per se because of that. And she did begin to file the paperwork for disability benefits for mental health purposes. She did, appears October to November 2024, did receive some medication-assisted treatment, methadone with a counselor at the Liberation Program for a couple of weeks in Bridgeport. She also did some substance abuse IOP in Bridgeport. And also, it looks like a couple of years ago at Recovery Network of Programs, J Brothers in Bridgeport. Through my social worker, we actually received documentation which stated she did attend intensive IOP. She attended Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 10:30 to 1:30. Client had open lines of communication, interacted with her peers during her sessions. Client completed a mental health evaluation and was prescribed medication while in treatment. So she is trying, but I think that X factor that's currently locked up is going to help her when she's back out in the community. Like I said, she has until 2023, so there's plenty of time for her to come back here if she chooses to. It's going to be a pattern. So once we take that factor out of the picture, I think she's going to be a little more successful in the community. Since been incarcerated, as it indicated, she does receive medication-assisted treatment, methadone, participates in that group once a week, medication compliant. She did sign up for Tier 1 and 12-step meetings and is on the wait list for school. She's interested in the culinary or hospitality field. As far as housing for reinstatement, I don't know how this is going to play out. My client knows what she needs. She's asking to be placed in an inpatient mental health program. I don't know how the field parole is going to deal with that, but that was at my client's request. And obviously I have to put that on the record because that's what she asked for. As far as education, she does want to obtain her ServSafe certification, enroll in culinary or the hospitality program, and she hopes one day to get a degree in psychology. She is going to finish the paperwork for the disability and is interested in working part-time in the restaurant industry once she obtains her Safe certification. Is amenable to any treatment recommendation. Like I said, typically our clients tell us what they did, but my social worker was able to actually get documentation from the provider. So what I put on the record was verified. Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear. Ms. P, anything you want to add? I not trying to put you down. That's not my purpose here today, but I have to be frank on the record to try to help you here. So you know what happened on October 29th and how long you lasted out in the community, and Mr. Sella can read. So it's not like we can hide what happened here, okay? It's up to you now because you can't blame it on PR anymore because he's going to be in for a lot longer, hopefully, that you're going to be. So you're going to be back out in the community, hopefully without his influence. So you need to get your act together. Because as you know, as I already put on the record, you're on supervision until 2033. You've been back here a couple of times already and I've represented you. And what I'm putting on here is nothing that is a surprise to her. She has the same documents I have. So anything you want to add about what you're going to do once you get back out?
I just want to say that I do plan on not repeating the same thing. I want to, as I said, I really think that if I went to some sort of mental health program, that would be good for me. I don't know what kind of options are available, but if that does not happen, I am not going to be repeating the same behavior. I want to be successful. I don't want to keep repeating this behavior. I am very, very tired of coming to this place, of wasting the state's time, of wasting your time and everybody's time, my parole officer's time, making people chase me, being chased. I just want to be a normal person. I do not want to keep doing this. I want to come out and just continue doing what I did once before. When I came out, I was able to go into into IOP, and I was doing well, and I was on my medication, and I want to get my disability and be able to go to school and then work or volunteer somewhere. And I just want to stay busy so that I have a schedule and I stay on track. I don't want to keep doing this. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Council, any further?
I don't have anything else to add. I just want to say she was indicated on track at some point here, but she keeps doing the same thing over and over. And at some point, she needs to stay on track based on the length of supervision she has left. But I keep repeating myself, I think that negative influence is incarcerated and it's hopefully going to help her stay on track. Like I said, we did actually receive documentation. She was on track and doing very well. So she's capable of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't have to reiterate all of the statements because we've heard it in the addendum. Council has said it over and over again. The behavior is just a pattern this week, so it's very concerning. And I do appreciate your statement that you're tired. I can only imagine being tired from it as well. But at the same time, your actions have just not shown it. So with that being said, I am going to recommend that your parole be revoked and that you serve an approximate 18-month period of confinement as a sanction. That's with the re-parole date of May 16th, 2026. And I'm going to recommend the following conditions: no alcoholic beverage consumption, no contact with victims ME without parole officer's permission, and a mental health treatment. I do need a halfway house location because we don't place straight into mental health inpatient. So what would your location be for your halfway house?
Bridgeport.
Bridgeport. But what I can recommend to you, Ms. Peak, is that when you get out, stay long enough and have the conversation with that parole officer to get you into that program.
Okay.
Just give yourself that you have to give yourself the opportunity because the resources are out there and available, but you have to give yourself the time and get to some treatment that'll be beneficial to you. Okay.
Okay.
So that is my recommendation. It's going to the board on April 3rd, 2025, and you'll receive a written decision from them shortly after. So on that date in April, the board can do three things. They can lessen my recommended sanction, they can adopt my recommended sanction, or they can ask to see you for a supplemental hearing if they have concerns and want to impose a sanction longer than what I've recommended. If that is the case, you'll be notified of that hearing because you'll be present for it and you'll answer their questions and concerns. Okay. Any questions at this point?
No.
So Ms. P, on April 3rd, the board meets, you and I will get something in writing about 7 to 10 days later with the final outcome. If there's an issue with them adopting the recommendation, I'll set up a call with you and explain the next steps, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Expert Peak, inmate number 315118. Thank you, Ms. Peak. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And they actually gave her a meaningful sanction, 18 months, and she didn't throw a fit either. Isn't that interesting? It was almost anticlimactic, but I think the funniest thing about this entire thing is that her attorney's still putting up a fight for her. I just wonder, and I know it's his job, but I really wonder, like, at what point, especially in this kind of situation, like a revocation situation, at what point does it bar on the line of just like abuse? Like, there's no way that if she would have gotten out today because her bad influence is locked up, that she would have just excelled, that she wouldn't have gotten revoked again. Like, there's no way someone could believe that, right? Could you talk yourself into it and be like, yeah, at 40 years old, she's just under the influence by this bad guy? I mean, how could day one, you walk out and then you do it again, and then you do it again, and then you do it again. And frankly, I'm so confused putting together this hearing. Thank you, Holly, for using Sir Richard's spreadsheets to tie together the dots, because I did not recognize this woman. I kept thinking I was doing the wrong hearing. I put it in my editing file. I was looking for the names. I'm like, because there's another woman in the same docket that looks much more like her in phase one. The red hair, similar, even like mannerisms. And I thought, so I grabbed that and I put it in here, and I put in all the work, and then all of a sudden I realized, I have to edit these things together, right? It's my editing file. I have the wrong person. Like, how did it? And Holly puts the timestamps and everything, but they were so close together. I thought And then I realized it was this woman who I was looking. They look totally different, right? Is it just me? I can't even. Oh my God. I don't know. I'm bad with faces. So it could be it's just me. Also, my brain's a little foggy. I can't, even the dates, everything is weird. I'm having a hard time following this one. So forgive me. But in a nutshell, I think so. The hearing that we covered first, and you might have seen it because we played that standalone, March 1st, 2024. And she got, I guess, a 9-month sanction. The second hearing takes place March, sorry, no, yeah. The second hearing takes place March 2025 or February 2025. I'm recording it March 2025. And she gets, so it's my understanding that in 11/14, she gets 2024, she gets released, and then she gets revoked the next day, and then she gets a 9-month sanction, and then she gets out. What is it, March 20th, 2025, and then she gets I don't even know. I can't keep track. But either way, she absconded both times in the first day. It's my understanding, and that's just crazy. So this time they gave her I think it was an 18-month sanction. And let's just go over her record. I know, I'm sorry for messing this up. It's just I for those of you who don't know, I am learning disabled. I did not complete high school. I was diagnosed as dyslexic, but I think it's a misdiagnosis. I think it's something else, or maybe it's a combination of things. So when it comes to numbers, when it comes to I have a harder time than most. So I need to and this one is just confusing me. Anyways, for whatever reason it is, I can't explain it. But let's just go through her stuff. So special parole ends 2033. So good luck for her. Oh my God. This woman is going to be just, also the attorney, she's going to go graduate from college and become nurse. No, some people, it's like she can't even go one day functioning outside of prison. I'm holding this thing that I think is making noise. So let's just see. Conspiracy to commit assault, 2nd degree, 5 years. Suspended after 18 months. Conspiracy to commit robbery, 2nd degree. Larceny, 5th degree. Assault, 1st degree. What does that mean? X into life. Special parole, 10 years. I guess this is what really got her. I don't know. Or she probably added more. Attempt to commit robbery, 1st degree. Violation of protective order. Can you imagine? I wonder if we should have protected order against. So Holly did find an article where it showed she had gotten in a fight with her mother once. Maybe it was that, but who knows? 328-21. Maybe it would be funny if it's the guy who the attorney blamed. Escape, 1st degree. This is a one escape, right? Remember the last one? What's the big deal? I just escaped. 7/5/2023. This is larceny, interference with an officer, violation of probation, 229, violation of probation, 1210. And she just can't help herself. Here, she stole someone's car and pushed them out of a moving vehicle. That must have been the assault one. That doesn't look good. I'm not going to go through the article because it was all these ads were popping up. Here's where she assaulted her mother in 2016. She's not a pleasant person. All these assaults. This is not someone who's just stealing out of the local pharmacy so she can buy her narcotics. But 19 months. I mean, this is. I think what's the takeaway here is that there are. Takeaway. I guess some people. I don't know. They're throwing all this money and help and assistance and everything, but she can't help herself. You can't. It's like if she's not locked in a prison where she can't escape, she's just gonna escape. She can't help herself. There's no self-preservation. Nothing. There's nothing. It's strange to see, but we're seeing it. So thank you again, Lady Holly and Sir Richard. Teamwork on this. We have many more coming. It goes into the return of playlist. We have many more hearings where people were paroled and come back. check out that playlist if you want to see more like this.
Exhibit Z, misconduct for Rise Halfway House, violent behavior dated 2/12/2024. Exhibit AA, Rise Halfway House incident report for aggressive behavior incident dated February 12th, 2024. Exhibit BB, misconduct report for unaccountability in the community dated.
Yes, you heard right. She just mentioned Exhibit Z and then AA and then BB. That means that this parole officer had to use so many exhibits, she ran out of the letters in the alphabet. She is up for a parole revocation hearing with so many strikes. We've never seen anything like this before, but she happens to have, I believe, the best public defender in the state of Connecticut representing her. So this is going to be interesting to see. You might be surprised. With that, let's jump in.
Your parole and to determine if you should be held in prison pending further proceedings. The state, not you, has the responsibility to show that there is probable cause to believe you violated one or more of the conditions of your parole. If I do not find probable cause, I will reinstate your parole, which means releasing you and placing you back on parole supervision. If I find probable cause and determine that the act is sufficiently serious to warrant revocation, you may be held in prison pending further proceedings. You should know that at a preliminary hearing, it is an adversarial proceeding, and anything you say at this hearing can be used against you, and this hearing is being recorded. So, Mrs. Huslin, you do have important rights. You have the right to be represented by an attorney at this hearing, which you have exercised here today. You have the right to receive written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive written notice?
Yes.
You also have the right to review the evidence against you before this hearing, as well as you have the right to submit evidence in support of your case. At this hearing, you have the right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and to cross-examine any adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
And Attorney Famlighetti, have you had sufficient time to prepare for today's hearing, and are you ready to go forward?
Yes, I spoke with her on 2 occasions. I am prepared to go forward, and it looks as though she has paperwork in front of her, so I am not sure if Ms. Haslund wishes to speak after I speak.
What I can do is I can go ahead and just
Go forward.
I'll swear her in, as well as Officer Sheehan. If you could both please raise your right hand.
Me?
Yep.
If you wish to testify later.
Yes.
Yep. All right. So do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
And Officer Sheehan?
I do.
Thank you. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to review the charges that Parole and Community Service is bringing against Ms. Huslin and the information underlying each charge. Officer Sheehan, you have the parole violation notice in front of you?
I do.
All right. So if we can start with charge 1 under release direction specific to reporting.
Sure. On 2/15/2024, you had lied to Halfway House staff and parole officer about being enrolled in adult education classes after speaking with Lois from Hartford Adult Education and Catherine from Stanford Adult Education. You were not enrolled in classes from January 25th, 2024 through February 8th, 2024, but you requested community passes for classes that you were not enrolled in, went to the library to complete assignments even though you did not have assignments, and continued to tell Halfway House staff that you needed to go to the library to complete assignments on January 26th, January 30th, February 1st, February 2nd, February 3rd, February 5th, February 6th, and February 7th. This is a violation of parole condition release direction. You will follow the parole officer's instructions and report as directed to parole officer. On
charge number
2.
Yeah, charge number 2 under curfew.
On December 8th.
Her offense list is so long that I'm going to put this on 4x speed. It actually goes through the letter Z and then back to A, so the A, B, B, C, C, and D, D. It's too long to go, so we're going to 4x. I'll see you at the end of this.
On 8/21/2023, or about that date, you used cocaine and PCP and rendered a positive urine for cocaine and PCP. Based on your actions, this is a violation of the instruction. On 8/20/2023, or about that date, you used cocaine and PCP and rendered a positive urine for cocaine and PCP. This is a violation of the instruction as you will follow the law instruction as a officer. On 10/2/2023, or about that date, you used cocaine and rendered a positive urine for cocaine. This is a sexual violation of the instruction. You will follow the law instruction as a officer. On 10/14/2023, or about that date, you used cocaine and rendered a positive urine for cocaine. This is a violation of sexual instruction. You will follow the law instruction as a officer. On 9/16/2023, you found smoking at home in your room. You decided to staff. This is a violation of House Handbook. Page 8, smoking is not anywhere permitted. Access to the house for the purpose of smoking is not permitted by staff policy. On 9/17/2023, you found smoking at home in your room. This is a violation of House Handbook. Page 8, smoking is not anywhere permitted. Access to the house for the purpose of smoking is not permitted by staff policy. Exhibit Y, Rise Halfway House Program Incident Report for having a vape in her room, dated 2/12/2024. Exhibit Z, Misconduct for Rise Halfway House Violent Behavior, dated 2/12/2024. Exhibit AA, Rise Halfway House Incident Report for Aggressive Behavior Incident, dated February 12th, 2024. Exhibit BB, Misconduct Report for Unaccountability in the Community, dated 2/19/2024. Exhibit CC, Rise Halfway House Program Incident Report, Witness Refusal to be placed on GPS, dated 2/15/2024. Exhibit DD, Video Submission of 2/12/2024 incident at Rise Halfway House. Exhibit EE, Photograph of cigarette lighter.
Thank you very much. Take a sip of water.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so in regards to charge number 1, I'm gonna be making a no finding. I'm not gonna need to take any information regarding that charge. Charge number 2, I'm gonna make a no finding. I'm not gonna be taking any testimony in regards to that, as well as charge 3. All 3 of those are not gonna be considered during today's hearings. So we're gonna focus on charge number 4. Officer Sheehan, you do have the opportunity to provide any further information at this time in regards to this charge. Would you like to make a comment at this time? Or it's actually multiple for charge 4, but.
Yeah, I put together in the narrative that I'm very concerned about her aggressive behavior. That's my main concern. She doesn't take responsibility for things, and when she's confronted with them, she just exhibits aggressive behavior. She's exhibiting aggressive behavior towards offenders, halfway house staff, and myself, and another parole officer. It's the behavior of her just not being able to speak. You know, you're not able to guide her to speak. She's constantly speaking over, very aggressive. That's my biggest concern with her. That there's a lot in the narrative. I don't know if you'd like me to read it. The narrative also includes a lot of the stuff that, you know, you've already had a no finding on.
No, so I've already read the narrative, and I'll just, I apologize. The reason for the no finding on the reporting was because it's charged under the wrong charge, and it doesn't meet the elements of the condition. The same for 2 and 3, curfew, it's the wrong charge. The elements weren't met where, for that, and the drug testing. So if that was charged under drugs, obey all laws, drugs, it probably might have been a different outcome, but because it was charged under drug testing, it didn't meet the elements there. I did read the violation report, the summary, I did read that. So this part is just specifically to the charges for the halfway house violation charges that you have against her. So the specific dates, if you have anything in particular regarding those charges.
No, I think that they could speak for themselves.
Okay. Attorney Famighetti.
Yes, so the remaining charges, charge 4. I broke that down into 11 separate parts. I don't know what you broke it down to. I had A through K.
11.
Okay, so I'm going to address them as such. Should I use numbers or letters?
I use numbers.
No.
You use it any way you want. I am flexible.
So I had no comment as to numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know under 6 whether or not having an unclean room or food in your room rises to the level of violating her halfway house placement agreement. I think that's just a matter of opinion. As to 1 moment, 2, 3, 7, the allegation that she had the gun-shaped lighter, my client adamantly denies ever having possession of that lighter. She actually was a victim of gun violence earlier in her life, so she would never possess something such as that. It's her claim that another resident actually was in possession, and that's someone else's gun-shaped lighter. And so you would think when she was found smoking in 1, 2, having 3 vape pens in her rooms later, you would think that would also be there if that in fact was her lighter. I think it's inconsistent, and I don't think there's probable cause to believe dominion and control over the gun-shaped lighter exists. Then lastly, as to K, her refusal to wear the GPS anklet. I don't have probable cause or an argument to say that she did wear the argument. However, on the 29th of February, this Thursday, I received an email from Catherine Terscani, the Assistant Director of Stanford Adult Ed and Continuing Education. And she stated that, quote, Alicia may have worked with her Hartford advisor from 1/26 to 2/1 when she began working with our NEDB advisor beyond the login date in the system that I provided above. There was a system activity and the student logged in on 1/25 and 1/26, which were dates in question, on course modules previously assigned by Hartford Adult Education for approximately 4 hours. I don't have any information regarding the work she completed, as she may have been still working with her advisor in Hartford. So I think that what my client may not have been enrolled in classes at that period of time, but all parties concur and agree that she transferred from Hartford to Stamford. And in that time, what we say is she was working at the library on the work that she still had to complete and contacting her advisor in Stamford and Hartford, trying to coordinate completing work and then signing up for new work. The student worked at the cultural literacy modules assigned by advisor on 212. She worked on the previous civic literacy participation assignment on 2.8. On 2.8, this advisor assigned the cultural literacy plagiarism model. Once the paperwork was completed and returned, they made contact with the client. So I think there's inconsistent evidence, and this is what I would have argued regarding charge 1, but I'm just giving this information as an explanation as to why my client was so upset that she was being asked to put on a bracelet for classes and courses that she was continuing to do work on. Obviously, should she have put the bracelet on, contacted us, and made those arguments afterward? I spoke with her about that. That would have been the better course of action. But she was continuously frustrated because she was going to the library, doing work, and they continued to call her a liar, which she took personally. Thank you. As to the seriousness of the allegations,
Hold on, hold on.
Okay.
You're jumping ahead.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's a prelim.
It's a prelim.
You're not.
Okay.
You're not jumping ahead. Go ahead.
As to the seriousness of allegations, we're left with charge 4. I don't think smoking I know there's a number of things, 11 things that they're arguing that she did as a basis of them remanding her. They didn't decide to remand her until she refused to wear the bracelet. Much of this conduct, the positive hearings, which are in there, are from August. We're talking about the whole course of conduct. My client's been incarcerated now since February 15th. Does she need an attitude adjustment, if it seems? Is that a reason to go forward with a revocation proceeding? I would argue no. I don't believe these allegations, as they stand, the charges as they remain, are sufficiently serious enough to go forward with further incarceration, that she be held during the pendency of a revocation hearing, and I ask that she be replaced back in a halfway house. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So as I stated earlier, charge 1 is a no finding, charge 2 is a no finding, charge 3 is a no finding. Charge 4, as I stated earlier, I did break this up into multiple portions. So I'm going to go by each paragraph and each date. So for the 9/16/2023 charge, I'm going to make a no finding on that, as I was not provided with a signed agreement halfway house agreement, stating that she was informed of that rule. Same thing goes for charge number 2, not charge number 2, but section 2, which is the 91723 for smoking. Section 31116, where she was acting aggressive, although she should know that she shouldn't be aggressive. I do not have the signed agreement until January 5th, so that is a no finding. December 5th date is going to be a no finding, same reason. January 3rd, the reason for this is it was virtually impossible to happen, as it is dated that she assaulted another client at the Silliman House on December 31st, 2024. Because it states that, although I know Officer Sheehan did mean 2023, I have to look at what's actually presented. So that is a no finding on that as well. Charge 6, I believe, January 22nd. I do not have anything showing that food is not allowed in the house. And in addition to that, the misconduct that was provided did state for January 21st, not January 22nd. So that's going to be another no finding. February 8th, I do not have anything stating that she's not allowed a lighter. Now, is it smart to be carrying around a handgun or a lighter that looks like a handgun? Absolutely not, but it is a no finding there. Am I on 8?
Yes, 2/12/24, I believe.
8 for 2/12/2024, that did have video evidence as well as incident reports. I am going to make a finding on that one, as the evidence did provide verification. Charge number 9, again, the information that was provided me with the wrong date. It was for a different date, so that's going to be a no finding. Charge 10. The evidence that was provided showed me that she had an actual pass that was provided by the halfway house. Whether or not that was provided under false pretenses or not, she had that. I do not have anything showing that she went anywhere other than the library. There was no evidence to show that she was in a different part of the state or anything like that. So that is going to be a no finding as well. And then charge portion 11 on that for the remand, where her language and her refusal to be placed on GPS. I am going to make a finding on that. And due to those actions, I am going to find that the act is serious enough to warrant a revocation. I've also determined that Ms. Huslin should be detained while she waits for her revocation hearing. And at that revocation hearing, hearing examiner will determine if she violated the conditions of her parole. And if so, the hearing examiner will make a recommendation regarding whether the parole should be revoked and what, if any, sanctions should be imposed. That is going to be scheduled tentatively for April 9th.
Okay.
And I think that should be all. And
Correct.
that should conclude the preliminary hearing for Alicia Huslin, inmate number 317044. Is there any questions?
No.
Okay.
Don't have any questions. Ms. Huslin, the findings were made only as to not wearing the bracelet that we talked about, okay? And another incident, okay, that there was video that I reviewed, okay, that I'm not making an argument against because of the video I reviewed, that I found that there's probable cause in there. So I'm not making an argument because there is a basis in that. So the hearing examiner has found that there is a basis to go just on those two those two elements of section 4, there is a basis to go forward with a revocation. And so that will tentatively probably happen on April 9th. So I will contact you between now and April 9th, as will Ms. Lopes, our social worker, to talk about what we'll argue at the next hearing. Okay?
Okay, so you're saying that you're not going to argue about the incident with the video at all?
No, because all they have to find is that if what on the video happened, and I reviewed the video, whether or not there's probable cause to believe that there was an argument and that you acted in the way they said you did, which I watched, and I believe that there's a basis for them to go forward to the revocation proceeding. So no, I'm not making an argument based upon what I reviewed in the video. The video was very clear that there was an argument, and the video was very clear that both parties were waving their arms around and poking at each other. And that's all they have to show.
Right. Okay. You're
All
welcome.
right, so I will be in touch with you.
And it's April 9th?
Well, that's tentative. In other words, that's what they're going to try to schedule it for. But I will be in contact with you between now and then, as will my social worker, to get more information from you to use to try to argue mitigation or why we think you shouldn't be held much longer than that date. Okay?
Thank you, Kylie.
You're welcome. Thank you for your attention.
You too.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All set. Thank you.
Okay, so I mean, only in the state of Connecticut, right, where they have a preliminary revocation hearing before they make a finding to have an official revocation hearing, which we're about to watch. And then finally, they have the next board that approves or does not approve that finding in the official revocation hearing. So they have 3 hearings, so to speak, or at least 3 points of contact before they actually make a decision. It's a good use of taxpayer money, right? They also have public defenders, which I will say what you want about him, man. He is good. I mean, it's interesting. And again, it comes to the cultures of seeing the different states, and it's Connecticut, and Connecticut is a state that I think everyone, it's known for Harvard, it's known for Yale and academia, and you see it in this process. I mean, these parole officers are being held at the standard of basically like assistant district attorneys. I mean, did you see how many items was taken off of her list because the parole board member, who is also basically an attorney level, is saying, well, this isn't legal, that's not legal, I can't find findings here, you have the wrong date, you didn't show proof that you brought her that contract. I mean, really? If this was Louisiana, it would never happen. In Louisiana, it's just like, all you need to show is that you were involved in criminal activity. You don't need a conviction. You don't need even in a, like, you just need that's the language in Louisiana, involvement in criminal activity. And then they allow the parole board to be as vague as they want with those words. In Connecticut, it's like a court hearing. It's like, you misspelled her middle name. Can't take that one. I mean, she had so many exhibits, they ran out of letters in the alphabet. They had to go to A, B, B, C, C, D, D is where it ended because there's nothing after Z. I mean, you can't make it up. And then this attorney, with the help of the parole officer, gets it knocked down to just 2 things? It was incredible. So we're going to go see if the parole board, what they find. They're only going to have, I think, 2 findings to work with. All of that other stuff that was thrown out, they can't work with that. So, she might have a fighting chance. We're going to have to see. And then at the end of that, I'll unpack it with some more details that Richard found. But man, it's a whole different breed in Connecticut. And like it or not, I could see where there are upsides. You might say, hey, it's better to give proper representation so we don't have this revolving door of inmates getting revoked. But at the same time, I just wonder. Anyways, let's jump into the next hearing. It's fast forwarding 1 month to the date, actually, which is pretty cool. So this was 4/17. We're fast forwarding to 5/17/2024. Let's not make the mistake like the parole officer made and give the wrong date. Okay, with that, let's jump in.
Yes.
So we now review the charges that the state appeal is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. So at the preliminary hearing, no findings were made on charge 1, reporting, charge 2, curfew, charge 3, drug testing, and on charge 4, parts 1 through 6, as well as 8 and 9. So I'm going to read the only charges that we are considering today, which is charge 4, additional condition, halfway house placement. Part 7, on 12/12/24, you're exhibiting aggressive behavior towards another resident at the Rise Halfway House. You're getting up in her face, reportedly poking her in the face. This is a pattern of behavior that has been reported by Rise Halfway House and Stillman Halfway House staff in the past. This is a violation of Halfway House Agreement number 7. I will treat others with respect and not engage in verbal or physical altercations with other offenders, staff, or third parties. In Part 10, parole officer stated on 2/15/24, parole officers went to Rise Halfway House to place GPS on you for curfew violations unaccountable in the community. You refused to have parole officers place you on the bracelet. Parole officers continued to instruct you to place the GPS bracelet on, and you refused over 3 times, saying you're not putting that on me. Fuck that. Call your supervisor. I'm not putting that on. I'll leave here. I'm not putting that on. You continuously raise your voice using profanity, refuse to allow parole officers to speak. This aggressive behavior resulted in your remain back in custody. This is a violation of Halfway House Agreement. I will treat others with respect and not engage in physical or verbal altercations with other offenders, staff, or third parties. And the state is following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification purposes as Exhibit A, signed statement of understanding and agreement, conditions of parole. B, Connecticut Board of Parole remand to custody order. C, notice of parole violation. D, parole violation report. E, notice of parole rights. F, Halfway House Agreement, Rise Halfway House. G, Rise Women's Program Residential Handbook. H, Stillman Halfway House Incident Report. I, Stillman Halfway House Abbott Lab Results. J, offender, voluntary admission for positive substance. K, disciplinary action report for smoking, having a vape. L, disciplinary action report, smoking, having a vape. M, misconduct report, 9/27/22. N, Stillman Halfway House lab results. O, misconduct report dated 10/14/23. P, Stillman Halfway House incident, 11/16/23. Q, Stillman Halfway House incident report, 12/5/23. R, Stillman Halfway House incident report for unaccountable in the community. S, Stillman Halfway House incident report, physical threats of violence, dated 1/1/24. T, misconduct or threatening behavior, dated 1/8/24. U, Stillman Halfway House incident report for positive urinalysis. B, misconduct for Rise Halfway House for instructions not following. W, Rise Halfway House incident report for not following house rules. X, community passes for the library study time. Y, Rise Halfway House incident report for having a vape. Z is misconduct from Rise for violent behavior, dated 2/12/24. Exhibit AA, Rise Halfway House incident report for aggressive behavior. BB is misconduct report for unaccountable in the community. CC, Rise Halfway House program incident report. Witness refusal to be placed on GPS, 2/15/24. Double D is video submission on 2/12/24 incident at Rise Halfway House. And double E is photograph of cigarette there. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and other documents I marked, and did you review them?
Yes.
Okay. And counsel saw the following exhibit pre-marked for identification purposes. Defense Exhibit 1, list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. And I received Exhibit 2 and 3, which are letters of support that were received. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No, we do not.
Okay. We have no witnesses, so now defense's opportunity, if you'd like to speak to any of the evidence at this time. You're muted. Oh. You're still muted. I can't hear you.
There are no findings as to the first 3, as you stated earlier. However, as to charge 4, only 2 findings were made. As to the first of those 2 findings from 2/12/24, I don't think it amounts to the violation of her condition. This is just an incident. Although on video, it appears as though both parties were engaged in some sort of conversation I don't think it rises to the level of a violation. I don't believe that it meets the preponderance standard as to violating a condition here. I honestly don't believe that it violated the condition. Didn't see any statement or testimony from the other party involved. My client was merely standing up for herself in something that she believed was instigated by the other party, and no comment as to the last. We made an argument in our preliminary hearing that the reason why she refused to wear the GPS bracelet is because she believed that she was being erroneously charged with not enrolling in classes, and that's why she went to the library. There was no finding made as to there. Understandably, she may have gone about it the wrong way. She should have worn the bracelet, then contacted an attorney or contacted us and said, tried to prove or show the proof that she had, in fact, been going to classes. And so those are arguments regarding the preponderance standard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to announce my findings. As I said before, I'm only looking at charge 4, those 2 parts. So regarding charge 4, additional board commission halfway house placement, on part, excuse me, it's part 8. I'll make sure. Regarding parts 7 and 10 are the ones I'm looking at. I do find you violated that condition, part 7, which is the date of 2/12, and part 10, which is date of 2/15. That's based on the evidence provided, which is exhibits FZ, AA, and D for part 7, and AF and C on part 10. That includes the fact-finding portion of the hearing. Before you make recommendation, council will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So if you'd like to at this time.
Yes. So I'd ask that you consider the 2 letters of support regarding the changes that the parties had seen in my client over the course of the years, particularly recently regarding her efforts at education and her effort to improve and better herself. My client is a single 38-year-old woman. She receives significant familial support from her mother, aunts, cousins. Her father resides in Florida. However, she has never met him. She has been working in the community and receives significant support from her ABH worker, Christy, and also from Ms. Tracy Shoemaker and Edward Andrews of the Second Chance Reentry Initiative program, where she's receiving education, and also through her church community. My client is the mother of 4 children, and her eldest adult child is expecting her first grandchild, and she's very eager to get out and be there for her 21-year-old daughter as she's expecting recently, within the near future. My client's been employed at Goodwill in the past, as well as attending school 2 days a week at the same time. She's been a part-time cashier at Dunkin' Donuts in Manchester, a seasonal handler at UPS. Then she worked full-time at Goodwill in Hamden. She had been working at a gas station at night in Branford, Connecticut. So she has an excellent work history. She was completed a women's group through Community Partners Action. She's participating and receiving education in both Hartford and Stanford offices, doing the Ascend program through SCRIP, Second Chance Reentry program. She's also in a trauma-based program, and she's also participated in individual therapy. She's on medication management. She received the Moz Daily Treatment Clinic, and also was working with the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, CCAR. She received primary services through Yale.
You're muted.
Sorry, I put my paper on my computer and it turned off. She's in a group at York Correctional called SSS, Sisters Standing Strong, and she meets 3 times a week. She wishes upon reinstatement to be replaced or placed at the Silman House in Hartford on Retreat Avenue. She also in the future would like to explore 2 other sponsors, but she wishes to be placed at the Silman House. School is her #1 priority. She wishes to obtain her high school diploma and return to the diploma program and APD. She aspires to study business, go into the clothing design, hairdressing, and house cleaning business. She also enjoys teaching and writing and has written a children's book named Junior's Bedtime, which she hopes to publish. As I stated earlier, it takes 2 to tango. I believe that this was just a verbal argument, not even an argument with this other person. That's one basis of the violation, and the other basis was her unfortunate decision, and she was emotional, unfortunately, to refuse to wear the bracelet. She's been incarcerated now 2 months. I believe this was 6 months into her parole, so she had done well for 6 months. And we believe that she should be released hopefully as soon as possible. We're asking for the 25th date of April. We don't believe that these 2 small allegations of halfway house placement are significantly serious enough to warrant further incarceration. She understands the errors of her ways, and she has a lot to look forward to. The letters of support said that her behavior, her focus has been on education, and she is really dedicated to her schooling and hopes that she can do more for her children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so I have listened to all the testimony today. I will put on the record that you do have a prior violation for absconding, as well as received 7 misconducts on this term of supervision. And you were out in the community for approximately 6 months before returning. We'll note that the PCS, your officer, did recommend anger management programming as well as halfway house placement. I do take into account that I did make no findings on some of the charges that were brought up. So taking into consideration all of those things, I am going to recommend, 1 second. That parole be revoked to be re-paroled for June 14th of 2024. It's about a 4-month period combined as a sanction. I recommend the following parole conditions: halfway house placement, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, mental health evaluation, behavior management program for anger management, a general no contact with DM without PO's permission, and no contact with victim LH. My findings will go to the parole board on April 25th. The board's going to make the decision. So they can lessen it, they can keep it, or they can make it longer. So if they want a longer sanction, you'd be notified of the reason why, and you have a supplemental hearing if it got to that point. Do you have any questions about anything that was said? Ms. Housen?
You said you're setting a date for me to be released on June 14th.
That's a recommendation. So the parole board's going to make the decision April 25th.
Will I be present on the 25th?
No,
Okay.
just call me the afternoon of the 25th or the next day, and I'll let you know what the board decided. Okay, miss?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you're all set for today.
Thank you.
Wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so the bottom line is that after she gets revoked for the whole ABCs and plus some, after she has her preliminary hearing, after she has her parole hearing, yes, finally the board made their decision and they agreed with it. A sanction up until June 14th. So at the time of this recording, she's got less than a month left to serve, and she's only had a sanction of what? A handful of months. All that cost, the attorneys and the caseworkers and the parole officers and it's like all of this for what? And when you take a step back, it's like, wow, what a waste. The whole thing is just such a waste. And I don't know what the answer is, but come on. I mean, but I guess when you go through the legal process, right, and you throw away basically like A through double B, you're left with just a couple things. What are you supposed to do? It doesn't look like that big of a deal anymore. But the bottom line is, before you throw that stuff away, it's just, she's refusing to wear a GPS. She's disappearing. She's poking the staff in the face. She's doing all of this stuff. And it's like, what? And what's her record? I mean, her parole date, thank you, Richard, for the information. Her special parole ends 2026. Not that much more time. She just needs to get through a couple of years, right? And there's some more information Richard shared. There is, remember at the beginning they spoke about that weapon where she had violence in it. So there's a whole case log where she went through a traumatic incident that Richard shared, but I don't know if we go through it now. It is pretty intense though. But you got to give this attorney credit how he knew that and like how he impresses me every time. We've seen him cover roaches, and man, I got my first impression of him ever seeing him was covering the worst of the roaches, defending them. And I was like, how do you do that, man? But he's just so passionate about, you could tell he puts in the work. You could tell he actually does his homework, and his mind. I'm amazed by his mind because I think everything just clicks for him. He gets it. I don't know how many hours I'm just speculating, and it puts into these cases, or if he just sees it and he just knows, like a chess player. They see a board and they know everything what's going on. It's not that. And I just wish we could convert him to being, maybe a prosecutor for us or something. And it also makes me wonder why doesn't set up a practice. I mean, he's clearly good at his job. I left it. Maybe he would want to get interviewed. But he seems like he has a personality. Maybe I've emailed a few people for interviews and I haven't gotten responses. I'd be curious to interview him. So, yeah, here's one thing that Richard shared on this case. So this is in 2014. Maybe this is one of her big charges that she's locked up for. A city woman was charged with leaving the scene of an accident and possession of a powerful hallucinogen after she crashed her minivan into, and she's doing PCP, right? Like, that's just a drug you don't want to do, man. PCP. Out of all things you can pick, PCP. After she crashed her minivan into a condominium in the Old Southern Village complex. She was charged with leaving the scene of the accident, failure to drive in proper lane, possession of hallucinogen, and I'm guessing it's PCP, sale of certain illegal narcotics, possession of controlled substance within 1,500 feet of public housing. I didn't know that's a law. Okay. And interfering with police. Maybe that's a Connecticut thing. Like, I thought they was going to say 1,500 feet with the school. No, public housing. Like, that's basically setting. It's like, we're going to make a law. You can't have an illegal substance within 1,500 feet of where everyone lives. It's like, is that really going to stop them? Or is it just going to throw on more charges? It's just weird. So people think they're so brilliant making these laws, and it's just all a show, right? It's just like, so like, I'm gonna pass this, and then I'm gonna make a press release about it. Like, yeah, it's really gonna help. She was arraigned in the State Superior Court in Stamford on Friday afternoon, where Judge Thomas set the bond for $25,000. Captain Richard Conklin said police were called at 1:05 a.m. on a report of someone crashing a 2007 Chevy van into an occupied condominium at 15 blah, blah, blah. No injuries were reported. Witnesses said they saw the driver and a passenger get out of the car and begin walking away. Police who found them and a man walking together on a nearby, calmly walking away, no big deal. Then, because they fit the description, the two leaving the accident, he said police saw the two had scrapes and bruises. Special Assistant Attorney Sarah Ross said at her arraignment that Houseland and her friend admitted to being in the car when it hit the home. As she was being taken into custody, police searched and found in the backpack 14 bags of PCP worth $300. This is a very potent hallucinogen that most people have difficult walking when they are using it, and certainly shouldn't operate a vehicle, as this incident illustrates, said the police officer. Thank you for your service, soldier. Anyways, it might have been the PCP, but it also could have been the water. Like I said, if you're traveling through Connecticut, buy the bottled water. I don't want to see you at one of these parole revocation hearings.
Insanity. This is absolute insanity. I mean, can you imagine your parents sleeping and someone just coming into their house and they're trying to confront the people, and one of them is held at gunpoint and the other at knife point for $200? What are you gonna do for $200?
I don't know. I honestly didn't see any of the money. Yeah.
I hope that those people are putting money on your books or something, because in exchange for your silence, because there's no way that would be me.
Yeah, no.
We are about to watch the parole hearing of a Connecticut woman who is serving an 8-year sentence for her part in a home invasion. What's interesting is that there are 4 others involved, and she claims to not know who they are. Let's watch this hearing, and I'll unpack it with the limited amount of details that we have.
All right, good morning. My name is Parole Officer Worcester. Today is Friday, August 16, 2024, and this is the hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Anita Moon, 417-971.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of parole application for Anita Moon, inmate number 417-971. She is serving a sentence of 8 years, 10 years special parole for conspiracy and burglary first. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of November 22nd, 2024. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows that she has completed 2 or 4 intensive aftercare, beyond violence, and voices. Utilizing the women's risk needs assessment, one of the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within a moderate range. Ms. Moon, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay. Good morning, members of the board, and thank you for this chance to speak today. The time I've spent here has forced me to focus on aspects of my life that I avoided for a long time, and I couldn't be more grateful. Though it may not be the best of circumstances, it has saved my life and taught me to take advantage of every opportunity to better myself. During this process, I have acknowledged my past behaviors and poor choices that ultimately landed me here at YCI, and I would like to apologize for the negative impact I had on my victims, family, loved ones, and the community as a whole. I realized too late that associating with the wrong crowd was not only dangerous to myself, but others as well. In doing so, my actions dramatically changed the life of many people, specifically my victims, whom I've continuously thought about during my incarceration. Their unexpected kindness motivated me to heed their advice and to do my best in making this time count. To ensure true growth, I faced my addiction and mental health concerns head-on by completing the Marilyn Baker program, Beyond Violence and Voices. Collectively, I've learned how to address the root of my addiction and past traumas, recognize triggers and avoid high-risk situations,
utilize critical thinking and effective coping skills, and healthy alternatives to expressing and managing emotions. Using these tools on a daily basis has allowed me to remain positive and productive by furthering my education and steadily working various jobs. I'm currently responsible for unit laundry and cleaning, but I have previously worked at Pursuit Aerospace, the school library, and York Textiles. I've also recently graduated from the Three Rivers marketing program this past July and plan to work towards my associates upon release. I am fortunate and thankful for my strong and supportive family, and I intend to not repeat past mistakes by continuing to accept and seek their help and guidance. We have created a solid plan that I'm eager to begin so that I may thrive on this journey of sobriety. This plan includes addiction services such as weekly outpatient care and meetings and regular mental health sessions with a local therapist. Along with caring for my elderly parents, I will also be maintaining a part-time job during my associate studies. I understand my progress thus far does not diminish the severity of my actions, but I hope it shows my determination to stay on the right path. I am also aware that life is not without challenges and that recovery is a never-ending battle, but I am confident that I will be able to overcome any obstacle with my support system and the resources available to me. If granted parole, I will work diligently on becoming a productive member of society and contribute positively to my community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Boone. We appreciate your opening statement. You certainly have done a lot of work on yourself and a lot of programs. So we're going to ask you some questions, and at the end of our questioning, we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Sure.
Panel member Page will begin with questions today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Boone, I appreciate your opening statement, and you absolutely laid out a great plan for release, and I know that you've had the love and support of your family throughout all of your criminal behaviors and also throughout your substance abuse. They've tried to help you. I know your brother in particular has been very supportive and in fact expressed so much love for you because of the things that you may have been encountering with this whole substance abuse thing. I'm happy to see that you took the Maryland Baker program. That's the best program that DOC has to offer. And in my opinion, they really do get to the root of why people start using drugs. And it's up to you to really continue working on that stuff, because just because we know or we're aware that the trauma exists, doesn't mean that we're going to be vigilant in our behaviors going forward. So you really have to take the things that you learned and recognize that they are triggers and realize that you use drugs to cope. And going forward, think of different ways to kind of to manage those stresses. So I want to talk about your offense, which was in essence a home invasion, and you were the driver, right?
Yes.
And it says that there were 4 people in the car. So you and Michael Acosta. Who else was in the car?
Honestly, I was putting myself in dangerous situations and I wasn't asking questions. I was just doing something without thinking. And I honestly I know their names by like nicknames, but I don't know their full names. I don't know their background, which is extremely dangerous. And
right, because who gets in a car with people that you don't know? But the car was stolen. Was the car stolen?
No, the car was actually my ex-boyfriend's at the time.
Your ex-boyfriend, Michael?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wait, so Michael was in his car?
No, Michael was not in the car. That's actually his car, and there was 3 other people and myself.
So Michael was not involved with this at all?
No.
So who were the other people that you were with?
It was a friend that I knew through a mutual friend, and then 2.
What's their names? I need their names.
Jay. I only know Jay.
And what's Jay's last name?
I don't know. I didn't ask those kind of questions.
Well, you said he was you referred to him as a friend. So if
It was
Jay
a
was,
mutual, it wasn't really a friend. I met him through a mutual friend.
so you were the only one charged with this crime,
Yes.
and you never gave their names to the police. But
I would if I could, but I really don't know.
so when the police pulled you over for speeding off from the scene, who else? They didn't take any names of anyone else in the car.
No, they didn't pull me over. I got arrested after the fact.
Did I read this one? Because it said that the car was speeding, that you guys sped off from the scene. So was it another car that they pulled over? I'm not understanding because it clearly says that a car was speeding from. Okay, let's move forward. So you knew these defendants, you knew the victims?
Yes, I knew the victims. They had a business near my family's.
And so whose idea was all of this? Yours?
Yes.
And what injuries did the victims sustain?
No physical injuries, but I know I'm responsible for taking away the safety of their home and just emotional trauma.
It says officers were arriving in the area and a gray Infiniti vehicle was observed leaving the area at a high rate of speed, occupied by 4 individuals. That was you, right?
Yes.
They never pulled you over, so you got away.
Yeah, I got away, and then they actually came here to interview me when I got arrested for something else.
What was it, something else?
Larceny.
What were you stealing?
I think it was at Walmart.
What did you steal from Walmart?
I don't remember.
So I don't understand why. I understand that you were addicted to Percocets, right?
Yes.
And then eventually that turned to heroin.
Yes.
And what injury did you sustain that you started using perks?
I didn't. It was just more just for
Recreational.
partying. Yes, yeah. I know it was a really bad choice.
Wow. You know, this is all this ridiculousness. And those 4 victims, like, why did you signal them? Why did you single them out?
I actually didn't. It was just that when we were driving around, they saw the people and asked me who they were. And then when I parked, because I used to live in the complex next door, and when they asked, I didn't really think anything of it because I was under the influence. And then by the time everything happened, it was too late. And I didn't come forth with it because I was scared, because I've never really been in trouble and I wasn't taught to do those things. So.
Well, I mean, okay, so you were driving by the people and you said they saw the people. What? I'm not understanding, because the police reports say that the victims were sleeping.
Yes, I know, but I'm saying, like, earlier in the day when we were driving around, they saw the people leaving their business and we were driving, yes, and they asked me, and I wasn't really thinking, I was under the influence, and by
So
the
you
time
said they live next to me and they have money and blah, 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 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Insanity. This is absolute insanity. I mean, can you imagine your parents sleeping and someone just coming into their house and they're trying to confront the people, and, you know, one of them is held at gunpoint and the other at knife point for $200? What are you gonna do for $200?
I don't know. I honestly didn't see any of the money.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, I'm Ms. Moon, I'm honestly, I believe this incarceration saved your life. And honestly, you have 10 years of special parole to follow your sentence, and that's not going to be easy.
I understand that.
And, you know, if I were you and in your position and where I got 8 years of prison for something that somebody else did, I would be singing everybody's name until someone else was arrested and held accountable for this. So I hope that those people are putting money on your books or something because in exchange for your silence, because there's no way that would be me.
Yeah, no.
And the sad part is that they're still out there and able to do this to somebody else. I mean, it's just so crazy. But nonetheless, you've done well. You haven't received any tickets. This was a crazy case. You have to serve 85% of your sentence because of it. And your eligibility is not until November. And unlike some of the other people we've seen today, you took the best program, you completed it, you did the aftercare program. And you should know from the Voices program the impact that your actions have had on those victims. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
And how does your parents feel about all this? Because I know that there's such a strong sense of pride in your culture.
It is. I don't know. My mom says that jail was. I'm sorry. My mom says the jail was my paradise because she was afraid of losing her only daughter.
It was a blessing that they found you, that they were able to help you. And then, you know, you self-sabotage yourself. I guess, I don't know what you were trying to deal with or trying to fit in, whatever the case may be. Hopefully you're 33 years old, you're young enough to turn this whole thing around and you still have your entire life ahead of you. So I really do hope it, and unfortunately, the drug that you've chosen is the most difficult habit. So I hope that you have a handle on that. Seriously, are you on any kind of methadone or anything while you're in there?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever done any of that stuff to try to wean yourself off?
No, I actually haven't gotten on anything. I took anxiety for a little while, but I didn't like how it was affecting my body. So I've learned to just use the coping skills I learned through programming.
All right. You did a good job, Ms. Moon. I appreciate your speaking with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have no questions.
I have no
Rodriguez?
questions.
So Ms. Moon, we do not have any additional questions, and we will deliberate and give you our decision.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have Ms. Moon voted to parole. She's taken the appropriate programming. It sounds that she's remorseful for her actions. You know, this is a crazy case, as you heard me say many times. She's educated herself. She's worked outside the facility. She's working inside the facility. And it sounds as if she has a strong relapse prevention plan, as well as support in the communities, all the things that would put her in the best position to complete the remainder of her sentence successfully. So for those reasons, I would support her request for discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
I would as well.
Okay.
Basically the same reasons.
Okay, I would as well. No contact with the victims. Anything else? She doesn't have
Mental health evaluation and treatment is necessary. Something, you know, I just, if she said it, we don't have to put it because she really did say.
Yeah, she said.
She's going to have to pay through weekly sessions, so we don't have to put that, so nobody can decide. And also, she needs to have the house.
Exactly enough.
Right.
So in the matter of Anita Moon, 417-971, there's a motion to grant parole on or after November 22nd, 2024 with the following stipulation: halfway house placement and no contact with victims C, L, and JQ. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Congratulations, Ms. Moon. You've been
Thank
granted parole as of November. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's unpack this. Now, the first thing that I just want to touch on is the obvious big elephant in the room, which is that she is getting paroled with still claiming she has no idea who those people were in the car with her. And it's her ex-boyfriend's car, so her boyfriend's car at the time, and she didn't sing on him. And I just wonder, it makes you, I mean, look, there's a few reasons why people don't sing. One can be just because of
idiotic loyalty, or another could be because of authentic fear. We don't know which one it is in this case. And I really like, who was it? Was it Miss Palmieri or Miss Page that said, I really hope they're putting money on your books? And gosh, it makes you wonder, how is it possible that they didn't, that they couldn't get her to sing, or get her to just slip up, to catch her in some way? Usually criminals are not smart enough to stick out of this, but maybe she lawyered up right away. And who knows? I wish that I had more information to share on this, because it is intriguing. I mean, a lot of people, but to be sitting over, and they probably were holding over her head a big sentence, and it seems that they agreed on 8 years, and she is lucky for that, because Connecticut takes home invasions more seriously than other states, and that's because they call the Cheshire murders. It's almost a word we've seen parole hearings where they don't even mention this word. It sent that type of horrible situation within Connecticut. But it was on July 23rd, 2007, 2 intruders invaded the home of the Petite family in Cheshire, Connecticut. The perpetrators initially planned to rob the house, but they went on to murder them and the 2 daughters, and an 11-year-old and their father managed to escape sustaining severe injuries. And of course, they did the worst things to the children, and then they burnt the house down. And it was just a nightmare. And because of that, they passed legislation to make home invasions just one of the more severe crimes with punishable. And in this situation, this was a home invasion. They came in with a knife and a gun. And she's lucky. I don't know how she only got 8 years, because she didn't sing. Either they believed her that she genuinely did not know, but for a home invasion in Connecticut, we've seen people get 40, 50-year sentences for that because of this. And here it is. So she got 8 years burglary first. She was sentenced on 5/2/2019, and I guess her maximum release date was 2025. So she only got released a couple years early. Now, here's her arrest record, and thank you, Richard, for pulling this up. So June 16, 2016, she has a failure to appear. All right. Well, she was arrested and failure to appear. Then just 4 months later, 10/13/2016, interference or officer resisting arrest, sentenced to 1 year jail, but suspended, right? Then her probation was terminated on 5/2/2019. This was probably for this specific crime. Now, arrested on 11/1/2016, so this is 1 month after this arrest for larceny fifth. I don't know why her probation wasn't suspended at that time, but apparently it wasn't. And failure to appear second degree 11/3/2016. So she doesn't show up 2 days later after that initial arrest. She has her 2/4/2018, which is this specific crime, conspiracy to commit burglary. And again, I guess she's lucky they didn't charge her with the home invasion. They just took a plea deal, and it's an 8-year sentence, special parole 10 years. So she is going to be under special parole for a very long time. And for me, it just comes down to, does she know who it was, and what were her reasons for being silent? I have an impossible time to believe that she didn't know who they were and couldn't help the police. I'm just making the assumption that her boyfriend was in the car, it's his car, but maybe he had an alibi, or maybe she just lawyered up and they had nothing they can go with. Who knows what the police believed? We don't, you can't really trust the DA in these situations. You can't make the assumption, well, the DA believed her, so they gave her just 8 years. I don't know. And they let her plead to that. How do you feel about this? It's a tough situation, assuming that she even did know who they were, but was genuinely afraid. Maybe she did something to protect her family, and maybe you give her credit for that. hopefully, hopefully she doesn't end up back here. I'm wishing her the best. What do you think? Love to hear your thoughts. And with that, I'll let you go.
I have an MBA in finance, and I worked in the city, and I did do a lot before all of this happened, and I can't explain to you how everything got so out of control, but it did. And I'm very much aware now of my alcoholism and my need to keep my drinking under control, to keep it gone, basically.
A family finally finding closure following an emotional 2.5-year journey for justice. This young woman, Aislinn Kern, was killed in a motorcycle wreck back in 2016. The driver of the car that hit her, convicted in the deadly DUI crash, learned her sentence.
Fox 61's Matt Karen was inside the courtroom where Aislinn's family gave emotional testimony about their loss. Matt.
Well, I'll tell you what, not many dry eyes here inside Torrington Superior Court as the family of Aislinn Kern and a brotherhood of bikers stood up and spoke out on behalf of a life taken too soon.
I no longer have new pictures. I no longer hear her call me mama.
Aislinn Kern, her smile larger than life.
She was a photographer, a writer, a reader, a mother. She took Bella to horseback riding.
A wife, sister, daughter, friend, and mom.
Her day began and ended with her kids in mind.
She loved her family and the wind in her face. A motorcycle rider with her husband, Eddie. October 23rd, 2016, the day that changed everything, now memorialized in a patch affixed to the vests of the Brotherhood of United Bikers. It was the day Elizabeth Waterbury got in her car, impaired by a concoction of drugs and alcohol, and crashed into the biker group on Route 63 in the Goshen section of Litchfield, killing Aislinn and seriously injuring 5 others, including Dan DiPaolo, who lost a leg and gained a tattoo.
I'm just happy to have a little bit of closure.
Now, more than 2 years removed, but it doesn't feel that way.
I remember October 23rd, 2016, just like it was yesterday.
The mangled medal of the day replaced with a memorial cross. As for Dan, he's still riding.
I think it's something inside of you. You either curl up in a ball and give up, or you don't.
Do you forgive her?
Forgive? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to forget.
Inside the courtroom, emotional victim impact statements. Aislinn's mom, Donna.
Strangers coming to help me as I collapsed on the floor. The heartache of not getting to her in time to kiss her, to tell her how much I love her, and to say goodbye.
Elizabeth Waterbury was sentenced to 9 years in prison.
Your license to operate a motor vehicle is permanently suspended.
Too late to save Aislinn's life. Waterbury had 2 previous DUIs.
We continued to let her do the same thing and to drink and to drive, and it just was like, how many chances do you get?
And the judge gave Waterbury the chance to speak to the victims. She declined. And even though Waterbury was sentenced to 9 years in prison, she was also given credit for time served, which means she will likely spend only 6 years or less in prison.
And just 5 years later from the time of this published news article, she is now up for parole. And like I said, even at her opportunity to apologize to the family, she declined. Why would a judge give such a light sentence is unfathomable, unimaginable to, I think, all of us who don't have PhDs. We're just sheeple. So what do we know? But we're going to listen to this parole hearing and let's see if the system fails this family yet again.
Mr. Waterbury, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Perfect. All right. We're going to begin right now. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Voice. For today is Friday, August 16th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole.
I'm sorry, what was your last name?
Boisberg. I'm the officer that spoke to you for your interview.
Oh, okay.
So my name is Parole Officer Voice. For today is Friday, August 16th, 2024. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, I'm panel member Page.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Elizabeth Waterbury, and it's 408-409.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Elizabeth Waterbury, inmate number 408-409. She is serving a sentence of 20 years suspended after 9 years, 5 years probation for manslaughter second with a motor vehicle and illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence of drugs or alcohol. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility of October 18th, 2024. There is victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender's completed voices, alternative to violence in tier 2. Utilizing the risk needs assessment formula, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls within the low range. Ms. Waterbury, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Because, well, I'm full of remorse for what happened, and I'd like to get out and start kind of piecing my life back together so I can do some good things in the world. I have an MBA in finance, and I worked in the city, and I did do a lot before all of this happened, and I can't explain to you how everything got so out of control, but it did. And I'm very much aware now of my alcoholism and my need to keep my drinking under control, to just keep it gone, basically. So that's basically all I have to say. Is I'm very remorseful. I'm really very sad about everything that happened, and I want to try to do something that's right and good in the world. So I'd like to get going with those things. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Waterbury. We appreciate your opening statement. We will be asking you some questions this morning. Then we have individuals who will be speaking from victim services. And then we will deliberate and give you our decision about the case following those statements. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Panel member Page will begin with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Waterbury, I appreciate your work with regard to what has transpired. With the victims that you know are obviously here to participate in the hearing, and I would only assume that they will not be in favor of your being released early. What would you say to the victims if to help them understand or gain a better understanding of where you are today opposed to where you were a few years back when this accident occurred?
I have matured so much. It amazes me. My mindset has changed so much. And at first I thought, that I wasn't at fault for this accident, but I realize now that I was, and really, I need to correct my behavior, and the only way I can do that is by not drinking. I don't ever want to drink again, and my mother's been in recovery now for 45 years, and so I just never saw it coming, really. I mean, I did and I didn't. So I'm quite upset about the whole thing. So I'd like to be able to make amends somehow. And I feel like, go ahead, sorry.
No, it's okay. I was hoping that you would say something a little more substantive or directly towards the victims and the things that they may have experienced as a result of this event. I must admit that in your opening statement, when you said that you have to keep your drinking under wraps, I'm glad that you immediately corrected yourself and said, I cannot drink anymore. A few things that I would like to address would be, Ms. Waterbury, but first we're going to start with your prior treatment and why those treatments didn't work for you previously.
You know, I guess I wasn't ready. I had a lot going on in my life, and I used all of those things as excuses, and I couldn't tell you why, because I kicked myself up. I beat myself up every day about it, and it's just not going to accomplish anything by doing that. If I have to think positively and go forward, and doing something positive in the world versus negative. And so that's why I feel like I need to do this myself to
prove you have to do this. But well, first of all, you're a little older now, and you know, no good can come from your using alcohol. And I have to be perfectly honest and state that you know, drinking alcohol is not against the law. You know, it's when you drink and you decide to get behind the wheel of a car and, you know, tragedy occurs. So, I mean, especially with so many different resources out there to get you from point A to point B, I just don't understand why you wouldn't have called like an Uber or a taxi cab or something to get you from point A to point B. Nonetheless, you did acknowledge in your statement that you initially denied responsibility for this offense. And can you share with us when you finally began to accept responsibility?
Well, it's been gradual over, I would say the first couple of years I didn't, and then I started to put pieces together of what happened that day, and it's like somebody switched on the light, and it was all of a sudden very clear to me my role.
When was that? When was it?
I would say probably year and a half after maybe the accident, I started to get a more clear picture of my role in it and what, because I still, I'm sorry, I still had this, you know, and I have discovered that I have my hydrocephalus has come back, which is a brain malfunction basically. And I had it 27 years ago and then got treated for it, but they told me after 5 years that it could come back. And the procedure that they did was failing, that they had found that it was failing. So I needed to pay attention to that. But of course I didn't. And so I believe that was a factor too in my ability to reason and come to a decision.
I'm going to stop you, Ms. Waterbury, because I believe Officer Boyer interviewed you in July, right?
Yes.
And you said, and I'm reading directly what he wrote, he said, just in July, in regard to the instant offense, the offender stated that she crossed the center line as a group of motorcycles were approaching. She claimed that she stopped before hitting the motorcycles and they drove into her.
That's correct. That was my recollection.
But you just, why would that be your recollection when we just talked extensively about your accepting responsibility for your action?
Because I was in the wrong lane. Because I was in the wrong lane.
But you never stopped. There's evidence to show that you did not stop and that you drove into them. They didn't hit you. You hit them.
I didn't know that. I have this recollection of stopping and
okay, let's stop, Ms. Waterbury. When we say we accept responsibility, what does that mean to you?
That I'm responsible for what I did, and I'm totally.
What did you do?
I caused an accident that caused someone.
How did you cause the accident?
By being in the wrong lane.
And
drinking.
Exactly.
And getting behind the wheel.
Exactly.
That's
accepting responsibility. Not someone drove into me. Not I tried to stop and they all hit me. That's not what happened. A person died as a result of your actions. And you, that could have been your loved ones. You know, I mean, it happened to be a stranger, but to someone that was their mother, their father. You know, these people's lives are forever changed as a result of your poor decision making. And what concerns me even more is that you probably have done this a million times, and this was the one time that you got caught. And it ended in, tragedy for everyone. I mean, a man's leg was amputated, life forever changed. Someone lost their mother, the life is forever changed. I mean, that's not to minimize all the other victims that were involved in this. And just imagine, who wants to ever get back on their motorcycle and ride again out of fear? I also read that your family, you have 2 daughters, and one of your daughters don't speak with you. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And can you share with us why she's so angry with you?
Well, because I'd had chances to stop drinking in the past, and I didn't do it. And I guess, she's my younger daughter, and she's hugely disappointed, and I don't blame her. In fact, she had told my other daughter, Abby, that she was going to write me a letter, and I said I encouraged it because I'm more than willing to read anything that anybody has to say that pertains to this, and I can't dodge I don't want to, and I can't dodge the fact that I'm responsible for this accident, and I'm responsible for someone losing a limb and for someone losing their life. And I have had a hard time accepting that myself. And the only thing I can do is try to do better going forward and hopefully not let somebody else make the same mistakes. And by doing that, I'd like to volunteer at MAD and go to meetings and speak on behalf, or not behalf, but speak as the person who caused the accident, which I don't think a lot of people do, but
They do. I believe it or not, they do. Yeah. I've seen it fairly recently, and someone who their best friend was there and spoke about how his life has changed from driving. So let's talk about, you talked about your sobriety. What was your longest clean time out in the community?
Maybe a year.
What caused you? Go ahead.
Maybe it was probably less than a year.
Less than a year. And what caused you to relapse?
I guess the circumstances around me, going through what I was going through with my ex-husband, and feeling just not liking myself very much. And of course, drinking didn't help that at all.
Right. And it actually makes it even worse. So I get it. It's a temporary fix. So how do you intend to deal with the life stressors? Divorce happens, death happens, our children are getting mad at us. It's like, we can't pay a bill, we can't find a job. Those things it's just part of life. How do you intend to deal with that stuff now?
Well, I intend to deal with it by doing it. I don't have any excuses. I don't want any excuses any longer. I want to own what I did, and I want to try to correct it. But also, just going forward, I would like a chance to work and to speak at MAD meetings and do what I can to help to keep anybody else from causing the same sort of pain, because it's a horrible thing to live with. It's a horrible thing for the victims' families and for everyone involved, family members.
I hope that when you go to speak to those people at the meetings, that you don't say that they drove into you.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Make people even more angry. So I just want to acknowledge that you have been down since your arrest, and you haven't received any disciplinary infractions. So that means that you were really able to comply with the rules there in the facility. Are you working?
I am not, because of this hydrocephalus.
Okay. And do you attend any NA or AA while you're there in the facility?
I did, yes. Yes, I did.
And why did you stop going?
Because of my condition. I wasn't able to participate as much as I wanted to, because I've always enjoyed going to AA meetings. And I did like being in the program, but when it became clear to them that I had this hydrocephalus, they didn't want me on the east side any longer because I was a liability. And it's been like the case for the past couple of years now that I've had the hydrocephalus that I've been dealing with and trying to tamp that down and be able to wrap my head around everything all at once. And I'm successful so far in doing that because I don't blame anybody else for this accident. I blame myself. And is actually
Ms. Warbury, I have to go back to. I'm struggling with your sincerity because again, just last month you told this officer that they drove into you. So I don't know if you're changing the story today because I'm actually trying to.
No, not at all.
That's good. That's good that you are accepting responsibility. I know that you've taken a bunch of programs there in the facility, and which program would you say was the most helpful for you?
I think the Baker program was extremely helpful while I was there.
And how long were you in that program?
Only 3 months because of the hydrocephalus.
Yeah, we know. I did read that in your report. And what made that treatment different than the others? Why was that one so?
I think because it was so much more intensive and involved a lot of people that had caused similar accidents, and gave me a opportunity to sort of see how other people are handling being in that position and whether or not they seem to be sincere to me. And I have to say, a lot of cases, I didn't think people were terribly sincere or weren't committed to staying sober for the sake that I think it's a big disservice to your victims not to stay sober too, and that it dishonors them. And
well, you have to, when you make that statement, Ms. Whatever, you have to understand that addiction is a very tough habit to kick. When you're faced with life stressors, and I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm not absolutely not I'm not justifying it, and I'm not condoning it. I'm simply saying that addiction, if it were that easy for someone to say, I'm done and be done, no, there would hardly be anyone in the prisons. There just wouldn't be.
Right. No, I agree.
So let's, one more thing, Ms. Waterbury, before I allow my pass this along back to my colleague in the chair. I just want to I wanted to talk to you about your license. Is that suspended currently?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Your driver's license, is it suspended?
It is currently suspended.
And do you know how long the suspension is supposed to last?
I don't.
And should you reinstate it? Did they talk to you about an ignition of like an interlock device on your vehicle?
Yes.
And have you ever had to go through that program before where that was required?
I have.
And how long was it, and when did you complete it?
Well, I didn't actually go through a program, but it was a condition of my driving our daughters when we were going through divorce. So I had a device and rightly so, to make sure that I was sober when I was,
yeah. And how long ago was that though?
Well, we've been divorced now 13 years. So about 13 years.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Panel Member Page. So Ms. Waterbury, I just have a couple of follow-up questions for you. So going back to acceptance of responsibility, because accepting responsibility for the crime is part of rehabilitation. And I go back to your interview with the parole officer, and that you seem to focus a bit on the fact that you had this medical condition which also was part of why the accident occurred. And then you went on to say that, the motorcycle riders were not wearing protective clothing or helmets. And why is that important?
I think I was trying to deflect away from me that I didn't want the total responsibility of having caused so much pain in people's lives, when in actuality, I did cause that much pain in people's lives. And so I've been having a hard time accepting the fact that, that's why I've been working hard on myself to acknowledge and do something that would have meaning to the world, to the community, that I wasn't a horrible person, but that, I do care and I do.
Okay. I mean, we did hear you express your, as you put it, you were very remorseful and you take full accountability for your actions. It's just, I have to share a similar concern with panel member Page, in that this interview occurred less than a month ago, and that seemed to still be part of your focus.
I see.
In terms of the accident. Also, what hasn't been mentioned, as you continue to try and deflect from your responsibility to the accident, the fact that when it occurred, a witness saw you hiding items in the bushes, which turned out to be wine bottles and a prescription bottle. So if you believed at the time you were not at fault or not at complete fault, why would you do that?
That's a really good question. I've asked myself that many times. I guess, well, my ex-husband made it very difficult for me to, obviously, I was really concerned about his anger towards me. And at that time, I didn't realize how awful the accident was when I first initially did that. Mostly I was thinking about not letting Paul find that stuff with me. And it was Ativan and alcohol, wine. And so and it was one of the stupidest things I've done, because I had no reason to hide that. I mean, I was responsible, and I understand that. And right from the start, I just don't know. I don't know where my brain was at, and I don't know why I went down the paths I went down, because it was a waste of everybody's time and energy. And that's when I decided to take I think the plea deal too, was when I really didn't want to put anybody through anything else, because I felt like we'd already gone through so much pain.
Yeah, I mean, that is a positive side of the case, is that you did plead guilty and not take the case to trial. My other question for you is, well, I have two questions. So you had a DUI previously in 2013?
Right.
And is that part of the reason why you had the interlock in your car?
No, that I don't believe that it was. Maybe it was. I honestly, I couldn't tell you, because it's just a big blur, everything that happened between my separation and divorce, and just trying to keep going. And I honestly, I'm sorry.
Right.
Go ahead.
So I go back to the pre-sentence report that was prepared for sentencing, and that's, there's quite a lengthy section that talks about the prior driving under the influence conviction, and your ongoing efforts at treatment. And I commend you for work at that time. Looks like 2013 to 2015. You made a number of attempts and participated in a number of treatment programs, which I think is worth mentioning. How long, and I know panel member Page, were you able to pinpoint how long the interlock system was removed from your car prior to this accident?
No, I don't, but I actually think it was a couple of years.
Okay. The accident was in 2016, the year prior driving under the influence was in 2013, roughly. Actually, you have 2 prior driving under the influence.
Well, yes, because one of those was in New York State. And when my attorney and I went to talk to them about the 2013, they had no record of it, and he tried again and again and again to have them look for a record because obviously he didn't want to come back and be a problem. And so that's when I was able to take the class because of the fact that they had absolutely no record of it, and I don't know if that's within New York State.
Yes, it could be because it was in New York State, because that was in 2007, and then the Connecticut was in 2013. And I bring them up because you provided that information, or it was also provided in the pre-sentence report, which was prepared for sentencing in this case and made available to the panel for review prior to today's hearing. Okay. All right. My other question for you is when the parole officer asked you about a high-risk situation, initially you couldn't really say what a high-risk situation would be for you in the community. Then you said everything. So what do you mean by everything?
I actually have no idea what I was talking about.
Okay. But, so let me follow that up with, what is your plan to remain sober in the community?
Oh, I see. Yeah, absolutely. I do have a plan, and obviously that's meetings, which I've always enjoyed. Talking to my mother with her many years of sobriety, and the fact that, all of this it had taken its toll on, both my parents are still alive, and, it's had an effect on everybody around me. And I'm really devastated that so many people have been affected by my bad decision, and that I want to try to do something to not correct it, but I guess correct it, but make some sense out of it, because it just doesn't, to me, it's ridiculous and stupid that I had done something so awful that I can't even wrap my head around what would cause me to be that careless and inconsiderate. And so that bothers me every single day. And until I get out of here and start putting things back together in my life, that's going to bother me. And it probably will always bother me. I don't see why I shouldn't. So.
Okay. Because I go back again to your interview with the parole officer, and, you reported to him that, you were drinking because of stress from your divorce, and that it was your way of coping with stress.
Which is
and
not,
you said you knew that you had a problem with alcohol, but you didn't know how to stop. And that's a direct quote. So what do you know now that you didn't know before in terms of how to stop drinking?
Well, I didn't know I could actually do it. And I didn't know I could go that long as I have now without any alcohol. And I am grateful that I have been able to do that, because I can now safely say that, it's been almost 8 years since I've had a drink, and I don't feel the need to have one, and nor do I want one. And I don't want all that misery back again. I don't want the pain that it caused everyone. I don't want the mistrust. I don't want it for myself. I don't want it for anybody else. So that's the only thing I have that keeps me pretty confident that I won't pick up, because I don't want that in my life. I don't ever want that again. And I don't ever want to put anybody else through that. So, I guess watching my mother and seeing her, how she dealt with her drinking, and just different things too with my ex-husband that are, still going on that I'm trying to resolve through attorneys. But it's at some point it all has to, it'll all shake out. But in the meantime, I have to just be the best person I can be. And that's what I intend to do. Be the best person I can be.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate you answering my questions. Panel Member Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in fact, my colleagues have asked me many of the questions that I would have already asked and tried to cover. But I also share the same concern that my colleagues do around your sincerity and around your really accepting of responsibility and whether you've really gotten to that point yet, because this was a very tragic event. And I can understand the challenge in accepting that you were the cause of someone dying and someone having to have his leg amputated. And I'm, my feeling is that you're still kind of working through that. But I don't really have a lot of questions for you at this point.
Thank you, Panel Member Rodriguez. So Ms. Waterbury, at this time, we are going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. We have a number of people that will be speaking. There's 2 statements that will be read. So during this time, we ask that you not interrupt. And following those statements, we will deliberate. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Vasquez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Like you just mentioned, we have several victims who are connected via conference call, and they all wish to address the board, and I will be reading 2 statements. For all the victims who are on, this will be the opportunity for you to express to the board your wishes and concerns. I will ask that the victim with the initials DE to please unmute your microphone by pressing *6, and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, compose myself. My name is Donna England, and I am Aislin's mom. I thought I could do this without crying, and I'm sorry. I'm going to read my letter that I wrote in January, the first time we heard that there was going to be a hearing. And this is the 3rd time that it's actually happening. So we've had to go through the emotional distress 3 times this year of preparing for this. Before I read my letter, I also want to say a couple things. I made some notes during the hearing that we've heard so far. The first thing that stood out to me was that I need to keep my drinking under control. Never, ever, ever drink again. And you did say that afterwards, but that's what stood out to me. I also want to say that all of the other victims in the crash have to be acknowledged. There were many people hurt that day besides family members, but they were riding the motorcycles. They were also injured. They have to live with this and the effects. Not just my daughter who died and Dan who lost his leg, but all the other people on the motorcycles as well. Also, Elizabeth said, I caused an accident that caused someone, not someone, that caused Aislinn to die, that caused Dan to lose his leg, not someone. And then also, at one point, You said 1.5 years after being incarcerated, you started to realize that you caused the accident. That was before you took the plea. You were still taking the plea. You were still saying you didn't do it. That timeline doesn't work. I'm going to read my letter. My name is Donna England, and I'm the mom of Aislinn Kern, deceased due to the reckless behavior of Elizabeth Waterbury. And this is my victim impact statement. I have an overwhelming rush of emotions. It does not seem as though it has been 5 years since I stood before the court and read my victim's statement. Part of me feels frozen in time in the year 2016 when I last saw my daughter. And the rest of me feels as though I'm being thrust forward without any control as life continues on with the living and leaves the dead behind. Elizabeth Waterbury ruined so many lives that day. The day she chose to drive under the influence of drugs and alcohol. She has multiple offenses, including one in New York State where she was supposedly rehabilitated. She was not. She still chose to do it again. The crash that she caused, death and destruction, has no impact on her. She kept on drinking and driving and was even drunk the day they arrested her. The danger to the community did not let her out, so she can kill and maim again. In my original statement, which I will include, I stated that we were the ones serving a life sentence. So I'm asking now why she should be allowed off after only a few short years. Elizabeth's sentence was 20 years. Why was she given a plea bargain that reduced it? I have no idea why our justice system would do that. She obviously is a danger to the community, and from my understanding is being offered this. That is awful. She needs to serve her full sentence. She's not allowed to drive ever again, but then she wasn't allowed to drive drunk and she did. So why would we give her the chance to do it again? My feelings aside, keep her from doing this to another family. My original statement. This has been the hardest thing to do, to put my thoughts and feelings on paper. It's been over 2 years and I haven't been able to do it until now, January 19th, and only because the court is looming over my head in just a few short weeks. I know I don't have to do this, to write it down or to speak. But how can I not speak up for my daughter, for all she lost, for all I lost, for all we all lost? The losses just keep piling up. I now have the loss of my grandchildren. My last contact with Aislinn. She used to call me, text me, FaceTime me almost every day, asking my advice, sharing the cute things the kids were doing, calling me when they frustrated her and when they made her laugh, sending me pictures of them in the tub or Gabby on the potty, because who else can you send those pictures to but your mom? I no longer have new pictures. I no longer hear her call me mama, which she did even as an adult. Because you took her from us, 2 of her siblings have gotten married without their sister and her family. She's not in the family pictures. When I had 3 of my 4 kids together, I used to post a picture and say, 3 out of 4 are missing you, Aislinn. Now, that is forever. 3 out of 4, always missing you, Aislinn. We have financial loss as well as thousands of dollars in travel, funeral expenses, and because depression and anxiety have paralyzed us, we have business loss. No parent, no mother should ever have to bury their child or write and deliver their child's eulogy. I titled it, Aislinn Through Mom Eyes. It's not natural for your child to die before you, especially a senseless loss that could have been prevented. You can't wrap your brain around it. The loss is too great and too deep. Then there's the pain we have had to endure for 2 years of you saying you weren't responsible. How does one not own up to one's own actions? You made a choice when you decided to drink and drive. I do have small measure of peace that you're admitting your guilt, your wrongdoing, but you took Aislinn's life, stole her from us, that you took Dan's leg, that you injured so many others, that so many have PTSD from the crash, images they will never get out of their head, that I will never get out of my head. My hope, Elizabeth, is that you feel this pain in your gut so deep that you can never drink and drive again, that the mere thought of alcohol will make you physically sick. Not because I want you to suffer, but because I don't want anyone else to suffer the pain that we have. I cannot get through a single day without crying. Sometimes just a tear will trickle down my cheek, and other times I sob so hard I can't breathe. I can't drive alone in my car by myself. I have quiet time. I sleep with the TV on. I take sleeping pills. I can't get out of my head. I relive the phone call. There has been a crash. Come quickly. Then the phone call in the airport. She passed, me screaming no. Strangers coming to help me as I collapsed on the floor. Traveling the rest of the way alone. Arriving at the hospital, falling into my son's arms. Waiting to view her body. The heartache of not getting to her in time to kiss her, to tell her how much I love her, to say goodbye. The nurse bringing me to Eddie and telling me not to cry in front of him because he had to go into surgery. Kissing him on the head and praying with him. Taking care of him in the hospital. Bringing his children to him when he went home and staying with them for the better part of 2 weeks. Planning my daughter's funeral, shopping for clothes for Eddie and the girls to wear to his wife's and their mother's funeral, all while I was numb, walking through time like a robot. What you did ruined a multiple of lives. You took away my daughter, my firstborn, the one who made me a mom in the first place. You took away my granddaughter's mommy. 3 little girls growing up without their mom to teach, nurture, and love them. Took away my son-in-law's wife, his partner, his life partner, the mother of his children. You took away her sibling's older sister, their best friend, their confidant, the mother of their nieces. You left 2 parents and 2 step-parents without their oldest child. We will never recover, never get over the loss in our hearts. We somehow put one foot in front of the other each day, but the joy of living has been stolen from us. We're stuck in hell for the rest of our lives. You may only have to serve 6 or 7 years, but we have a life sentence with no parole. Now, in 2024, I still have no contact with my granddaughters, my only link to my daughter. The repercussions from what she did are lifelong for us, the victims. And I signed it, forever Aislinn's mama, down in England.
Thank you, Ms. England.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm gonna ask victim with initials SR. You can unmute yourself and you can turn on your camera if you wish to do so. Thank you.
Hi. Love you, Mom. I am Sarah Brzezinski, Aislinn's sister, and I'm speaking today to voice my opinion that Elizabeth Waterbury should not be released from prison. Being outside in the world under supervision of a parole officer or being released to a halfway house under the supervision of a Department of Correction is hardly serving her sentence. When she killed my sister, she left 3 little girls with no mother. I understand this early release is to get Waterbury acclimated with living outside of the prison again. There is no one helping my nieces get acclimated with living their life with no mother. They will never get that opportunity. Many people lost my sister that day. It's been hard and impossible for everyone, but my nieces lost their mom. My nieces were homeschooled. Aislinn dedicated her life to being a mom. Aislinn and her husband Eddie made the decision together to homeschool. They wanted Aislinn to stay home and teach life skills and educate their girls their own way. Let the girls learn as they went. It wasn't about sitting in a classroom and opening up books all the time. They had chickens, field trips to the library, the horse barn, farms, gardening, and cooking. This has all been wiped away for my nieces. Her kids are suffering. A life that was once filled with so much light and happiness is gone forever. There is no path forward for my nieces. The path my sister chose for my nieces is gone. There should not be any path forward, paving the way forward for Elizabeth either. She did this to them, and she has done this to herself. Prior to killing my sister and severely injuring others on October 23rd, 2016, she had multiple DUIs. She's a serious threat to the public. She does not deserve to see what it's like outside of a jail cell. She has shown no remorse. Why would she get time off her jail sentence? There is nothing she can ever do to deserve even a glimpse at a normal life. She must serve her entire time behind bars. My nieces will never get their mom and the wonderful life they once had back. My heart will always have this huge hole. I lost my best friend. When you lose a sibling, it's like losing a part of you. I never realized how much of my life was wrapped up and dependent on hers until she was gone. That deep bond is empty now. I never felt alone before. It was always us two. She loved me unconditionally. Even when she had nothing, she would always find a way to share with me. She shared her life, her home, her beautiful babies. I spent most of my days off with her and the girls. Beach days, hiking, shopping, cooking, tons of crafts and activities. I would always leave her house exhausted and full of love. I have submitted photos of the lives that were torn apart, written multiple letters the past several years to explain why Elizabeth Waterbury should not be released from prison. And now here I am again, begging for you to not let this woman have an ounce of her life back. Why do we need to beg over and over for this? My sister lost her life because of this woman. And again, who's helping my nieces get their life back? We should not have to beg for Elizabeth to serve her time. The situation has not changed.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
At this time, I would like to open the floor to victim with the initials LL. You may unmute, and if you wish to turn on your camera, you may do so.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Laporta. First off, I wanted to thank the entire parole board for allowing us to have the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you with an extremely heavy heart. As I present the voice of my beloved sister, Aislinn Kern, whose life was tragically cut short by a reckless act that could have been prevented. I am Aislinn's second youngest sibling. I have my MBA in finance, and I also work in the city. Our family is heavily involved with MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, from Fairfield County, Ohio, and Florida. Elizabeth Waterbury would not be accepted into this community. We would not want her there speaking. Aislinn was the oldest of 6. There was Azzy, Sarah, Johnny, Joey, me, and then Kelly. She was a loyal wife to Eddie, a devoted mother to 3 beautiful daughters, Bella, Lily, and Gabby, and the oldest daughter to 4 loving parents, Stanley and Kathy, Donna and John. My sister was a beautiful, bubbly ray of sunshine. She was extremely smart, kind, loving, supportive, and compassionate woman. Her life was full of promise, filled with hopes and dreams, and tons of milestones yet to come. However, it was stolen from her and from us when Elizabeth Waterbury decided to get behind the wheel for the 3rd time. The 3rd time, under the influence of pills and alcohol on October 23rd, 2016. Aislinn was not just loved by her family, but also her entire community. She was blessed to have dozens and dozens of loved ones who mourn her loss every single day. My sister had an infectious energy that drew people towards her, and her absence has left a void that can never be filled. Aislinn was the cornerstone of her 3 daughters' education and upbringing. She homeschooled the 3 of the girls, pouring her heart into teaching them not just academics, but real life skills and values. As Sarah said, she took them to the barn, taught them the importance of life, countless field trips that opened their eyes to the real world, was there for every horseback riding lesson, instilling responsibility, compassion, and strength. Over the past 8 years, and that's about 2,840 days, our family has been through a lot. We accomplished an insane amount of milestones, all without our sister Aislinn. From birthdays, graduations, marriages, purchasing homes, and having babies. Aislinn was not by our sides to help us navigate and support us through those once-in-a-lifetime moments. Her now oldest daughter, Bella, who is a young adult, should be preparing for the next chapter of her life with the mother by her side. The younger 2, Lily and Gabby, are now facing the challenges of their teenage years without guidance and support that they need from a motherly figure. They've been living the past 8 years without the nurturing mother present that was once a constant in their life. My sister Aislinn won't be there to continue teaching the girls, to see them apply the lessons she so carefully instilled in them, or to watch them grow into incredible young women. She will never see the joy in their eyes as they master a new skill, nor will she be able to support them in their triumphs and in their struggles.
Ms. Laporta, the screen has frozen.
We may have lost her connection.
Madam Chair, will you allow me to call her? And I'll get back to you in 2 seconds.
Yes, please. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Vasquez.
you.
No. We're having technical issues, and Victim Services is reaching out to the victim to see about her reconnecting.
Sorry about that. My computer decided to update, so I'm on my work laptop.
We're happy you could reconnect.
Yes, thank you. Okay, let me just get that back open. I'm sorry about that.
Take your time.
Okay. So these were the moments that were cruelly taken from her daughters, and from everyone that loved her.
No family should ever endure this pain, especially when it could have been avoided. Mind you, unlike Elizabeth Waterbury, she was lucky enough to spend her entire 2 daughters' upbringing with them, because she's still alive. We are all here to ask you that you remember the weight of this tragedy when considering this parole. The actions of the person responsible were not just a singular event. It was an accumulation of a pattern that was very dangerous behavior. My sister paid the ultimate price that day, and we live with the reality every single day. We understand that people make mistakes, and we believe in the possibility of rehabilitation, but the decision you made today isn't just about a person's future, it's about the safety of our community and for the value we place on a human life. My sister's life was irreplaceable, and no parole will be able to bring her back to us. However, your decision can send a message that the safety and the well-being of innocent lives must come first. I ask you, we ask you, please to consider the impact of this crime on our family, especially of her daughters who will forever bear the scars of this loss. I ask you, we ask you to weigh the pain we continue to endure and to recognize this preventable nature of the tragedy. My sister's death should not have been in vain. Let us ensure that this will never happen to another family. Even after listening to Elizabeth Waterbury speak over the last 8 years, I have not heard her say the words, "I am sorry," not once. Regardless of if she accepts the responsibility of her actions or not, every word out of her mouth is not coming from her heart, and you could see it in her eyes. She's feeding us what we want to hear, and that's not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laporta.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to give the opportunity to victim with the initials DP. This is your opportunity to address the board. You may unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you wish to do so.
I'm assuming you meant DD.
My apologies. Yes, DD.
Okay. All right. I haven't prepared a statement. I was really just here to kind of listen to what she had to say, and I agree with everybody else that I'm not really hearing a lot of sincerity. I'm hearing still more deflection with the hydrocephalus and all this stuff, and there's always blame elsewhere other than the decision she made that day. We do have a little bit of contact with the Kern girls, and we would like to get out there that as they're getting a little older, they're starting to realize the situation they've been put in since this, and how they're being it's just their situation is a real disservice to them without getting into too much of it. Their eyes are opening as they get older. That's all I got to say about that. And the only real other thing I have to say is that this early release stuff really blows my mind, because last May I was hit by another multiple offender drunk driver while I was on my bike, and I'm going through another whole court battle with this guy still to this day. So I don't believe in early release. I don't believe in programs, and I believe that her sobriety is a forced behavior due to the situation that she's in at the time. She doesn't have a choice to go out drinking, so she can't go out drinking. There's nothing else to be said about that. And really, that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going now to proceed to read the 2 statements that I have here. The first one reads like this. I am Kelly England, and this is my victim impact statement. I am Aislinn Kern's younger sister, and only one of the many people forever affected by Elizabeth Waterbury's reckless behavior. Elizabeth Waterbury made the decision to drive while impaired on October 23, 2016. This resulted in the death of my oldest sister, Aislinn Kern. Aislinn's death was 100% avoidable. Her death was left her immediate and extended family broken and struggling to carry on ever since that day. I shouldn't have to explain the value of Aislinn's life, but I will. Aislinn was the oldest of 6 children, a sister, a mother, and an aunt to 2 beautiful girls she not got the chance to meet. Aislinn was incredible. She was sunshine and laughter in a person. She was an amazing mother, budding homesteader, an artist, and fantastic wedding photographer. Her heart was so big for everyone around her. The impact she left on this world would not soon be forgotten, and I would give anything to see her and what her life would have looked like today if she had gotten the chance to walk away from that crash on October 23, 2016. Aislinn's 3 daughters have been living half alive since their mother was killed. They've been cut off from adequate education, time with family, and are forced to grow up without the nurture and care of their loving mother, all because of one senseless decision. My own life has been greatly affected by my sister's traumatic passing. As her youngest sister, I've had to walk into adulthood without her guidance and love. I felt so broken and lost without her these years. She wasn't able to be at my wedding. I had to drop out of college due to the grief and depression I've been experiencing. I feel like I lost a part of myself that day, and I can say the same for each and one of my family members. After losing Aislinn, I watched as the spark died in my mother, my father, my brother, my sister, and myself. From that day on, we were not living, we were surviving, forced to pick up and live in a world that was torn apart by one woman's selfishness. I have spent countless hours in counseling, trying to work through the trauma this loss has caused me. Elizabeth Waterbury hardly got half the prison sentence she deserved. The idea of letting her out early is a slap in the face to my entire family. I do not believe she is rehabilitated enough to be released. She made the decision to drink and drive many times before killing my sister and many times after, and she was even drunk when she was arrested on a later date. She has never shown remorse for what she did, and I truly believe she will kill or mutilate more people if she is granted this release. She deserves to serve her entire sentence. Thank you. The other statement reads like this. The death of my daughter confounds me to this day. If someone has cancer, we, as a society, treat it. If someone has a mental illness, again, we treat it. If anyone has any sickness as defined by our medical professionals or determined by our government, again, we treat it. Ms. Waterbury was stopped previously for DWI or DUI, or whatever the correct term is. She received treatment? No. She was given a slap on her wrist and released to drive. Did a medical professional issue a certificate stating she was okay to go back driving? No. A non-medical person made her listen to a long presentation and attend a workshop or 2. Would it be okay to hand someone with appendicitis a lollipop and tell them to go home? Or a broken arm? Our government did, and their actions killed my beautiful daughter, mother of 3, wife, friend to many. Ms. Waterbury has a sickness or disease, substance abuse. Our government's actions and inactions in regard to her and her treatment has resulted in my daughter's death and Ms. Waterbury incarceration, a wrongful death, and a wrongful imprisonment. My victim impact statement is 1. Elizabeth Waterbury should never be treated this way by the state of Connecticut. My Aislinn will still be alive today. 2. My daughter should not have been killed by the inactions of our government. 3. Elizabeth needs to be treated by a medical professional, psychiatrist, or whatever it is, and not some tech or motivational speaker. 4. Elizabeth should be immediately released and receive continuous monitoring to be sure her sickness remains under control. My God, I know this will never be read by anyone, and even if it is, nothing will happen for the good. It will just get filed away. And that this entire process is just so it looks good from the outside. Such a pile of crap. If someone does read this, stop the pain. My daughter did not deserve to be killed, and Elizabeth Waterbury did not deserve to kill her. For so many of us, it will never end. This pain, all because of whatever reason, the state of Connecticut is more concerned about funding for red light cameras than it is concerned about properly and professionally treating someone with a substance abuse issue. Maybe because there is no money in it for the state. I write this as Aislin's daddy. I will love and miss my little girl until my dying day. Treat Elizabeth Waterbury and all the other people that are in her situation so this does not happen again to someone else's daughter, and neither, my apologies, and another lady with substance abuse issue. My daughter was not a disposable. Thank you, Stanley Laporta. Madam Chair and board members, these are all the statements that we have for today. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. We appreciate all the victims' participation today. We know it is extremely difficult and brings up, old feelings again, but we do appreciate their input in person and through statements. For the record, we also did receive several other letters. Some were identified as friends of the victim. Another letter did not provide their connection to the victim, but wrote in opposition. So there are a number of letters and we have reviewed all of them. Thank you. So Ms. Waterbury, we will now deliberate about your case.
Thank you.
Paige?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I too appreciate the statements that were provided by the victim, the deceased victim's family, and for Mr. Deola, I believe that's his name. I appreciate them participating. Oftentimes people are tremendously affected by crimes such as these, but they don't really take the time out to advocate on behalf of their loved ones or themselves. So I appreciate Ms. Vasquez for all her work with this on this case. And this is terrible. It really is terrible. And honestly, it could have been avoided. I really do hope that Ms. Waterbury can appreciate all the things that the victims have shared with them, because with her and us, because this wasn't just a person. I tried to explain that to her in our discussion with her. This was someone's loved one, and a person who means a lot to them, obviously, and their lives are forever changed. And I'm really hoping that their life forever changed as a result of this whole tragedy. So, in that she won't ever do this again, because I think. While I can appreciate that Ms. Waterbury has no disciplinary infractions and has participated in a number of positive programs, seems as if she needs to identify that alcohol is an issue for her, and that going forward, something that she should avoid. I struggled with, as we all have all said, her level of responsibility in the documents that we've reviewed and her explanation of what occurred, the accident resulting in the death and injury of several people. While I can appreciate the fact that she has taken some great programs and stayed out of trouble, been compliant in the facility, I will not be able to support her request today for discretionary parole. I really do not I wish she would have been able to complete that Tier 4 program, which is something that it's like the best program that DOC has to offer for her. And I understand that it was no fault of her own, but I think I would have felt a little more comfortable even entertaining this. That's not to slight the Tier 2 program at all, because I understand that that's intense as well. However, given her history and the number of years that and the treatments that she's previously participated in, I think that higher level care would have been warranted. Nonetheless, again, I cannot support Ms. Waterbury's request for discretionary parole. I would note that the father of the deceased victim was advocating for her to get help. And she does have 5 years of probation to follow her sentence. And I really do believe that she can address some of her issues while on probation. So for the nature and circumstance of this offense and the injury and impact to the victim and or the victim's family, I will be voting to deny her request for discretionary parole.
Thank you, panel member Page. I too am unable to vote Ms. Waterbury to parole today, as I don't find her suitable in the sense that although she did complete the Tier 2 program and through no fault of her own, unable to complete, as Ms. Page pointed out, the Tier 4 program, she just appeared to really give the impression through her interview with the parole officer that she didn't benefit from that program either. We often hear that despite taking a number of programs in the community, individuals, once they commit to sobriety and recovery, do gain resources and insight and learn to take accountability for their actions. I also find incredibly troubling that she has 2 prior driving under the influences. One in 2007, one in 2013, and yet she chose to drink and drive again, this time resulting in a death and a number of injuries that were not even addressed today because they are not part of her primary sentence that she's here for us today. But there was a gentleman who suffered an amputation, multiple other injuries to the riders. It was really a very chaotic scene if you read the police report. And through it all, Ms. Waterbury was able to get out of her car and try to hide evidence of her drinking. I do think that she will be held accountable in the community through probation, through Department of Motor Vehicle. If she's ever allowed to drive again, she will certainly have the interlock system in her car again. She is older, does have some medical conditions, so we do hope that she's able to address those going forward as well. But at this point, the number of victims in this case, overall, the nature and circumstances of the crime itself, and the injury and the impact to the victim's family that spoke today, I'm unable to vote in her favor as well. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in the same place. I'm also denial of today for Ms. Waterbury for basically the same reasons. I mean, and that's not, I don't want to negate that she has no tickets. She has taken some programming. She has done some things. But there's some discrepancy in some of the things that she's said today. And the victim statements were just very, very, very powerful. The loss was just immense in this particular case. So for the same reasons, nature, circumstances of the current offense and the impact to the victims, I just cannot support discretion for today.
Ms. Waterbury does not have a tremendous amount of time left on her sentence. Hopefully, she does have probation, but hopefully we'd like her to use this opportunity to get re-involved with AA, maybe find a sponsor for herself in the community, begin to set up her treatment for in the community, which will only add to her success when she is released. So in the matter of Elizabeth Waterbury, 408-409, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and impact to the victim and the victim's family. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carried. Best of luck to you, Ms. Waterbury. As we said, we hope you use this additional time to start getting your things together, treatment, sponsors for when you are on probation in the community. Best of luck.
Good luck. Thank you to all the victims for their patience.
Yes.
Yes, and for coming forward.
This concludes the hearing for financial sure.
Yeah, okay.
You're all set, Ms. Waterbury.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Waterbury, you're all set. You can go back to your unit.
Thank you.
So here's the crazy part. She's getting out regardless in 8 months. Think about that. 8 months. And I don't know exactly how, but remember, she got a 20-year sentence, but it was suspended. So all she had to serve was 9 years. And because the time served, she's already getting out. That's the, if you can see, that's the motorcycle. And I mean, one of the most impactful victim impact, to hear from the mother, to hear that how she's going through the airport, just trying to get to her daughter, just trying, and then finding out while she's in the airport. And then you find out that this was her third DUI. And she doesn't take accountability for it. And even now, I mean, she was caught in that right at the beginning. I'm going to not drink as much, in so many words. Oh, and then she catches herself. Not drink at all. Oof, it's something that is so strange. We see these DUI, vehicular homicide parole hearings all the time. And what stands out, what's strange, is it's bizarre because it almost seems like this weird anomaly, is that they are always like these lizard humanoid type of personalities. There's something offsetting. You know, it is possible to make a really dumb mistake, to get behind the wheel, to drink, and to kill someone. You would think that that's normal, that can happen. But to seem like this no emotion, like this wall, this complete lack of empathy, the idea that they view themselves as the victim, they shouldn't be in prison. Poor me. And we see it over and over and over and over and over again. And you see this stuff on the news. You see it with, you know, the woman who ran over the bride on her wedding day, and you see this all the time. It's like why are they the ones that? And, you know, she was riding on the back of her husband's motorcycle when it happened. And her brother, it was her brother, right, who just got into, he said, I'm going to continue riding. I'm not going to stop. And he gets hit by another DUI motorist. It's crazy. So we'll go over the details, and thank you, Richard. I mean, Richard piled on, I don't know, there's like 20 articles. This actually did get a lot of news. And I'm, of course, not going to go and read over the 20, but I'll share with you some of the information that, and it's possible I'm missing. But I'll share with you. So Waterbury is a danger to herself and the community, and is exposed to considerable time in jail as a result. He ordered GPS monitoring and abandon driving if she posts bond. Abandon driving, well, that's really going to stop her. I wonder what's going to happen in 8 months when she gets out. You don't think she's going to pick up the bottle? Maybe get in a car? A 4-month investigation found that Waterbury crossed completely into the oncoming lane along Route 63 and crashed into a line of 18 motorcycles. A videotape of the crash from a camera at Foreman School confirmed eyewitness accounts of the collision. Police found wine bottles and a prescription narcotics container hidden by Waterbury after the crash. And why the judge did not give her straight up 20 years? Why did they do a plea deal? Go to court. Go to court. I don't get it. These prosecutors are just a bunch of scumbags. Like, you have this in the bag. What weakness, what pathetic prosecution team are you to just want to settle this? It's insanity. You know, and this is the type of motorcycle riding that's the safest. You're in a group of 18 big old cruisers. That's a safe ride. I used to ride. I've been hit head on over 50 miles an hour in a similar type of accident. She wasn't drunk that I know of. I mean, I don't think she was. I was going straight and she made a left-hand turn at an intersection and boom, I hit her. And in my Suzuki Gixxer 600 Candy Red, I had it for just a week. I was taking it to get my first 500-mile oil change when it happened, and she hit me in her 93 Corolla. Totaled her Corolla, hit her so hard, totaled my brand new bike. I flipped completely over the car. I had friends with me, so it's not just my word for it. They saw me. They said they saw me flying through the air, and I landed on my butt behind the Corolla. That's how far I flew, and I was fine. Now, if I had gone into the windshield, my head might, but it was by the grace of God, luck, whatever you want to call it. I got back on a bike a week later. Then I got in another accident a couple of years later on a bridge. Broke my thumb. Got 2 pins in it. But, you know, in that situation, the woman got out of the car and she was crying profusely and apologizing. And I never sued. I always thought about it. I would have won the settlement in a heartbeat. She got the at-fault accident. But she was a sweetheart. I yelled at her and then I called to apologize for yelling at her like a week later or something. But and I know a lot of you watching this ride. Yeah, buddy. And this stuff pisses me off. So crashed into a line of 18 motorcycles, a videotape of the crash from the camera. So they have so this district attorney's office, they have a video. Okay, so it's on film. They have eyewitnesses. They have proof of her hiding beverages, and they still do a plea deal. I wonder why. Wow. I mean, we don't have PhDs, so we shouldn't ask questions. A carpenter working at Waterbury's home that morning reportedly saw her staggering to her vehicle. Blood alcohol tests and evidence of 2 prescription stuff and alcohol of 0.009. The legal limit's 0.08, so she's only a very little bit over the limit by the time she took the test. But of course, a Xanax and wine will mess you up. Waterbury was arrested twice for DWI, once in New York, once in Connecticut. Shekpak noted that Waterbury's history is replete with an outpatient substance abuse treatment and remains uncontrolled. According to documents from her 2012 divorce, Waterbury attended High Watch Recovery Center in Kent for rehabilitation in 2009 and also enrolled in the Center of Behavioral Health in Torrington. As a part of her divorce settlement, Waterbury received alimony based on a sliding scale of husband Paul, income, and investment banker, in addition to child support, which at one point was $448 weekly lots. The alimony was modified in December 2016 to $50,000 per year, when a lump sum payment of $155,000 was made. Waterbury, who once worked as an advertising representative for today's Equestrian magazine, is said to have earned $13,000 a year. What? What's that even mean? Okay. So, it does seem that she once did have a certain kind of life, a certain kind of you know, you could see that she was probably one of, you know, living in the American dream, and then everything fell apart, and here she is in prison. ShePAC won its argument that bonds are also set as a public safety measure and noted that $150,000 lump sum payment to her 2 months ago. Oh, it was sent just 2 months prior to this accident. She was paid that as part of her divorce settlement, indicated her ability to post bond. The non-refundable fee to a bondsman to post $800,000 would be about $56,000. They said it's a danger to herself and the community and is exposed to considerable time in jail. As a result, he ordered GPS monitoring and abandoned driving. She post bond. Why does it feel like we're going through redundancy right now? We are. Anyways, here's a article written in 2017 of the victims. It injured 5 people. 5 people. Did you know that in Connecticut you don't need to wear a helmet on a motorcycle? Which I know there are many states you don't, but it's interesting. I always thought it was interesting because Connecticut is just, when you think Connecticut, I don't think you think state where there's no law to wear a helmet. You know, it's a otherwise pretty controlling state. It's just interesting how there he is missing his foot and how these laws work. The impact from the horrific crash on Route 63 last October threw Daniel DePaul from his Harley-Davidson motorcycle. He landed on his stomach on the right side of the road against the curb. I was facing away from the street. I couldn't roll over. I didn't see the chaos on the road. From all the conversations with people who did see it, I'm glad I didn't see it. The October 23rd crash claimed Apollo's friend, Aislinn Kern, a young mother of 3, and injured 4 other motorcycle riders. Now a fundraiser for the survivors is planned Sunday. Victim 63 is a pasta dinner at the Chatrelise Banquet Hall on Pinewoods Road. There's a bunch of articles in this. Some of them go through how like the insurance was flawed. They couldn't even collect because it's just the way the insurance system is broken. Everything, these systems are just broken. The idea, I mean, I don't know what the answer is. You know, she had 2 prior DUIs, but the mother had a really good point. It was kind of like a mic drop, which is, was it her mother or was it her sister? You know, she had the DUIs and what? So she had to sit through a 10-hour video course, and then here's your lollipop and get back on the road and get back into a speeding bullet, right? But it is that is what they do. And did they say that her interlock device was just disconnected right before that situation? And you know, I'm sure when she gets out of prison now, her license will be suspended. But who's going to stop her from getting back in a car? That's every motorcycle's worst nightmare. You're driving in a big group and you just don't know who's coming at you on the other side of the highway. And you could have been in a car and had the same results as well. You saw how brutal that accident was. But thank you, Richard, for sharing all the information. This one was tough. And this is why we do it. The system's broken. And with that, I'll let you go.
I mean, first and foremost, from the bottom of my heart, I can't even express in words how sorry I am. I have expressed how much Michael is with me in every decision I do, and he is my fuel to do better and provide back. My heart goes out to them every single day, and I really hope there was some healing along this process. I am still working to even just forgive myself for taking away someone so special to them. You know, in our court hearing, Michael's mother said, you know, everybody has a right to drink, everybody has a right to drive, but nobody has the right to drink and drive.
And police make an arrest in a deadly hit and run over the weekend. Investigators say 26-year-old Alyssa Forster, police say Forster hit a pedestrian along North Broad Street early Sunday morning. Newington police helped track down Forster's SUV. The victim's name has not been released.
We are about to watch the parole hearing of a Connecticut woman who hit and killed a father of two and then left the scene of the crime. Now, this crime happened in 2020, but she wasn't sentenced until just 2 years ago, 8/30/2022, and already up for parole. I'll unpack it at the end.
Since when do you want to hold on?
Good afternoon, Ms. Forster.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, August 30th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Funding and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and, excuse me, and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Panel member Page. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Alyssa Forster, 441345.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Alyssa Forster, 441345. She is serving a sentence of 12 years, executed suspended after serving 66 months, followed by 3 years probation for evading responsibility, death, and illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 26, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows she has completed SMART recovery, voices, people empowering people, parenting, biohazard training. She's a janitor and she's currently participating in anger management with an anticipated completion date of September 27, 2024. Utilizing the woman's risk need assessment, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the low range. Ms. Forster, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you. This opportunity happening this soon was very unexpected. I have learned and grown so much in the last 2 years. I have done more than most people do in their entire bids. It is very difficult to talk about all of the good I've done and all of this change, knowing that I'm capable of something so horrific. And it still breaks my heart every single day that Michael is no longer here. I'm sorry. But I'm a mom now. I did all of the work that I needed to do to be that better person. And I have enjoyed so much sharing my story here with these women of why our choices are so important. And all I want to do is continue that in the community upon my release. I think especially with alcohol, it's a legal drug and it's such a social norm for young people to get involved with the wrong circles and drinking and driving. And I think we need more conversations from people who've been in the worst situation of it to change that around. And I really am dedicated to doing that. I do not want Michael's death to be in vain. And he is my purpose for wanting to provide back for everything that I've taken. My son is going to be 2 in October. I never thought I would be a parent, and he has been the best thing that has ever happened to me. And I never want to leave him abandoned or with questions. I do everything here, call him, write letters and have visits. And build that bond from this point of view. And I just want to give him that mother who is there and is not going to leave him. Unfortunately, some things cannot be fixed. They'll always be carried. And this is something that myself and the victim's family are going to have to carry with us for the rest of our lives. But it is imperative that I never stop doing the work to make sure that this never happens again. And if I can prevent other people from making my same mistake, I will feel like I'm fulfilling what I was meant to do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Foster. We will be asking you some questions, and at the end of the questioning, we will deliberate about your case.
Okay.
All right. Panel member Page.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Foster, in reviewing your file, I did see that you were extremely remorseful for your actions. I even saw where you said, had I stopped and called 911, perhaps I could have saved his life. I also read in the PSI the impact that your actions have had on this victim. And just when you spoke about your son and how important he is in your life, this is the same way that they felt about their child that was taken away because of your poor decision making. I also appreciated your acknowledging that you had, prior to this even occurring, you've been drunk before and driving. And in your opening statement, I heard you talk about alcohol being legal, but it's legal, but it also, there is a requirement that we drink responsibly.
Mhm.
That's the key point.
Absolutely.
And when you start drinking and you get behind the wheel of a car, everyone is at risk. And I say all of that to say that this could have been avoided, especially in this day and age where there's so many different ways of you getting home after drinking. For me now, I honestly won't even, I mean, a glass of wine and I'm asking someone to come pick me up. But that's neither here nor there. I appreciate the work that you've done in the facility, and I encourage you to continue doing that work. In terms of your treatment, with this being an alcohol-related offense, I really struggle with your not taking an addiction service program. So which program are you on the wait list for? The Tier 2 or the Maryland Baker?
So currently I am on the wait list for Tier 2 and should be starting in October. I met with the addiction services counselor just last week to discuss our thoughts and how we wanted to go with what would be best for me. Through discussions with multiple counselors, with the AA and the Smart Recovery and all of the personal development groups and the schooling and Defy and everything, they thought I was doing a really great job at taking my recovery and addiction into my own hands while I wait. Through conversations after the last 2 years, I believe they are considering dropping my addiction score down. But this conversation had just happened, like I said, last week, so I don't think they had done that yet. I had told them from the beginning, though, I was willing to do whatever they thought was best, either way.
Okay. So your end of sentence date we have today is in 2027. And so your eligibility is not until next February. And I, for one, would not feel comfortable releasing you prior to your taking that program. Like, I am happy that you're participating in these programs, but I think an addiction services would at least help us justify our decision for granting you discretionary parole. There are no guarantees. I'm just saying that it will help us with our decision. It sounds like you really have taken this incarceration seriously. You understand the severity of your actions, and hopefully that's enough to deter you from doing it again. However, we need the program to kind of seal the deal, I think. So for me today, I would not be in support of your early release. I know that you're in the anger management program. I know you're taking anything that you possibly can, but you said you're on the list to start when, in 2 weeks?
October is the next session for tier 2.
In October, okay.
And it's about
Yeah.
a 2-month program.
So what would you say to the victims, just out of curiosity, if they were listening to this hearing today and wanting to know your thoughts about what occurred? What would you say to them in terms of an apology?
I mean, first and foremost, from the bottom of my heart, I can't even express in words how sorry I am. I have expressed how much Michael is with me in every decision I do, and he is my fuel to do better and provide back. My heart goes out to them every single day, and I really hope there was some healing along this process. I am still working to even just forgive myself for taking away someone so special to them. You know, in our court hearing, Michael's mother said, you know, everybody has the right to drink, everybody has a right to drive, but nobody has the right to drink and drive. And that has stayed with me over these years. And that's why my main goal is to share with other people why that is so important. You know, yeah.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. I would continue working on myself to make those words resonate, just not with just you, but other people, and sharing what you've learned through this. And I heard you doing that in the facility in your opening statement, and I hope that you continue doing that because it's important work.
Yeah.
I'm done with my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, panel member Page. Mr. Cole?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you talk to me about Smart Recovery?
Sure. So Smart Recovery is a program geared towards all types of addictions, whether it be gambling or alcohol or whatever it may be. Instead of AA, which I also do take, but instead of AA, where it's very almost spiritual based, Smart Recovery is more you doing that footwork that you need to do. So yes, your higher power is with you while you make these changes, but you need to be the one putting in the work, taking the classes, you know, bettering yourself.
It's safe to say it's cognitive based.
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been in it?
I believe at least 5 months, 6 months, perhaps.
And how often does that meet?
Once a week.
And like stretching back over maybe since you've been involved in it, what kind of topics come up during the course of a meeting, and how do you address them?
Yeah, so we go over a lot of coping skills, typical life things that happen, and how to manage our emotions and our reactions to things so that we can approach things in a more clear-headed manner. We've gone over taking the courage and the effort to remove ourselves from toxic people or situations, and doing things that are good for us. We've gone over how important it is to reach out for help if you feel like you are going to pick up a drink again, or, you know, a drug again, you know, to reach out to those connections you make through the program. It's just been really big about support and really thinking all of our decisions and feelings through.
So the thought of a drink or drug can certainly be a response to a situation that you're facing.
Exactly.
Right? What Smart Recovery does is what?
Replaces that with healthy coping mechanisms and responses to things. So if something really tough were to happen in my life, I'm not like, oh gosh, I need to go get a drink. I'm like, oh, okay, let me go for a run, or let me go contact this family member, let me go swimming, whatever it may be that makes me feel good on the inside, so that internally I'm helping myself, no longer looking for external healing.
So it's basically getting an understanding that, you know, I'm an addict, I'm an alcoholic, whatever the case may be, that I might have thoughts in response to life situations. But
Yeah.
coming up with alternatives?
Yes, alternatives is a perfect word for it. You know, because addictive mentalities will stay with you. You know, it's not that it ever goes away, but what happens is you grow and develop as a person and you no longer fall back into those. You know, as somebody, like I said, especially with alcohol, I feel like people don't realize how dangerous and awful they're being with it, because it's just so many people are, you know, and it takes, unfortunately, like this worst situation to happen for multiple people to kind of wake up and be like, okay, like this is not okay. Like this should not be a normal thing that people do. There were so many decisions leading up to that night that could have been avoided in this whole situation. And so that's why I worked so hard with all of the different interpersonal skills and coping skills and all of that, so that I have all the tools I need, that I know how to handle myself. You know, I'm not going to let external things affect me.
Okay. How many people on average are in a smart recovery group? Like on a weekly basis?
Theories, I would say anywhere between maybe 10 to 15.
Okay, and does everybody get a chance to talk?
Most of the time, yes.
And is the group led by an incarcerated person, or is the group led by counseling staff or?
A social worker at the facility.
So the group is led by a social worker.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that smart recovery is available in the community, as well as, like you had said, that you're interested in AA.
Yes. Yep. The counselors here have already provided me with a list of all the AA locations in my areas, and I have the list of smart recovery locations as well.
A lot of those are web-based as well.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
All right. That's really the only questions that I have.
Thank you for that. That's good. All right, I do not have any questions for Ms. Forster. I did acknowledge that, as Ms. Page pointed out, she was extremely remorseful. She did turn herself in on the warrant, but she was very cooperative when arrested initially as well. All right, so panel member Page.
I appreciate the work that Ms. Foster is doing, and I would encourage her to continue on a positive path. But through our discussion, it's apparent that even the addiction services people there in the facility still feel as though she needs to do at least a tier 2 program. So I would support that and have her come back, have her take the tier and come back after she's completed it.
Okay, Mr. Pohl?
I'm in a different place. I would support parole. What I just went through with smart recovery is a way more in-depth and connected piece than tier 2. You know, what's really important when we're doing things like this is cognitive based decision making types of things when it comes to substance use. And having been involved for 5 or 6 months in smart recovery, which is a group, as she confirmed, is led by a social worker.
Right.
There is an addiction services program. So I would, I think she's in a place and done the work that I would support her parole on her parole eligibility.
Yeah. So I would also support her parole today. She's not eligible until February 2025, which we've already talked about. And there's still plenty of time for her to do the tier 2 program within that time frame as well. But I also do look at all that she has done to date, including school, She has no disciplinary reports, no prior criminal history. And it does appear that Smart Recovery is, as Mr. Pohl broke it down, an addiction services type program led by a professional. And I especially appreciate that it can be continued out in the community under that same mechanism called Smart Recovery. So today I would be in favor of granting her parole. As I said, she's not eligible till February. I'm sure she'll continue to do Smart Recovery and the Tier 2 program if it becomes available to her prior to that. I just had no alcohol and no contact with the victim's family.
I have mental health and also no driving.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pohl, anything else?
No.
And I am dissenting.
Right, okay. So in the matter of Alyssa Foster, 441345, there's a motion to grant parole on or after February 26, 2025, with the following stipulations: no alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, and no contact with the victim's family. MC is the victim and WC is the victim's family. So do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Nay.
So it's a majority decision, Ms. Foster. Keep up your recovery work until your parole eligibility date comes available.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ms. Forrester, have you connected with CCAR?
So currently there is a program within the facility where they're doing training for recovery coaches. So I did write about that. Yeah, I'm waiting about that.
A coach for you.
Right.
Oh, I've heard about it, but I didn't know if it's in here or just out there.
I would.
Yeah.
I would on the way out. You're doing well. So I would add that to your toolbox.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
You know, watching this, I think you totally forget that she killed a man, that she killed a father, she killed a son, she killed, well, a father of two, actually. This was a strange hearing. I mean, like all 22 and a half minutes of it, and what did we just watch? It blows my mind. I mean, at least there was one parole board member that thought, you know what, maybe she should finish stage 2 of the drinking program. You know, the reason that she's in prison, maybe that's a good idea. Maybe we should make that a requirement. I mean, we've seen other parole boards say, well, you can't get paroled until or on condition that you complete the XYZ program. They don't have that creative thinking here in Connecticut. Is that too or are we just too sheeple to understand? It's whatever happened to at least serving time as a punishment? You know, this accident happened. She got into a car, which didn't have insurance, by the way, drove drunk, hit a man, left him on the side of the road to die, tried to get away with it. Police found her vehicle, got a warrant to arrest her, and then she turned herself in and still blew on the breathalyzer 2 times over the legal limit. But you wouldn't know that by watching this parole hearing because, I don't know, they didn't ask her, why did you leave the scene? They didn't ask her any question. Oh, we read a letter about that you sent in, and that's enough. That's enough for them to just judge completely what it is that she's thinking, if she's even being honest with herself, any of that, you know, because who really cares? She starts off her speech by patting herself on the back. What are the words that she says? Her opening remarks is, I've done more in this short time than others will do through their entire bid. You know, the only thing you said right there is short time. Yes, short time it was. You know, she waited, the judge waited 2 years, or the system 2 years to sentence her. She got out on $10,000 bond. So the accident, I don't know why I'm calling it that. The hit and run, vehicular homicide happened on 8/23/2020. She was sentenced almost 2 years to the day, 8/30/2022. 66 months. Maximum release date of November 29, 2027. 5 years. But parole eligibility after 2, which she got even before completing the program. The program she does complete is Smart Recovery. I don't know, voices, people, empowering people, parenting, which we'll get to in a second, bio training, and she's a janitor. But she's accomplished more than most people do in their short time. She's so great. Here's something that I picked up on that really just rubbed me the wrong way. That kind of like cemented the way I feel about her in this hearing. And again, this is just my opinion. You might have your own. You might have seen the hearing and said, wow, I thought she was really authentic. You know, at least she called her victim by his name, Michael. It breaks my heart that Michael is no longer here, as if like Michael died by some type of cancer, you know, that breaks your heart that he's no longer here. What? Anyways. While she's out on bond, we find out that she decides to bring a baby into this world. And the baby's turning 2 in October, which means she would have given birth about a month before her sentencing, the sentencing date that she would have known was coming. So what you're telling me is that you bring a baby into this world knowing that you're about to be sentenced, and you're going to try to convince me that you didn't do that to manipulate the system? That you didn't do that to say, Judge, look, I'm a newborn mother. If your attorney didn't use that in the argument, then call me a Mandoo. And you have the audacity to say, well, I took parenting and I never want to leave my child again. I never want to abandon him. You, by design, abandoned your child, put the child through the trauma of having to be pulling away by his mother a month after being brought into the world, after trying to use him as leverage to bring so the judge wouldn't sentence you to prison. Don't try to gimmick me. And then that would have put, I don't know, I suppose the mother in some type of perspective when she gives her speech at sentencing. You can drink all you want, you can drive all you want, but you can't do both those things while you're sitting there maybe holding your 1-month-old as a manipulation tool. Who intentionally gives birth right before sentencing? Come on. It just rubbed me the wrong way. She shows up smiling and like giggling and you know, not one tear is shed, no tissue box in sight. Imagine killing. I mean, I don't want to even say imagine that word, but wouldn't you have some authentic emotion about it? No. She actually uses the words, I hope that they found time. What was it? I hope there was some healing in the process. Healing? What do you mean healing? You don't heal from that. And why the parole board would not, it's such a simple answer. You know, even if you want to parole her early, again, she can't get paroled until February. Why not just say on condition of completing the program? Why not? You know, is there a tier 3? I don't even know. Complete tier 3. Complete a substance abuse program. Like, what the? They didn't even want to make it mandatory that you couldn't drive. No, you can only drive with your parole board permission. No requirement for a breathalyzer thing in the car. No requirement, like nothing. It's just get out there and whatever. Then there's the next problem that I have, which is, you know, we don't see the victims here. Now, it's possible the victims didn't heal enough to, or have totally healed and they're okay with, you know. But what I think is more likely is that the system messed up and didn't notify the victims or didn't notify them in time, or the victims got a letter but because Richard, you know, as she had said, she was completely surprised that she had the hearing, and Richard follows this stuff very thoroughly, and they often change around the docket the day before. Like they might send a parole notice a week before for legal requirements, but then the way that they move the things around on the calendar are just completely, if it's the way that we see it, in terms of the disorganization, then it's possible that the victims didn't get a chance. And we have seen other parole hearings where there were, like the baseball team one, where the guy catfished 8 kids that he was managing. And I simply refuse to believe that there's a chance of there being 16 parents and not one of them showed up at his parole hearing. So I think it's a problem with Connecticut notifying victims. Remember, this was only 2 years ago that the victim's mother gave a speech at the sentencing. And in addition to that, there was a petition that was put up by one of, the relatives of the victim, because she was not initially charged with a vehicle homicide. The charges were quite ridiculous, actually. The initial charges were evading responsibility of, no, that wasn't even it. It was illegal operation of a motor vehicle and illegal operation with, it wasn't vehicle homicide. So someone raised a petition on truth.com that said, this is crazy. They need to charge her to the fullest extent of the law. And that petition got 4,000 signatures. So you're going to tell me that someone who would take the energy to create a petition and get the awareness out there and get 4,000 signatures also wouldn't show up to the parole hearing? It's hard to believe. And remember, it's just 2 years after sentencing. So, but she shows up to the parole hearing. We don't see a tear. I don't really see remorse. I thought that it was, you know, it was better than some that we've seen. And then you might have the argument, you know, if you want to have the argument, go ahead. You might say, well, Mandoo, if she can't cry, you want her to fake it. You'd rather fake tears. You know, maybe it's some people that can't cry on point. It's not, but she really is feeling remorse. I mean, she did say Michael's name like 3 times, which is quite unique. But I don't know. To me, it just seems like the system again failed a lot of people. The idea that you can send her out there and without even completing a substance abuse program stage 2, which I think, I don't believe the sex offender programs do anything, but I do believe that programs about substance abuse probably can do something if someone puts in the effort to get the tools to be successful on the outside. But to actually have a parole board member say, no, there's better stuff on the outside than in the inside, that's messed up on a lot of levels. So I'm pissed off. Anyways, there you go. Thank you, Richard, for the info. I wish I could share more. There's really not a lot in terms of, you know, more of the details. There are some articles, but I'm not sharing it. I verbalized it. So with that,
it's sad because when you were in this child's life, you really weren't taking care of her. You know, according to the reports, she was riddled in dermatitis and her hair was unkept, and you guys were more concerned about using your drugs than you were taking care of this child.
Nicole, the point 301-307.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Nicole LaPointe, 301-307. She is serving a sentence of 5 years flat for risk of injury to a child and criminal violation of the restraining order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 7th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows she has completed Tier 4, the Aftercare Maryland Baker program, and she's in a medicated assisted treatment program. Utilizing the woman's risk need assessment, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. Ms. LaPointe, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe it should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'm grateful to appear before the board today as a woman in recovery. It's due to the consequences of my addiction that I'm before you for this hearing. I'm able to look back and see common patterns of impulsive behaviors, mental health issues, and toxic people, places, and things that surround periods of time where I experienced the consequences of using drugs. I didn't always identify as being an addict though. I would minimize and rationalize my addiction, comparing myself to others who are using hard drugs or doing worse than me. By identifying as a functioning addict, I would justify my addiction based on my accomplishments rather than the consequences. I was arrested, incarcerated, and suffered damaged relationships. But I also went to work every day, paid my bills, and attended school. As time went on, the pattern became active addiction with periods of clean time in between. I would enter treatment sporadically and would think that was enough. It never lasted though. I wasn't being honest with myself. I just couldn't say I was in trouble. I always thought I had things under control and I could fix things even if they were getting out of control. Living and using until things fell apart, then picking up and putting all of the pieces back together again, only to self-destruct once again, became a vicious cycle. I was spinning out of control while trying to manage and control my addiction. This caused me to make horrible choices which caused harm to the people I love most. Had I asked for help, I may have avoided making so many mistakes. I have many regrets and so much I wish could take back. On November 9th, 2021, I smoked crack cocaine for the first time. I know the exact day because I submitted a paper the night before on November 8th and never logged into my school account again. About a month prior, I let an old friend who wasn't safe but needed help come stay with them, with myself, my boyfriend, and our daughter. I was clean and working when she got there. Before long, I found that she and my boyfriend were using, and not long after that, I was using too. I regret that day I picked up that drug. There was no denying my addiction anymore. I was a full-blown addict and I knew it. But I still clung to this false idea that maybe I could safely use. Again, I was fooling myself. My disease was telling me I keep getting high. It's not so bad. By January, I had begun using fentanyl as well. I was using drugs I swore I would never use. I swore I would never use them because I knew what they did. I went through it as a child myself, yet here I was. On January 5th, 2022, I had to have 911 called because my daughter Ava was unresponsive. After ingesting drugs, she found fentanyl and cocaine. These drugs belonged to her father and I. In that moment, as her father and I waited for help, desperately trying to arouse her, all I wanted was for God to save my baby. I begged him, please. I had never experienced such pain and fear in that moment. It was my fault, and he trusted me with this beautiful child, and I didn't protect her like I was supposed to. There will never be words to redeem myself for Ava's accident. Thankfully, she was saved and is healthy and safe with my sister, Danielle. Ava's accident was my rock bottom. I have lost jobs, cars, and relationships due to drugs, but that can all be replaced. However, I have lost Ava for good. Losing her and remembering her little body as she laid on that big stretcher are enough for me to never want to use again. My incarceration has allowed me to reflect on my past trauma, selfishness, and just really get honest with myself. His sentence has saved my life. After losing Ava, the guilt and shame was paralyzing. I didn't even want to live. Although I did seek treatment within weeks of her accident, there was no doubt I would have picked up again without serious help. Today, I am a new woman. I have taken advantage of all that was available to me here. I have worked and attended MAT and NA meetings on the West Side, but the hard work came at the Marilyn Baker program. I am so thankful to the counselors and all that they do. It was there where I started to heal, and they taught me the relationship between trauma and addiction. I dug deep and released unhealthy, toxic baggage that I didn't even know I was holding on to. I was able to begin my journey of strong recovery from within that program. Being there truly provided the structure, support, and programming to set me on a healthy, long-term, successful life of recovery. I also attended fellowship meetings 3 times a week there, parenting classes, and outside of the program, I was involved in the DeFi Entrepreneur class. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to finish that because I was involved also at Wesleyan University courses, 3 courses a week as well. I can, however, return to DeFi upon release. I'm most excited about the Recovery Coach Academy, which is something I was also involved with there and can pick up and carry out into the community with me. Today, I am an honest and accountable woman in recovery. The transformation I have made within me has allowed to begin rebuilding relationships with my resilient and forgiving daughters. They believe in me today and are hopeful for my early release. I also have a strong support network whom I can rely upon to hold me accountable and help me along my way. Today, I can ask for help. It is humbling and empowering to know that I don't have to do anything alone. My plan, if released, is to attend a 90-90, get sponsors as soon as possible, and I'm excited to return to the recovery community in my area. I will enter therapy and stay on my mental health meds and continue to attend courses in the Wesleyan University, return to part-time work, and spend time helping my in-laws as they are older and really needing me home to assist them daily. I'm terrified if I am unable to finish my sentence that I will lose them before I get home. They have been loving unconditionally, and I want to be able to give back to them. Finally, my daughters are getting older, and I'm missing out on so much in their lives. I desperately want to be a part of their daily lives as they're approaching an age where marriage and children are very real possibilities. I don't want them to continue to pay for my mistakes with my continued absence in their lives. With a lot of goals to work toward, I feel I will develop more healthy habits and expand my support system with positive, appropriate peers on the outside. I know I have made some unhealthy, terrible choices and have impacted the lives of so many people. I'm truly sorry for my behaviors and all of the pain that my behaviors have caused. I am also so very grateful to my sister for providing Ava the healthy, loving life she should have. If given the chance to be released, I will prove myself deserving of this opportunity. I am motivated to change my future and not repeat this self-destructive and criminal cycle anymore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. LaPointe. That was well done. It gave us quite a bit of information and insight. We're going to be asking you some questions. Okay, and I'll begin with the questions this morning. Oh no, Ms. Page will begin with questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. LaPointe, I appreciate your opening statement as well. This really was a tragic case. I'm happy to hear that she was able to be resuscitated and is hopefully now living a healthy life. Do you know if she has any side effects?
She does. She does not. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's good. That's good. And how is your relationship now with your sister? I heard you say her name a few times and she has custody of this baby. How is that relationship?
As of right now, we don't have any contact. I'm hopeful when I get home at a time that's, when she's willing. I would like to repair and strengthen hopefully that relationship when she's ready, if she's ready.
Yeah. Well, it's sad because when you were in this child's life, you really weren't taking care of her. According to the report, she was riddled in dermatitis and her hair was unkept, and you guys were more concerned about using your drugs than you were taking care of this child. So it sounds as if the abuse started long before she got into the drugs. So do you think that your indulging in these substances really took away your focus on her well-being?
Once I began using, yes, it did.
And remind me again how long you said you were clean before you thought that you could just do a little bit and then?
Well, no, I picked up on November 9th.
Right, and how long were you clean before that, I'm asking?
At that time, it was about a year. I had clean.
And you were in the medicated assistance program when you were clean for that 1 year.
Right. I mean,
and you still relapsed.
I did.
And so I know that you're now on that program again. That did not prevent you from using previously. So I'm concerned to hear that you're involved in it again, and it really didn't help the first time, I know that this situation was very traumatic, so I'm sure that it's probably you've learned, because this has truly been an experience for you and your child. But I can't help but express my concerns for just the repetition. It's kind of the same kind of thing. So you've been using drugs for a number of years. I show your criminal history dates back to 2000. And, you've been using drugs off and on, I'm assuming, all that time. What was your longest clean time prior to this incident?
6 years.
6 years. Wow. And what, you were working?
I was working and I was in school, but I had clean time. I didn't apply the supports that I should have to sustain a healthy recovery. And little by little, I started to not have the healthy parts of what was necessary. I started neglecting my mental health first, and then it maybe started to talk to different people that I knew weren't healthy for me. And little by little, I allowed the behaviors into my life that weren't
conducive to having a person in recovery.
Right.
And we hear that story so frequently. But, I'm really hoping that this really was a pivotal moment in your life, because I know you have 4 other children, and I'm sure that they've experienced the clean mom and the mom that's addicted to drugs. How is I heard you talk about them briefly in your opening statement, that they're at an age now where they're about to start getting married and having children of their own. How did you repair that relationship with their older children?
My 2 older daughters, our relationship hasn't ever been severed. Obviously, it's, they've suffered just the same by not having me there. They're really, really hoping I come home. Of course, they still are longing for that mom that they know that I can, and they're ready, they're eager, they're supportive, and they're just, they're forgiving, and I'm really, really grateful for that. They're really good girls. They really are good.
And do they have a relationship with the victim in this case?
They do.
What are their thoughts about what you did to her?
They haven't really said too much to me about it. And I would never push a conversation about the issue.
But
if
maybe
they-
that's a conversation that you need to have with them, because you talked extensively about the guilt that you felt because of this, offense. And I would hate to have that be like the elephant in the room and you relapse, because of it. Guilt is it's something that probably drives a lot of people into positions that they normally wouldn't be in, like depression and so I just think that confronting it head on, or at least discussing it in your therapy sessions, would be beneficial to you to help you avoid your relapse.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that you have support in the community. You haven't received any disciplinary infractions. I heard you talk about getting a job part-time and going back to school. The 90 and 90, it really does sound like you have a strong relapse prevention plan. And I really do hope that you utilize that plan when you're released out into the community. Explain to me why you took a flat sentence, Ms. LaPointe.
It was advised that by my lawyer, and he indicated, I think that was gonna be the only offer.
Okay.
And,
was it
that
because you hadn't done that great on prior supervised releases?
That wasn't mentioned, to be honest.
So this was the only, they said 5 years, that's it. They didn't offer you any times with supervision.
No, this was the only offer I got. But I do know I have a violation on my record, and I was remanded on a TS. I do know
You have been given 11 opportunities at supervised release, and 7 of those you failed or you finished unsuccessfully. So you don't have the best record out there because you violated your probation. I show the most recent one was in 2016, but it's just the repeated behavior over the years. And I have to be honest that given the amount of drugs that you were using and the length of time, I'm surprised that you're still like here and have all your cognitive issue, it's amazing because you've been doing this for so long, putting the poison in your body. So I really do hope you're done with this, Ms. LaPointe, and I apologize if I say your name incorrectly. Today, I want you to know that I am willing to support your request for discretionary parole. I think that you do need some supervision when you're out in the community, and I do think that parole supervision would be the right amount, will provide the right amount of supervision for you to kind of deter you from committing any additional offenses and hopefully continue your sobriety when you're out in the community. So I don't have any other questions, but you do know that there is a protective order with this victim, and you are not allowed to have any contact with her or your sister. Or I see that there are 2 protective orders. So I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're not going to have any contact with those people. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page.
All right, thank you. Mr. Paul?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, who do you have for a coach?
Jennifer Reed. Or in here?
Yep.
In here is Ms. Kane.
Okay, and when you get back out?
It's going to be Jennifer Reed. You're talking about the recovery coach, correct?
Yep. That's all I have.
Okay.
I have no questions. I think panel member Page has already made reference to her vote of granting in favor of parole, Mr. Paul, and I would agree as well. And conditions, I had mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with the victim, AN, and then I saw 2 co-defendants, a Jennifer Hack and an Arnold Nelson. All right.
I also have a no alcohol condition referenced to, I know that she said that she was, I thought that I read somewhere that she was using alcohol. I have alcohol, crack cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, PCP, and marijuana at some point throughout your history. Okay.
We'll add no alcohol. Okay. So in the matter of Nicole LaPointe, 301-307, There's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date, August 30th, 2024, with the following stipulations. No alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with the victim, AN, and no contact with co-defendants, Jennifer Hack and Arnold Nelson. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, Ms. LaPointe, we wish you well.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Point 301-307.
I could hear Mr. Mirabella all the way from Louisiana. Actually, it was coming in like Mufasa in The Lion King when he's talking to Simba. I can, for those of you not familiar, Mr. Mirabella, he's from Louisiana on my other channel, Mandoo 1, where we cover primarily Louisiana parole hearings. And he's the substance abuse coach. I mean, as he says, he was a judge, and he says, I ran a drug court back in 1842 for 166 years. It's the joke. He actually ran it for like 18 years or something. And this case is just meant for him because, I mean, this person, in my opinion, in my very humble Mandoo opinion, is still in really big trouble when she gets out of picking up whatever it is. I mean, what we saw here, what we saw is, in my opinion, just the classic example of someone who's not yet ready, someone who is still blaming, someone who is still being incredibly dishonest and manipulative. This is just my opinion. You can take it for what you want. You have your own opinion. We're not an echo chamber in here, but that's the energy that I picked up. I shouldn't say maybe energy, signs, signals, the cookie trail that she left. I'm sorry that I had to put you through watching 8 minutes of her statement, but it was just part of, I thought, getting the insight into where she is, who she is right now. She tried to hide the fact that she was a completely neglectful mother, committing what probably was considered complete child abuse at the time before the child stumbled upon their drugs. She still tried to play it off like it wasn't that bad, that she was sober, that her friend picked it up. And I don't believe any of it. I just don't. I believe she was using, and she has this story that she pitches to the board. And here are the different points that I picked up on it. What was your longest sober time? 6 years. Really? 6 years? Is that why you have an arrest every single year for the past 10 years on your record? When was it that you had 6 years sober? Can you ask? Can I ask you? Then they said, "Whoa, how come you have a flat sentence? You know, a flat sentence is there's no there's no parole after. It's just a flat sentence." Oh, I don't know. It's just the only offer I had. Well, how have you done on your last, all your different? Oh, I've had a one, I think one failure. Really? And then she's like, "You've been given 11 times probation or parole, and you failed 7 of them." Wow. And she's talking about how she needs to take care of her parents and her other kids. It's so unfair to them. It's like, please, you got to be real with yourself before you can start to recover. You got to accept the situation that you're in. I don't. And they have this parole board has this things like, well, if you have a flat sentence, we have to parole because we want to give you supervision. They always fall back to that one. But even it doesn't work both ways, because someone could have 10 years of supervision and they'll still parole early for some ridiculous reason. So it's just the strangest thing. I see someone who is in serious risk. She needed more time. Sometimes you just need more time. She only got incarcerated on 4/4/2022. Her full term date was 5 years. Sometimes you got to sit a little bit, at least until you can be honest with yourself and those around you. Let me share with you her arrest record. Thank you, Richard, for printing it all out. And remember, this Connecticut, they only share the past 10 years. as the board mentioned, her history goes back to over 20 years. They only share with us 10 years. So we have larceny, 6th degree, sentenced 2 years, but suspended, right? So she didn't have to serve time with that. 10/10/2015, larceny, 6th degree, sentenced again 2 years, but suspended. 12/17/2015, so this would have been just 2 months after that one. Illegal obtaining of a prescription, sentenced to 4 months jail. So the judge said, you know what, you're actually going to get jail this time. 8/16/2015, 6th degree larceny. 12/1/2016, again 6th degree larceny. Criminal trespass. 6/27/2019, she has all these cannabis charges. I don't know how you get that, you know what it is, but okay, like 6 cannabis charges. And 7/23/2020, the criminal violation of a restraining order, which is always scary. And 4/1/2022, risk of injury to a child, but that's the sentencing date. So the risk of injury, I think, was on the same as the 2020. So I don't know where she can point out to that 6 years of sobriety. And I don't know, maybe it happened in the year 2000 and something to something. But I personally, for one, I just realized now that you can't even see what I'm pointing at, huh? Whatever. I hope you forgive me. It should have been like this. But yeah, I mean, what's the big deal? Look, I'm not trying to come down and be mean or anything like that. I think I'm just saying it again is what after seeing so many of these hearings and seeing people who battle with addiction, is that you can kind of tell when someone's not ready yet. And you're doing this, and again, I can hear Mr. Maribel's voice saying this. We want you to succeed. We are telling you, you know, you're not ready to get out yet. You need more time. You need more programs. So when you get out, you stay out. And hey, if she comes up for a revocation hearing, we'll cover it here. We follow, Richard keeps track of every person that we cover, and we get a big notification when we know, you know, when something goes up. And so just make sure you subscribe if you want to keep track. I'm wishing her the best. I hope I'm wrong. I do. I didn't see it there. And it's kind of surprising that the parole board doesn't seem to, you know, they figure, well, we'll rather you out there with supervision than in here, you know, taking more programs. They could have had her come up for parole again. You know, that could have been an option. Come up for giving her a new parole date. We've seen them do that. Her full term date's 2027. I mean, they're releasing her 3 years early, basically. 2 years early. Anyways. That's it. That's all I got. So with that.
I don't want to make up no excuse. I just, like I said, I just had a clutch, you know, everything, poor me, poor me, poor me. And, you know, it was just a way of not feeling or nothing. And it's just been like one excuse after others, like poor me. And it's not like that anymore. You know,
just let it go. Yeah.
Right.
Just let it go.
Right.
So
I don't want to sit here and lie and tell you something that's not true. I don't want to be like that no more. I don't want to be dishonest. I don't want to. So yeah, that's the truth. My daughter was young and the baby was upstairs, and you know.
You left a 9-year-old in charge of a 1-year-old. What do you mean you came late?
We are about to watch the parole hearing of a Connecticut woman who just can't seem to stay out of trouble. Now, there is one thing that is really important, that at least I believe is important for these parole hearings, and that is for the ability of the parolee to have insight into their actions, to take accountability for what they have done, and to truly seek out how they can grow and hopefully not repeat the same mistakes and habits that have gotten them into prison. Now, we're going to see a parole hearing where I think she does the exact opposite of that. Now, is it going to affect the outcome? We're going to have to find out. And with that, let's jump in.
Faria,
Okay, and your inmate number?
239260.
Thank you. This is being consideration of the parole application for Awula Echevarria, inmate number 239260. She's serving a sentence of 7 years, suspended after 2.5 years, 3 years probation for attempted larceny 2, conspiracy for larceny bid, and violation of probation and risk of injury is not an offense. As of the day records, blood parole eligibility of August 17, 2024, there is no victim of the case. There's an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed the Tier 2 program. Utilizing the PHS needs assessment board, they've got an overall score for civic falls in the moderate range. Ms. Echevarria, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should grant parole. They begin.
Well, I'm so nervous. Because this time I've taken, I can't even put it into, I'm sorry. I'm different. This time I've been here before, but this time I'm different. I'm not the same person. I'm out of my own way. I've always been in my way. I used to blame being molested at a young age. I used to blame my mother being an alcoholic, and that was always a crutch. And it's not anymore. It's not. I take responsibility for my actions. I'm not a little girl anymore. And my kids, I don't want them to go through what I went through.
Okay, is that everything you wanted us to know? We're gonna move into the questions we've prepared.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Sosowskis.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So I was reading through your answers in the interview with the parole officer, and you said not to take accountability for some of your crimes. Said that the rest of the stealing of the money and the checks was because of falsified tax returns, and your probation violations were because you forgot about probation during COVID and denied the risk of injury charges. It's just a lot of the same kind of thing about you not your fault. You know what I mean? And none of this is your fault. Yeah.
No, it's totally my fault. It's totally my fault because I was supposed to be at probation. I knew I was supposed to be at probation. It wasn't important to me enough at that time because that's what drugs does. You know, everything becomes, you know, more important. Nothing is more important than drugs at the time. You know, my mom had just recently died. She died. My father a week later. So I wasn't even, you know, even now I'm able to continue, and because I've taken grief and loss, I'm doing stuff. But yeah, all of it, my fault. I knew better than to go into the, you know, no matter what his actions were, I wasn't supposed to do what I did. But
okay.
In my mind, that's what I convinced myself.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're saying that today. So let's get a little bit more into like the situation with the tax guy. So the person that drove you was just a friend giving you a ride?
Yeah, just someone that I met in the program, methadone program.
She wasn't involved in this situation with the stealing the money?
She knew. We were talking about what happened between me and the tax person. And she knew what I was, you know, but it wasn't really her fault, you know, like it was my fault.
Did she know before you went in there, or that was, you told her?
Yeah,
after?
she knew. What she did was she called for the tax guy. I was in the back, and she opened the door and makes a ring, bing. So
she tried to distract him. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so you guys knew in advance that there might be an opportunity to steal some money from him when you went there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, what happened to the checks, all of the checks that were missing? There were other people's tax returns that had nothing to do with any of this, or this guy or anything. These are just people that went and got their taxes done. Where did their tax returns go?
They all got returned. Like, well, I didn't return them. I guess the IRS did a thing. I honestly threw them away. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. I threw them away. I don't want to sit here and say I did something, but you know, it was, again, me just being inappropriate, me taking things into my own hands. I should have just called. The IRS was called and all that stuff, but I should have waited for the law to take care of it. You know, and I didn't.
Well, that's the thing, right? You're talking about two different things, and what you did is not justification for what happened. And it seems like you understand that, and you did it yourself without me having to prompt you, which is good. And, you know, I haven't heard the truth when I was reading all this until now, you know, so I'm glad that, and it shows, you know, some change in you, that you're able to, you know, identify the mistakes that you made in the past, honestly, what really happened. And then, you know, so that way you can move forward in a positive way, knowing the kinds of things that you shouldn't be doing. I mean, just the continuous lying and making excuses and telling different stories, it's just not going to lead you. It's not going to lead you anywhere positive. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so, I mean, why were you not taking care of your requirements of your probation? You're here at a parole hearing today, so this is important to us because, you know, what we don't want is for you to violate and then come back, you know? So when someone violates their probation by not responding to them and technical violations, all these things that you could have just, you know, I think you might, was it drug tests and stuff? What was going on?
I was on drugs. I don't want to make up no excuse. I just, like I said, I just had a clutch, you know, everything, poor me. And, you know, it was just a way of not feeling or nothing. And it's just been like one excuse after others, like poor me. And it's not like that anymore. You know?
Just let it go. Yep. You just let it go.
Right.
So I see some other charges in here. Conspiracy at larceny 5th degree. That looks like it happened in July of 2023. So like last year. Tell me what happened there.
Well, somebody I know got there was a drug dealer that told my associate, someone that I was around, that if he could go to the store, and I had the vehicle. So I was like, okay, so I walk in, and then I figure out that it was boosting. So I'm like, I put everything back and I just walked out. You know, I didn't leave him. My thing, I should have left. I should have said something, but I didn't.
So you drove the car and participated in a shoplifting with other people, and it led to that conspiracy.
Another person drove us, but it was someone I knew. I told that person to drive us.
Okay, I understand. So there were multiple people involved and that added to this conspiracy charge.
Correct.
What town was that in?
Southington.
And where are you from?
New Britain.
So just right down the street.
No, it's about 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
It's close, though. It's pretty close.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to some other things. I see you completed a tier 2 program, right?
Yes.
That was probably important considering your background and everything. What did you learn from that?
Exactly, almost everything. I was able to write a letter to my brother, who he passed away, but he's the one that initially his actions led me to like start going through the fire escape, because I didn't want to be at night. I didn't want to sleep there. You know, every night I would have to, you know, deal with it. So I was able to let that go, forgive him. I was able to, you know, a lot of things. I was able to work on me. You know, the person that was leading the group was no nonsense. Either you participated the right way or you did the work or not. You know, he was, you know, she was a good, you know, instructor. And everything I learned, like accountability, and how most of everything is, like I said, everything has been all in my head, like the poor me's, making excuses, like, yeah, I learned that even though all this happened to me, it doesn't give me the right to break the law. It doesn't give me the right to continue to hurt my kids. They didn't ask to come to this world.
Where are your children now?
With their father.
Okay. And you have some kind of a plan to reunite with them?
Yes. I call them every day. I speak to my kids every day.
Okay. So what's the situation with their father? You're on good terms with him?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. In tier 2, you probably should have talked about some of this, like a relapse prevention plan. So this is important for you to be ready for whenever you get out, right? So that you're not back here, right? Because you don't want to keep coming back. You have a long criminal history of all kinds of things and violations of parole, probation, all kinds of things. So what's your plan to stay sober in the community based on your past history with drug addiction?
I was clean for a little while, and that was when I was taking care of both my parents. My mom, I had to pull the plug on her on the 29th day. My dad died not even 7 days later of natural causes, but he died in my house. And my husband was cheating, so when everything happened, I didn't have anyone to call. I was in my own head, and I still had that behavior of, I'm going to go get something to not feel anything.
I get all that, what happened in the past. I want to talk about what your plan is for when you go out. Go ahead.
So this time, the difference is I'm going to go to a program like NA. I want to do IOP. I want to continue to have, because it's something, if I feel something, if something comes up, I need to be able to call someone and say, I need help.
Well, that's what we're talking about, your support system. Yeah. So you said you want to go to NA. Are you doing NA meetings there?
Here, yes. But out there, yeah.
Did you have you identified a location that you can go to for NA meetings?
Yes. St. Anne's on Arch Street, New Brand.
Okay, so you know of a place, that's good. What about the IOP you talked about? Have you identified?
Yeah, CMHA. I think that's the thing.
All right. And so do you have a sponsor now?
Not yet. Honestly, I haven't been in this path, so I'm excited, getting to know someone that's been clean for a while, like behaviors are contagious. I believe that. So, what I see and who I'm around with is going to make a big difference in what I do next, I believe.
Can you identify or think of a risky situation that might put you in a situation that you would use again, or do something that would violate your parole? Have you thought about that? The things you need to avoid when you get out?
People, places, and things. All of it. There's no, everywhere I go, there's going to be drugs.
Yeah.
Everywhere. So it's just not being where I'm not supposed to be. Not being around people that I know that are not doing what I want to do. I never believed in that people, places, and thing. I felt it was just something they say in NA or AA all the time, but it's not. It's real. It's real, because I believe with all my heart that behaviors are contagious. And I just don't want to stand in my own way anymore. It's been me the whole time. It's never, I'm over, like, it wasn't my brother molesting me. It wasn't this, it was me. I've been standing in my own way for years.
So let's talk about where you're going to live and work. What's your plan for that when you get out?
Well, I'm going to be with my son. He's 22. I'm going to stay there. I want to go back to work. I've done CNA for a very long time. And until I find a location where I can work at, I know like any homemakers and companions are hiring. And the Hartford homemakers are also hiring. But even if I have to go to McDonald's, until then, that's where I'm going. I'm just gonna go get a job. Keep myself busy. Be with my kids. My son, he's gonna be 3 years old. He has a speech impairment. So I wanna go to, like he does birth to 3. I wanna learn because there's a lot of stuff I don't know. His sign language, I don't know. I'm not gonna know how, so just stuff like that.
You talked about CNA. Do you know about your certification? Have you looked into it recently to see what's going on with it?
Well, it's probably expired by now. I've been here for a while. But what's good is that most agencies, they have their own, like it's not gonna be a CNA, it would be a PCA, personal care assistant.
Okay.
So, it might not be where I wanna be, but until I get there, it's somewhere to be.
Okay. So you were on probation and you violated for one of these charges here, and you failed probation 5 times, like for supervised release in the past. So do you have a plan to successfully complete your supervision, and follow the rules?
Yes, I'm gonna go. I don't wanna come back. I don't wanna come back. I'm not coming back. Whether you guys deny me or I go, I'm not coming back. I can't do this. I've been here so many times and I've never, ever been broken. I was broken down to nothing and I had to build myself up from nothing. So no.
So what kind of supports? Tell me about who's your supports out in the community that's going to help you with all of this.
I have my kids. I have my sister. My ex-husband, even though he's a great support system, he's the one that helped me stay clean for a very long time. When I was like 8, 9 years, I stayed clean. I have my current boyfriend. And like I said, just meeting new people. I don't really, my other siblings, I went through a little issue when my father first passed away. They're like step siblings. So right now they wouldn't be good for me. So those I have to rebuild some relationships, but it's getting to know different people. That's what I need. Like people that are in some of my family members don't understand how I felt and what drugs does. And it's always like, so I wanna, and they don't wanna hear it. They don't wanna hear it. They just wanna see it. So.
Yeah, I mean, your criminal history and violations of probations, you're a multi-state offender. There's a lot of stuff in here that's not good for you, and it's concerning to me. One of the things I noticed on here was that you've had 41 disciplinary reports across all your incarcerations, at least in Connecticut. And this time somehow you managed not to have any. So.
It's hot. I'm not the same person. I know it's hard to believe. And I know you probably get this every day from you do this as it's living. I get it. But I'm different this time. I'm different. What I want is different. I want to continue to raise my kids. My daughter's 15. She tells me, she writes me every day, I need you. I'm just different. I want more. I love me now. And I'm just different. Everything about me is different.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions. I'm going to pass on to my colleagues and then we'll see where we go from there. Okay. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
Things. Thank you. So you denied admitting the risk of injury.
Yeah.
Can you just speak a little bit to that?
I was supposed to be with my kids and I wasn't. I came late. There's nothing else I just
And what were you doing?
I was waiting for somebody to go buy drugs. I don't want to sit here and lie and tell you something that's not true. I don't want to be like that no more. I don't want to be dishonest. I don't want to. So yeah, that's the truth. My daughter was young and the baby was upstairs and, you know.
You left a 9-year-old in charge of a 1-year-old. What do you mean you came late?
Because I was going to meet them in the corner. So my neighbor seen that I crossed a street and I was over there. I was upstairs.
But just imagine how you'd have felt if you just acknowledged that you did leave the 9-year-old with a 1-year-old, as opposed to saying, you know, you're denying it and you know, make an excuse.
Right.
So you said your longest sobriety was 14 years and you relapsed when your parents died. So we all lose people. What happens when someone else dies in your family? What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna grieve it. I'll have people, I'll have connections. I didn't have anyone who wants to hang out with a drug addict, who wants to, you know, my family does, you know, no one, everybody was just, you know, like I took care of my mom for 6 years and my other, and no one was there for me to help me when my father needed to go to the doctors. When he no longer had upper body strength, no one helped me to take him off the bed. But yet, when it all happened, it was like their life never changed. My life changed because I was the one with them day and night, making sure my mother made it to dialysis on some days. She would over-medicate. I had to go every morning, give her meds, her nighttime meds. So to them, it was like nothing. To me, I took it it tore my world apart. It was like, it's like they took one of my lungs or I couldn't breathe. I just didn't want to live.
So at the time, your parents needed help and you couldn't figure out if they had insurance where to get help for them.
No, I had insurance. The ambulance would come once in a while. You know, they come. I mean, I had all that.
Okay, so I'm talking about the PCA work or the CNA work that you do. Correct. So when people are ill, okay, you can get someone to come in and help. Yes. And I'm wondering if you had thought of getting that kind of help for your parents.
I did, because I worked, you know, I was working, so I had someone 4 hours. So 4 hours is not much. And then I had my mom somewhere, so I would go to work and come, and I did it, and I would do it all over again. That's not what I'm saying. I handled it wrong. After they passed, I handled it. I did everything wrong. I couldn't.
Okay, so let me stop you right there. So what you did wrong was you didn't seek assistance for them. You chose to take it all on yourself.
Well, when my father, when they said he was, he had dementia. So he no longer was eating. He wasn't, you know, so I didn't want somebody to.
Let me stop you there, because aren't there places that, you know, your father could have gone to get help? I'm just trying to understand, because you're going back out saying that you want to take care of your kids. I want to make sure you know what you have to do.
I did it.
You can't do it alone.
I did it. I had an aide. I even put my dad in a day program. It's called Daybreak. I had that, but I took care of them to the T, and I would do it all over again. What I'm saying is that after everything was said, I took care of them. Everything, they passed away really close to each other. And what I did was ran to drugs instead of, you know, like going somewhere, instead of having a connection, somebody, I ran to drugs. Because that's
so what are you going to do the next time someone that you love dies?
I'm going to go seek help. I have at this time, I'm going to NA. I'm gonna find me a sponsor. I'm gonna say I need help. You know, I'm always a caretaker, so I'm always trying to take care of everything and everybody, and I've never taken care of myself. Never. So I'm gonna take care of myself and my kids, because if I'm not okay, my kids are not gonna be okay.
Okay. And you're gonna go live with your 22-year-old son?
Correct.
And is he gonna be responsible for you, or how is that going to work?
Well, he's my son. He's gonna go work. His life is not gonna change, and neither is mine. My plan is go to work, save money so I can get my apartment, so I can have somewhere for my other kids to come and see me. As just a stepping stone for something, better for me.
Okay, you identified where you're gonna do your outpatient and ILP, and you know where you're gonna do for substance abuse outpatient treatment.
Right.
And that's gonna be in New Britain?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, we're done with the questions. We're gonna discuss. Please just give us a minute. Mr. Sosowskis, you started?
Sure. So, Ms. Echevarria, has a very concerning criminal history and previous violations of community supervised release. However, she has displayed some change today. She's completed a tier 2 program. I was able to explain how she benefited from that. In addition to her release plan includes, attending outpatient treatment, going to NA meetings, and she was able to identify the locations where those are at her community. She has stable, sounds like, housing situation set up. So, although I am concerned about her history, she has done well and has not received any disciplinary reports, despite having in the past many. So today, I'm in a position to grant her parole.
Ms. Chance?
I would be in favor.
Okay, so I have mental health evaluation and treatment, no alcohol, stay away from the dollar man tax service, and a no contact with the victim, who is the owner of that tax business, Nadeem Mirza, especially because she's going back to New Britain and she has used him in the past over many years for her taxes. Did you have anything to add?
No, just no alcohol, mental health, and then the victim information. That's it.
Okay. So in the matter of Awalda Echevarria, inmate number 239260, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of November 15th, 2024, with the following conditions for your supervision. Please listen closely. You're to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment as deemed necessary. You are not to consume any alcohol. You are to stay away from the Dollar Man tax service at 3 New Britain, and you're to have no contact with the victim. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So Ms. Echevarria, you won't be going out today. You'll have to do a home visit with your son. But please understand your parole officer is a resource to you, somebody to help you be successful back in the community. So please stay in close touch with that person.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
It is a generous act because this is a very challenging set of facts to overcome.
It is.
This concludes hearing for Awalda Echevarria, inmate number 239260. All right, you're all set. You'll get this in writing from us in a couple of days, probably by the end of next week.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Hey, what? I mean, she literally shows up and says, I'm grown up. I'm now going to take accountability. And then she goes and does what? Takes zero accountability. Excuse after excuse after excuse. It's nauseating. Holy cow. How can you possibly be rehabilitated? This is someone who, I'm sorry to say this, but I believe we are going to see them sometime soon in a revocation hearing. We're already coming full circle with a lot of hearings. Return of, maybe I should create a Connecticut return of playlist like what we have a Mandoo one for Louisiana, because we are seeing a lot of inmates coming back 3 months later, 4 months later, 6 months later. It's like, okay, it's just a revolving door, right? You know, her date of her sentence was May 4, 2020. We saw the same. She got a maximum sentence of 2 years, 6 months. So her maximum release date was November 19, 2025. So she had like a year riding on this. And look, I mean, I don't know. I guess they just wanted her to have her special parole or whatever. But let me go through her crimes. October 31st, 2016. She gets arrested. And keep in mind, these reports only go back 10 years. November 3rd, 2016. So like, I don't know, 5 days later, she gets arrested again. Both are for possession of cannabis and whatever. 10/31/2018. So it seems like she, you know, well, I guess she then was in prison. So 2018, she has risk of injury to a child, which, what, above, I don't know. I left them. I was doing this. I was doing that. And you know, there's probably so much more to that report. I don't have info on it. But if you don't just get risk of injury to a child, unless something happens, in my opinion. June 30th, 2022, attempted to commit larceny. And then finally, 10/19/2023, the larceny thing. I don't really know exactly what she did. There was like, it's hard to pay attention. She was just kind of really annoying to me to watch. I was like annoyed. Oh, but they granted. Anyways, I don't know what else to say. What can you say? Apparently they thought that that she earned parole, and it's interesting. What should they say? Just keep her in for a year longer? I don't know. But there you have it. Just another wacky Connecticut parole hearing. And I wish I had more to add. I really don't. So I think we'll just end it at that. And with that, I'll let you go.
I'm not that smart to try and do something like that, but to manipulate, but to tell the board what they want to hear. I just meant, maybe he took it the wrong way, but some people write something down, and I thought about doing that. I got something from Defy. I thought about bringing that. And there's all kinds of talk about just tell them that you changed. And I came in here today thinking that if I just went off the cusp and told you everything that I've done and winged it, that would be what you would want to hear.
You know, I guess, you know, probably the biggest risk factor is putting her out right before the holidays when she's had all this loss and she's new in her recovery from her alcohol abuse.
I promise to hold
Please do not interrupt.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just jaded. You know, she could probably make a great politician, or perhaps a food chef, you know, in the salad bar section. But look, it's, you know, like they said, it's just a few months, although that is a big deal. You can be home in time for Christmas, or you can be behind bars. And I think everyone would like to be able to be home in time for Christmas and New Year's and the whole thing. Although, will the parole board take that into account? Was like, maybe that's not the time to be out. Now, she is serving a prison sentence for stabbing a man, and it was serious. So he could have died. And we'll get into the details of that in the unpacking. Sir Richard also found some interesting things. She has quite a strange history. And I think, you know, it for me at least, she's like, you know, one of those people that you see who are homeless in the street that you kind of look at and say, why are you there? You know, what is it? What's your deal? For me, that was the connection that I had by watching this parole hearing. And I still am left wondering, what is your deal? But you tell me what you think, and I'll unpack it with the details at the end.
Tammy Jo Dagnall, number 261607.
Thank you. The hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tammy Jo Dagnall, inmate number 261607. She is currently serving a sentence of 3 years with 2 years special parole for assault second. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of December 15th, 2024. There is no victim been put in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows she has completed voices in tier 4 that she is currently participating in the intensive aftercare program. Utilizing the woman's just assessment report, the overall score for recidivating falls in the moderate range. Ms. Dagnall, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you think you should be granted parole. You may begin.
When I first came in here, I was full of fear. And as things unraveled for me, to me, I realized in here, hope was stronger than fear. Throughout working in laundry and being around other inmates in that kind of a setting day after day, that was a little rough. Being in Zero South was rough. But and it was, COVID was still here. There was a lot of lockdown, a lot of solitary confinement. I had a lot of time to think, a lot of time to sit with myself. And throughout my incarceration, I've had some revelations, like when I took voices. Honestly, I didn't realize everything that a person does, like I do, have done, good and bad, have a ripple effect. And I didn't realize how strong and how far the ripple effect can go. And I worked in commissary, which was a little more strict, a little more refined. It felt a little more safe, structured, and satisfying. And it also made time go by more easily for me, but yet I still went back at 2:30 and had the rest of the day to be with myself. And I did have choices. I tried to make all the right choices, all the way from who I even spoke with down to who I would look at to socialize with. I wrote to Mrs. Tramaci, who I'm sure is supervisor of the Marilyn Baker program. Oh, I took DeFi, I graduated that. That was an excellent experience. It wasn't easy, but it did have a lot. It had a lot to do. I thought it was just on entrepreneurship. And I was like, oh, I can figure out what I'm going to do when I get out of here, you know, and maybe make some good money for myself. But throughout that course, it was so much more. It opened my eyes more of who I was, who I am, and who I can be. So I grew in a positive way. But then in the Marilyn Baker program, I graduated that. The months that I was there, I think I'm going on 14 months. It's not just about the structure. There's still a lot of choices in there. And I don't know, I took it serious. And because I took it seriously, I got to stay after I graduated. And I continued to be picking and choosing what extra classes I could take. One of which I took grief and loss, and I graduated that like not even a month ago, knowing that my loved one at home was sick. A few weeks ago, Parole came to see me, and he asked me if I had anywhere to go, and I said, yeah, I want to go home. So they called my loved one, and they said to, stand by, basically, that they'd get a hold, back to him in a couple of weeks, whether they needed to come see his house or not. And he died yesterday. So now I didn't burn all my bridges before I came in here. Because as you probably already know, I was incarcerated before. And that changed my life. And what happened, I'll never forget it. My victim lives with my mother right now. And as far as I know, I think he kind of forgives me. He'll never forget. And I will always be sorry. While I've been incarcerated, my victim was best friends with my brother that was only 1.5 years older than me, and he died Christmas Eve of last year. But with those losses, I don't want to drink. I don't want to make wrong choices. I'm not angry. I'm just sad. And right now I'm heartbroken. But I know there's a lot of good out there. And I know that there's opportunities for me, so long as I stay on the right path. And if I am granted parole, I guess I'm gonna have to go to a halfway house and I'll have to figure it out from there. But I'm willing to get a job and get the counseling that I'm gonna need to help me through all of this. I don't know what else to say, except that the Marilyn Baker program has been really good to me.
Okay, well, we thank you for that opening statement. We're going to move into this part of the hearing where we ask you questions. Then we will discuss your case and you'll have our decision. I want you to understand something. Your 85% date is not until the middle of next month, a month from today.
I know, yeah.
And your end of sentence is in February, and you go out to 2 years of special parole. So we're talking about a 2-month difference. So, whatever gets decided today, you got to keep that in mind. You still have special parole ahead of you, and you will, by virtue of that, be afforded a halfway house. So, so tell me about your time in Tier 4 and aftercare, what your relapse prevention plan is.
By time in Tier 4, you mean Marilyn Baker program?
Yes.
I did newcomers with Mrs. Reno. She let it be known right from the start that it was strict, that you were either gonna take it seriously or you weren't.
I'm asking about your relapse prevention plan, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. My relapse prevention plan right now, I completed relapse prevention. I do,
What is your plan for being out in the community and living clean and sober?
okay. I have a counselor that I like. She's out of Hockenham Valley, out of Vernon. There's AA programs all over. So I would have to get back into the loop of AA and at least like go 30 and 30, and then you trickle off and you do like 4 or 5 a week. I'm sure if I'm on parole is, they'll have something set up for me where I think it's like CCAR, or in my locally where I'm from, it would be Hockenham Valley. They have relapse prevention there. They have an IOP there. They have, they actually have rides if you need rides, if it's within locally to classes.
Have you connected with CCAR yet while you've been inside?
I took a CCAR, I started taking a CCAR course here with Miss Kane, and I could continue CCAR on the outside. I know where that is. That's located in Hartford.
It's all over.
Yeah.
Have you ever worked with a sponsor in AA before?
I have.
Okay.
I have years of sobriety. And I think I do well under the supervision of parole because I've been on it before. Once I kind of knew the do's and the don'ts.
Well, you were returned for relapse prevention back in 2016 when you were on it before. So
it was around, I have no explanation for that except that I was ignorant. I didn't know it was zero tolerance. There's no excuse for that. I came back for 60 days and I went out and I didn't screw up not one time thereafter.
Do you believe that you're an alcoholic?
Yes, I do. And I believe that I was probably an alcoholic before I even picked up my first drink.
Were you intoxicated at the time of this incident?
Yes, I was.
Have you engaged in working the 12 steps before?
Yes, I have.
As part of Marilyn Baker, were you doing AA meetings?
Absolutely. And I wanted to add that the 12 steps is something that you do over and over and over again. And it depends on how seriously you take it. And I really think that I would like to give myself credit that I would take it very, very, and I have been.
Well, you definitely struggled. You have 2 DUIs in your past, and then this incident that you admitted you were under the influence and somebody was very seriously injured. You talked about voices and learning about the ripple effect.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure that I heard an apology, but I know that you deny that you were the one that stabbed the victim. Is there something you want to say about that?
It's a complicated. I am so extremely sorry. And I always will be.
What are you sorry for?
That he had to endure something from someone that made a bad choice to do a drug. Alcohol is a drug too. So it's not really all that complicated. I am so sorry. I've known this man since I was 15 years old. He's been a part of our life for years and years and years. And now
I didn't read about that. Yeah.
I don't know. There will be a day where I will be able to say sorry to him to his face, but the only way I can say sorry right now, and I know he would want this for me, is to stay in recovery and do what I have to do to stay in recovery. And I know he would say that. I know him that well. He cares. He's a caring person. He cares about everyone in my family. And he would only want the best for us. And the best would be to not pick up that first drink ever again.
What are your triggers?
My triggers would be probably, it's not going to sound right, but I try to be conscious of any possible trigger, and I don't want there to be any more triggers. And I've been working on trigger problem solving solutions in the Maryland Banker for months. And to get rid of triggers would be to change the way that you think and change just the whole person that you are as much as you can from the inside. And I know I've changed, and to be able to see things in a different way and want different things that you can't have if you pick up a drink. And triggers are only thoughts. And if I've changed at all in this program, it would be that I can change if I quick think something in my mind to be able to change that thought. And I have diligently worked on that for months because.
Well, Ms. Dagno, emotions can be triggers and things in the environment can trigger. So you can't control it all, but what you want to be able to do is manage how you react to it.
I hope I've changed enough.
You mentioned, having the interview with Officer Bosford, and he noted in his summary of his interview with you that you repeatedly told him that you would tell us what we want to hear. So I'm really struggling with knowing what is actually genuine that's coming out of your mouth and what is in service of a 2-month early release. Why would you, if I can finish my question before you offer an answer,
okay.
Why would you go into this process, this hearing, with that mindset instead of being genuine and forthcoming and honest about the hard work that you claim you've done on yourself? Why would you attempt to manipulate to get an outcome over a 2-month difference in your sentence?
I honestly, I'm not that smart to try and do something like that, but to manipulate, but to tell the board what they want to hear. I just meant, maybe he took it the wrong way, but some people write something down, and I thought about doing that. I got something from Defy. I thought about bringing that. And there's all kinds of talk about just tell them that you changed. And I came in here today thinking that if I just went off the cusp and told you everything that I've done and winged it, that would be what you would want to hear. You don't, I think I meant, I'm only going to tell you, I don't want to tell you anything that you don't want to hear. I just wanted to come in here and tell you.
We want to hear honesty.
Yes.
We want to hear responsibility.
Yes.
So perhaps your comment was in distortion of your conviction because you have yet to take responsibility for being the person wielding the knife that resulted in the injury to the victim. Just putting it out there that that's possible. Okay, I have no more questions for you. I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Sisouskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've gone over everything I have here, so I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Chance?
Just one comment I want to say. Phil that interviewed you is one of the best POs that we have here at the board. And he would never try, in all the times that I've been here over 10 years, say something that wasn't factual that an offender had said. Okay?
Okay.
I'm all set.
All right. Give us just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So Ms. Dagono has completed the programs that we would have wanted to see her complete, given the extent of her problems with alcohol and other substances. I kind of wish she'd taken the Voices program more to heart than just the revelation of ripple effect of her actions, but she's living the consequences of them now. As I indicated, we're looking at a 2-month difference between her 85% and her end of sentence. Her behavior there in the facility has been without problem. And she has held a job, and she appears to be accepting of her release plan to a halfway house, and has the outline of a relapse prevention plan to fill in when she's back in the community, along with reaching her goals. So, I guess, probably the biggest risk factor is putting her out right before the holidays when she's had all this loss and she's new in her recovery from her alcohol abuse.
Promise to hold
Please do
dear.
not interrupt. So that is one of the concerns that I have in terms of the eligibility date. But, the reality is with her needing a halfway house, she may be in beyond that date anyway. So, your thoughts, Mr. Sisouskis?
Yeah, I agree. I was not happy reading about these statements in our paperwork about her saying that whatever we wanted to hear and those things along those lines, but she did appear,
Yeah, I mean, she's undercut her own self because it's hard, for us to appreciate a genuine expression from her.
But I did
for what
feel
it
like that
is.
some of the things that she was saying did sound genuine. She clearly understands AA and NA and how that works, and knows where to get help. She talked about CCAR a little bit, and I'm also comfortable with her going out today or in December.
Yes, yeah. So, I just wish she'd acknowledge that she was really the one that did it and not try to put someone else there. But I do hear some change in her. I didn't like the comment that she said to the PO and then denied it here again. But she does have a basic release plan that I think will help her if she sticks to it. So I will support your drafting today, Madam Chair.
So I have no alcohol, halfway house, no co-defendant without PO's permission, and no contact with the victim.
Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna
will not let you down.
Why are you interrupting us?
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna add a mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. You okay with those?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Do we need anger management, do you think, or no? I don't see that she's taking it. It's the only other thing.
Just looking at for her other offenses, she's got an assault, couple of assault threes, threatening. She's got 2 years. Right, she's got 2 years, so I'm okay with that. Anything to better herself. So in the matter of Tammy Jo Dagno, inmate number 261607, there's a motion to grant parole on or after her earliest eligibility date of December 15th, 2024, with the following conditions for all of your parole supervision. You're not to consume any alcohol. You're to be placed in a halfway house. You're to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment as deemed necessary. You're to participate in behavior management for anger management. You're to have no contact with the victim, initials SL, and you're to have no contact with your co-defendant, Stephen Hauser Jr., without your parole officer's permission. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
All right.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing. You're all set. You'll get this in writing in a couple days.
Thank you. Thank you.
And they granted, and I don't know what her rush is to get out, right? She's doing quite well in prison. I think she looks healthy. And but look, it's it's one of those strange hearings. It's like she goes and tells the parole interview, I'm going to tell them whatever they want to hear. And we see this all the time. For whatever reason, they get up to the parole interviewer and they think, I guess you got to give the parole interviewer credit for this, because they seem to just open up and tell the parole, and you see this in every state. They tell the parole interviewer like weird things. They'll tell them things like, for example, I didn't even do anything to her, or she came on to me. Like you hear that all the time, and then they get to the parole and they have a different script. So there must be something that the parole interviewer is doing that you got to give them credit for, and it gets them to just open up like a book. In this case, she said, tell them whatever they want to hear, and then she has to go off the cusp. And it's funny seeing how the parole board, she like snaps back at her. So this parole, Sir Richard, for putting it in there, it was Turner, Chance, and the new guys is Zaskus. He was a cop. So they brought in someone who's maybe meant to be a little bit tougher. And she's like, stop talking. It's like she's talking to her like she's a child in elementary school. But it still tickles me for some reason. But I wish that they would do that a little bit more often for the tougher crimes. I saw a lot of tough crimes today, and I didn't feel that they came in there with the same oomph that they did on this one. And I also think that letting her out, look, what's a few months, right? Maybe you just say, all right, let her succeed or fail. But man, it's a tough time to go out in on the East Coast, Connecticut. 'Tis the season. It's going to be Christmas. It's going to be New Year's. People are going to be inviting you over by the Christmas tree to have a drink. And it's going to be a little bit harder, but maybe it's just as hard every day, right? So let's go over this. And like I said, she's a few things that we'll go over. So this was the other report has more information. So let's go. Sir Richard provides many different links. So remember, June 1st, 2022, to think that you could stab someone, almost kill them, and get out of prison a year later while you already have a long record. It's interesting. Police have made an arrest in connection with an assault Sunday in Highland Avenue. Tammy Jo Dagno was charged with first-degree assault, carrying a dangerous weapon, second-degree threatening, and second-degree breach of peace. Bond was raised to $250,000 when she appeared in Vernon Superior Court, and she remained in custody as of the morning scheduling date. A police report about the assault provides the following details. Around 1 p.m. Sunday, police were dispatched to the avenue for reported stabbing. When police arrived, they found the man bleeding heavily from his arm to the point that an officer had to use a tourniquet to control the bleeding. The man said he was at the home visiting friends when he was assaulted. The victim said he was trying to advise another man about problems he was having with the law, and the other man punched him in the face a few times. It's just a random, good old conversation. To stop the assault, the victim said he grabbed the other man in a headlock and planned to hold him there until police arrived. The victim told police that she, or the man's mother, so that's what she was saying, he's my son's friend, right? The man's mother came outside and said, "Let him go or I'll stab you in the head." So now I understand it. I was listening to her story and I didn't quite understand what was going on, but she was being mama bear for her son, stabbing a man who had him in a headlock, which is, hey, I guess give her brownie points for that, right? No, not so good. No, it's not so good. She didn't have to stab him. He let go of the man who drove away. I like her for doing that, right? I guess up until she stabbed him. Gotta give her credit. That's cute. That's sweet. Now he's okay. He said that then came at him wielding a hunting knife and he blocked the weapon with his arm. Others at the house said they saw the two men fighting with each other and saw her run over to the area holding a knife and began slashing the victim. She denied stabbing the man or having a knife. She later told police that the other man had stabbed the victim. Okay. I don't know. And then, so there's another couple of interesting things. And so here's something that I had read, the first article I read, which is really just scary. And she ran into a random person's house and grabbed a child. Okay, so again, that's this was in 2013. Woman charged after strange incident involving child. Remember, this is 2013. She kind of looks like it's just a sweet, like you just wouldn't see it, but it's probably just mental illness. It's scary stuff. A homeless woman is facing serious charges after a bizarre incident in Rockville Tuesday. Police said that at 6:12 p.m. they were summoned for a disturbance, according to an arrest report. A resident at her two-year. So this is what happened. A resident was playing with a 2-year-old child. A visibly intoxicated Tamijo approached the house, ran past the mother, and entered the home. According to an arrest report, she then picked up the child, according to the arrest report. So what happened was the mom was playing with the child went back into the house. At that moment, this really intoxicated, unstable woman ran into the house. So mom comes running back into her house because her 2-year-old's in there. And she comes in and she's holding, this crazy lady's holding the 2-year-old. The mother took the child away from her and attempted to push her out of the home, according to the arrest report. A scuffle ensued, police said. Has no known address. Police said she is uncooperative with police officers and she was taken into custody. She was held overnight a $50,000 bond and was to appear in court Wednesday. She was charged with risk of injury to a child, home invasion, first-degree burglary, third-degree burglary, criminal trespassing, second-degree breach of peace. And that is just scary. What was she doing, right? And then there's one random story Sir Richard found from 2021. It's funny because I don't know how she ended up here. When you watch those news reports and they're making an announcement about so basically they're making an announcement about legalizing marijuana. So what was this thing right about it was like a news article about smoking in public, and they caught her in the street and they asked her what she thought about it, and she says, "I find it offensive because I think you should do it in your own yard, not in public, especially in a park where families bring their children. It's not right." So it's just not, I don't know. It's not what, I guess it's not the quote I'd expect, but that's her point of view. I guess as long you probably shouldn't run into people's homes and try to kidnap their children either. That might not be right. But I can never, enough of me. These hearings, you watch them and they're kind of funny, and you see the classic manipulation in the criminal mind at work, and still the danger that she did stab someone, and if he didn't block her, maybe could have killed him, and still could have gotten an artery and killed him in that sense. And I'm not sure that the prison really has done anything for her outside of punishment. If we do see her back, we'll play it. Sir Richard puts it in the spreadsheet. We'll do a revocation hearing. I hope that we don't see her back. But there you have it. There you go. And with that, I'll let you go.
And okay, so somebody new in your life?
Yes.
Where did you meet this person?
I've known this person for a long time. We went to school together. And we ended up reconnecting when I came home through
So the
Facebook.
question was, where did you meet this person? And the answer is school?
Yes.
High school?
When we were in high school, yes. That's when we first met.
We are about to watch 2 parole hearings for mothers that did the unforgivable. Now, this first parole hearing for this young lady who is here for a completely unrelated crime. It's really a crime that I might not have even shown to you unless Sir Richard unveiled the true horror of what she has done initially. No, this first crime is really only for stealing lottery tickets, tens of thousands of dollars worth, but you know. But what she did when she was 17, what she did then made my bones shake when I hear her tell the parole board that she has a fiance from high school. And it makes me wonder, is it possible that it's the same fiance that had her take pictures and videos of her doing the unfathomable to her newborn 3-month-old son? It's the same son that she still uses as her profile picture on her Facebook page, if you can even imagine that. Well, we're going to share with you all the details of that, the lack of justice, how the judge only gave probation, which surely you can see did nothing. And when this parole hearing is done, we'll unpack it with some details and then jump into another parole hearing, another mother who does simply the unimaginable. But with that, let's jump in.
Kelsey Albertson, 386468.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kelsey Albertson at bid number 386468. She is serving a sentence of 30 months for larceny second and failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect her eligibility date of May 3rd, 2024. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows she has completed tier 2 and is currently in the People Empowering People program. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment formula, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range. Ms. Albertson, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I didn't write anything specific because I really didn't know what to say. But I want to take this time to let you guys know that I understand, you know, the magnitude of what I've done. I know that there's no justifying when you commit a crime. You can't say, you know, I did this for this reason and make it okay. That's not how that works. And I completely understand that. While being incarcerated, I have been, I've completed the tier 2 program. I have been enrolled in People Empowering People. I completed the STRIDE program for help with employment. I'm currently enrolled in a business vocational class. So, you know, I'm ready to try to start over. You know, I want to go home and I want to get a job and pay back this restitution, which has been my goal the whole time. You know, and basically for the first time in 13 years be done once I complete the parole, my EOS date. You know, it'll be the first time since 17 that I won't be in the system, and I'm ready to, you know, start over and be a productive member of society because I know I can do it. I've done it, so I know it's possible.
Okay. So you were before the board back in 2016, so you know how this process worked. It hasn't changed much since then. You say that there's no justifying, and I would agree, because you made the choice to commit this crime. And yet when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you stated that you had no other choice. What does that mean?
That's how I felt in the moment. I was in a very stressful situation. I had gotten involved with somebody that ended up having medical problems, an addiction issue. They had started draining bank accounts. My savings had dwindled. I was behind on rent. I was behind on car payments. I was coming out of pocket for medical expenses for them. And in that moment, I was in such a stressful situation where I needed to come up with money. It needed to be come up with quickly. And I was backed between a corner and a hard space. You know, I understand that the choice I made was wrong and I shouldn't have done that. I can't take that back. All I can do is move forward and try to pay back what I've stolen and move forward from there, you know?
So your decision-making is obviously concerning. You know, what were your other options for getting the money that you needed?
Now that I look back on it, I could have, you know, tried to take out a personal loan. I could have gone to my bank and seen if, you know, they could have helped me. I understand that I had other options. I'm under pressure. I apparently don't work very well, clearly. So it's been something.
So you had a job, and that's where you had access to these books of lottery tickets.
Yes.
Was that a full-time position?
Yes.
Did you look at getting a second job? A lot of people work 2 jobs.
I had thought about it, but the owners of the gas station had told me that they needed me on call when available. So getting another job for them wasn't an option. They also weren't willing to hire my pay, even though I was considered the manager. I was making the same amount as the regular employees as well. So.
What does your support system look like?
Currently I only have my fiance, and that's it.
Is this the person that had the medical problems that was abusing? And okay, so somebody new in your life?
Yes.
Where did you meet this person?
I've known this person for a long time. We went to school together. And we ended up reconnecting when I came home through Facebook.
So the question was, where did you meet this person? And the answer is school?
Yes.
High school?
When we were in high school, yes. That's when we first met.
What is the total amount of restitution you believe you owe?
$27,905, I believe. I could be off by a little bit, but.
26,905. So the store owner got charged 16,000 for this crime that you perpetrated. You referred to being a productive member of society. Why don't you tell me what you believe that means?
At one point in time, I believe I was. I was working a full-time job. I had maintained my own employment. I had maintained my own apartment. I had a car. I had a license. I was going to college. I was doing everything that I was supposed to be doing.
That sounds like somebody who's being an adult. But what does productive member of society mean to you?
It means not committing any crimes and doing what you're supposed to be doing as a citizen, meaning obeying laws. It means, you know, not committing crimes to do things like pay bills and things that you should be doing as an adult.
I think you need to expand your definition of what a productive member of society means. It's more than just not committing crimes, but it's, you know, supporting our institutions, following the rules of society, not driving without a license, paying your taxes on time, you know, looking for ways to give back. And clearly with your criminal history, you should be really looking at how you can make amends by giving back to your community and our state. So let's suppose you found yourself on hard times, as you call it, again. How would you handle that?
I would try seeking other options such as personal loans. I would look into getting another job, or like a little, Uber Eats on the side or Grubhub, things that can make a little more money when you're in a stressful situation. I have no desire to go back out and steal any money. I've never stolen anything in my life. I am very ashamed to say that I felt that I needed to do that. I really am. I thought I was doing everything right, and I allowed my pressure and the situation in the relationship that I was in, I allowed that to cause me to make very poor choices when I was doing so well. I should have left when the going got rough. Honestly, once the person had relapsed and the medical issues became as bad as they were because of the relapse, I should have left, and I didn't. And honestly, I'm very angry at myself for that. I really am, because I was doing so well after serving 5.5 years. So.
Well, I'm sure being angry with yourself is going to be helpful to you going forward. So you're going to need to find some way to resolve those feelings, so that, we all make mistakes. Obviously, yours were criminal. You had waived parole, and then you unwaived it, but you don't have a sponsor. So why did you've been halfway house approved?
I was continued and told to reapply based on a preventative intervention evaluation
program
Yeah.
evaluation. Mm-hmm.
So I'm waiting on that. I'm trying to go to a halfway house. My mother is having severe medical issues, and they don't think that she's going to live past the summer. And I wouldn't be out until the summer. So.
Well, you didn't mention her in your support system.
Because
your relationship.
We're not very close, but it's my mother, and I don't want her to die while I'm incarcerated.
Well, you were released you were granted discretionary parole in 2016 for your 66-month sentence.
Yes.
And you started special parole in 2018. And you violated that twice with technical violations that brought you back. Your previous probationary period only lasted 3 months. Why do you struggle so much on supervision, which is probably why you got the flat sentence for this?
I requested the flat sentence. They wanted to give me, the first offer was 2 years flat. The second offer was 2 years suspended after 1 year with 3 years probation. And the other offer was 2 years suspended after 1 with the right to argue and 3 years probation. So I had asked for the flat sentence. One of the technical violations didn't stick. They didn't have grounds to violate.
I'm not going to debate the validity. You had 2 technical violations that brought you back. So the question to you is, why do you struggle with supervision? Because here you are, you requested the flat sentence, and now here you are asking to go back out the supervision that you've been resoundingly unsuccessful at.
I think my biggest hangup was that I was young, and that I had not had that freedom for so long, that I was testing the waters. And I now realize that that's not something you can do when you are under supervision. I'm not 19, 18, or 23 anymore. I'm 31 now. I'm not a kid, and I understand that, and I understand that when out on supervision, you have to abide by those rules. You have to follow everything, or you're going to come back. And if you come back, you're most likely not leaving. And if I don't leave and I end up coming back, I'm going to lose my mother, and I'm not going to have a chance to say goodbye. Like I lost my grandmother and I didn't have that chance. And that's not something I'm willing to risk.
So when you were incarcerated the last time, it doesn't appear that you took a addiction services program, and now you've completed tier 2. What did you learn about your abuse of substances?
I've learned how it affects other people around you, not just yourself. I've learned how it can impact your friends, your family, anybody that is around you at the time. And I've also learned how it impacts you, it impacts the way you live. It impacts the way you respond to things. And when you're under the influence, you have a more likely chance of hurting people than you do when you're not.
What about your own choice to pick up substances like cocaine? What was that? What was behind that for you?
I haven't used in a long time, but at the time when I started, I was 12. I had a very rough upbringing. I had a very rough childhood, and at the time, getting high was my way of dealing with it. After committing,
deal with it or escaping it?
A little bit of both, I guess you could say. It's how I cope,
Okay. So you were self-medicating.
Exactly.
Okay.
I've learned now how to do other things like channel my emotions into my writing or into something like coloring or exercising. I have other coping skills now that don't pertain to using substances. So.
Great. Okay. Very important. So what's your plan for maintaining your mental health when you're back in the community?
I plan to do med management as well as individual therapy. I also wanted to look into group therapy. I do meetings like NA, which I plan to continue on the outside, just so that I have that support system.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to be more specific. You want to do therapy and medication management. What providers are you going to go to? Do you have?
I'm a big fan of Wheeler Clinic. I've been there, and I've also been to CRT. So those are the two that I would go to.
And why do you find NA helpful?
Because I feel like it puts me with people who have been in similar situations than me. I don't feel so alone when I talk about these things. I feel like these people have been through it just like I have. And if they can overcome it, then so can I,
Have you ever worked with a sponsor before?
No.
I would encourage you to find somebody you feel like you connect with.
Absolutely.
Because they can be a real lifeline, especially when you are struggling. Have you ever worked the 12 steps? That's the foundation that the programs are built on.
I've been slowly working them on my own with Counselor Milton. I have a book that I'm currently on the second step. So I'm going very slowly because I want to, take in everything as I go.
Well, and there's no need to rush through them. You got to do them thoroughly. What happens when you get to step 12?
At that point, I'm hoping that I will be in a position to, mend all the broken relationships and be better than what I am at this point.
Well, the program is designed for people who appreciate, that addiction is a lifelong struggle. Mm-hmm. So when you get to step 12, you start all over again. Because you're making a decision every day, sometimes every hour of every day, to live clean and sober.
Yep.
So the principles of the 12 steps is how we live our lives in recovery, and is both a support and guidance as we face the challenges of addiction. So what did you mean when you told Officer Bosford that you needed to fix your driver's license?
I had one and I had gotten the permit and then I had the test situated. That didn't end up happening. So now I have to go back and do the whole process all over again. So that's what I plan on doing to fix it.
So it's really about getting your license?
I had almost had my license initially, so I plan on getting it when I get out, yes.
So you had taken the test?
Yes. I had the permit, I took the test, I failed the first time. I had the second test scheduled. However, now I cannot go for my permit until I finish paying off the registration fees that are in my name, the tickets that have been in my name, and the taxes that are now in my name. So now I can't do anything
That
to
would have
fix
been
it.
a more thorough answer to my question originally. You've got debt that you need to restore. So you have a lot going on in your life, Ms. Albertson. I'm going to ask you to tell me what your priorities are.
To get a job and start paying off the restitution little by little, as well as working on the debts that I owe. I would like to be able to pay off the debt for the DMV so that I can get my license. I want to work on my credit. And then other than that, I plan to maintain stable housing. And those are just my primary goals at the moment.
Okay. Well, those are respectable goals. I'm very concerned that your recovery isn't your number one priority. Because you can't be successful with any of these goals unless you're taking care of your mental health and your substance abuse needs.
I understand. Short term, I plan to get into med management immediately, and I plan to find an NA group, and I plan to start individual therapy as for myself. Those are my self goals, that's for me.
All right. And does any of that come before getting a job and starting to pay off your restitution?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, you can understand that I would have a question about that because I asked you your priorities and you didn't at all mention your recovery or your mental health.
I apologize. I was
You don't have
focusing
to
on.
apologize. You're getting, you're pushing back that absolutely. Well, I can't assume anything because you've said something different.
I understand.
All right. Have you ever heard of the expression or the riddle about how you eat an elephant?
No.
One bite at a time.
Okay.
All right. You have an awful lot on your plate. And I'm concerned for you because what was underlying your choice to commit this crime was stress and financial worries. And it sounds to me like you're going out to a heap of stress and financial worries. I understand that you're older, that you've done some programming, that you have some coping skills that you defined for us, which is all great. But I'm cautioning you not to overwhelm yourself. You can only do what you can do in a day. And you really, you get yourself stressed out and what looks like a good escape, drugs and alcohol. So, keep your focus on your recovery, do the best you can. And, were you to be granted parole, your parole officer is part of your support system. They want you to be successful. They have access to programs and services to help you, but you have to talk to your parole officer before you make poor choices that then have consequences.
Absolutely.
So, I know you didn't want it coming in because you thought you knew better, but it's only been a year since you made that decision. So, I wish you much success going forward, and I appreciate you talking to me. Mr. Sosowskis?
Thank you very much. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So my colleague asked most of the questions that I was going to ask. So I just have one line of questioning, and we're going to go back to the lottery ticket situation. You mentioned that you have a new partner now, and I'm not going to say the name, but the initials, are they NP?
Yes,
Okay. So it looks like when this incident happened, that person was also a suspect in this. Were they arrested for that? Were they
no,
arrested for that?
she was trying to take the blame for me and I wouldn't let her.
Because you see how that could be concerning for us, right? That it's concerning for us that your only support is a person that was involved in this crime. You know what I mean? So that just makes me a little bit nervous. Do you have plans to live with that person?
No,
Okay.
we're together, but we plan to live separately for a while.
It's probably a good idea just to get situated, especially considering the fact that that person was involved at some level, you know, in what was going on. I mean, you guys were working together. You were both working there. They must have known that this was happening, right? At the very least.
No.
Your partner? They had no idea, but they were trying to take the blame.
My partner at the time, yes, but NP, no.
Okay, so NP was not your partner while you were working there, became your partner after this took place.
Yes,
But she was NP was there at the time of this incident, but was not involved. Is that what you're saying?
correct.
But tried to take the blame to try to help you.
Yes, because I was still on special parole.
Okay,
And I
I'm just
wouldn't
trying
let
to
her.
kind of understand the whole situation. And then you guys became more involved after,
Yes,
personally. Okay. All right. So yeah, I would just caution you to be careful. You know, sometimes when people are in these situations and then they're out on parole, that they try to start new and they want to avoid problems from the past, people from the past. You mentioned people, places, and things. This is one of the people. So just be very careful. Okay. I just wanted to understand. I wanted to understand that situation a little bit better. And that is really, you know, that's really only question. My colleague has gone through everything that I was going to ask. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right, Ms. Chance. Okay, so Ms. Albertson, just give us a few minutes to discuss your case.
okay.
So a concerning crime because it was a pretty big deal and caused a lot of problems, including this debt of restitution that she owes. She was completing a period of special parole at the time, and failed to turn to her parole officer when she found herself struggling. It sounds like she's got a bit more insight into the choices that she made, understands options, and has developed some coping skills, which are very much needed. She, this is pretty much it for programming, since she was removed from the tier 4 without prejudice. And what we would basically be doing is affording her about 7 months of special parole supervision to get her life on track. And given her issues with substances and mental health, I think in the interest of public safety, 8 months, 7-8 months of support would be to her benefit. So I will vote in favor of parole for Ms. Albertson today. Mr. Sosowskis?
I agree. Thank you.
Okay. Chance?
No,
Okay.
because she was previously, she previously had 2 technical violations. And when she was asked today about her release plan, it was all focused on job and paying the restitution, which I understand she wants to do. But I saw her priority as the list of stressors that she had that brought her where she is today. So I didn't think she had a good release plan, and her priorities was not in the right order.
I appreciate where you're coming from with that. And I did talk through that with her, and I think she understands if she's not taking care of the fundamentals, she can't be successful in the other aspirations she has for herself and her life. So as far as conditions, I have mental health evaluation and treatment as being necessary, halfway house, and is it a general no contact with MP?
Yeah.
It's just ask us.
Did you say NP?
Yeah.
Well, that's, that person wasn't co-defendant and
Yeah. But party nonetheless, as you were pointing out. So it would be a general no contact.
yeah, that's her, this is her, only support. And I don't know if we, you know what I mean?
Where do you fall on it?
Yeah, I'm concerned about it for sure. You know what I mean? When I read through this and realized that this is the same person.
Well, we could make it without parole officer's permission.
Yeah, that would make me more comfortable. I think that there's some supervision in the situation. That this doesn't lead to more, things happening.
Right. Well, and she's got so much on her plate.
Yeah.
We don't really need the distraction of somebody who doesn't maybe have her interests.
She can get herself stabilized in this situation and work out with her parole officer to reestablish that.
By person, because they work together, they were involved.
Separate and aside from whether it resulted in an arrest. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
I would be okay with the parole officer saying just that there's a window down the road that she could work this out,
And it sends a message that we want her to keep her focus on herself.
Yeah, exactly. I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Okay, so in the matter of Kelsey Albertson, inmate number 386468, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of November 15th, 2024, with the following conditions for supervision: mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, halfway house placement, and a general no contact with MP without parole officer's permission. Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right, Ms. Albertson, by majority decision, been granted discretionary parole. It won't happen today, obviously, since you need a halfway house placement. Any additional DRs can throw the decision out the window, so watch yourself going forward. And, make good use of the fact that you do have the support of parole based on this decision, and we wish you much success.
Thank you.
This concludes hearing for Kelsey Albertson, bid number 386468.
Well, there's nothing there. It's like the her eyes are open, but there's nothing there. And what's just terrifying again about this case is what she initially had done, what she got away with, and then can you even imagine? You get a job and you steal all those lottery tickets. There's no impulse control. There's nothing there, and to think that she's not a continued danger to. And she doesn't have to register. People don't know about this crime. And the idea that she's going to maybe produce children one day. And it's a crazy, it's a whole nother part of the system where one might say, well, should you be able to restrict that and limit that? And I know it's a loaded question, but when you have ticking time bombs, I don't know. I think the question needs to be asked. But let me just again go with you what it is she initially had done. And if there's anyone watching this that says, man, just get over it. It was like a long time ago. Or, she was still on special parole for this crime that we're about to read about when she got locked up. And why she only had to face a couple of years. Why a judge didn't at this point say, you know what? Maybe we should revoke you for all those 10 years. But no, I don't know. It just doesn't work that way. A Connecticut woman accused of assault her baby boy, agreed to enter a treatment program as part of a plea agreement with prosecutors. Authorities said the 18-year-old resident was 16 and wasn't. A different article says she was 17. So when she emailed photographs of her then boyfriend of her performing these acts on her infant. The 2010 incident happened in Enfield, police said. According to police and prosecutors, the boyfriend requested Albertson to send him the images. She did, as he asked, and later confessed to police. It was not immediately clear if the boyfriend, who was not publicly identified because he was also a minor, was charged in connection with the case, which again makes me wonder, was this the same guy she's talking about? Ooh. Albertson initially faced charges of first-degree SA and promoting a minor obscene performance. Through a plea deal with prosecutors, however, she agreed to admit to a single count of risk of injury to a minor and was ordered to attend Stepping Stone. That program definitely helped her to secure residential treatment program in Waterbury. Okay. The Manchester Journal reports that Albertson is still facing potential 10-year prison sentence. The baby was placed in custody of Child Services. You know, there you have it. There you have it, y'all. And so
I never said that I didn't commit the offense. I know what I did was very wrong. I know what I did. I know what I did.
So what did you do?
I took a gun and I was aiming it at my ex-boyfriend and his child. His child was present. And I was almost I didn't know how to use it and it didn't go off.
we are about to watch the parole hearing of a Connecticut woman who has a real difficult time with telling the truth. And I think the parole board does a stellar job at getting it out. Let's jump in and watch it, and I'll unpack it with the details at the end.
Leah Profit, 444-741.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Leah Profit, inmate number 444-741. She is serving a sentence of 6 years suspended after 30 months with 5 years probation for assault third, failure to appear second, risk of injury, violation of protected order, and carrying a pistol without a permit. As of today, record reflect parole eligibility date of September 22nd, 2024. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender has been reviewed, shows that she has completed anger management beyond violence. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment, one of the offender's overall score for recidivity falls within the low range. Mr. Profit, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, I have wrote a letter. Is it okay if I read it?
Yes, please, go ahead, get started.
Okay, good morning and thank you for providing me the opportunity to meet with you and for taking your time to listen. This is the first time I have put myself in a situation not only affected my freedom, but also hurt my friends and family. Most importantly, the victims affected by my crime. Upon my arrival, I realized how quick I was to react to situations and was very impulsive. The time I have spent here has made me become more patient and less impulsive and realize for every action, there is a reaction. I have gotten one ticket trying to reach out and apologize to my victim, but realized that was set in place for a reason and endure the consequences that came with it. I realized the effect I had on my victim and his child that was present. I wish I could take it back what happened, but we know that it's not possible. So instead of forgetting about it, it will always be a reminder of what I don't want to happen again moving forward. While being here, I completed Beyond Violence and Anger Management. I worked at commissary for several months. I also attended several help groups for trauma and emotional therapy. If bring to parole, I plan on starting work with the help of my family and attending a therapist as soon as I am released. I know the time I have spent here has helped me grow as a person and made me focus on what I want out of life. Thank you for taking the opportunity to listen, and I can assure you that if granted parole, I will complete this with no issues.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Profit, for preparing a statement for us. We're going to take turns asking you questions based on the documents that were available to us. Then we will discuss your case. And you'll have your decision this morning. We're going to begin questions with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Okay, so Ms. Profit, thank you for writing out your statement. Appreciate the time to put into it. So I first wanted to ask, in your opening comment, you stated that this is the first time that you put yourself in this situation.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want to ask you, did you understand what the violation of protective order meant when you were placed on it or against?
Yes, ma'am. So I do understand that, but unfortunately I was just caught up in a situation where I thought people can change, a person can change, and thinking things will work out when I should have just listened to the plan that was set in place.
But the fact of the matter is that is an order through the court.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So why did you think that you could disobey what the court instructed you not to do?
Just, I was just being hard-headed and wanted to do things my own way and not trying to follow orders.
So what were you doing with a gun?
It wasn't my gun, but it was in an area that I was in, and I was in fear for my life. I was in his car, and prior to the situation, he was beating on me, so I was scared for my own life. So I grabbed it out of his car, and it was there. It was not my gun. I don't have any weapons. I've never been around a gun.
Prophet, I asked you what you were doing with the gun. I didn't ask you who the gun belonged to. The fact of the matter is that you had the gun, and now you're saying that you took it out of someone's car?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you going to do with it?
In that situation, I was really nervous, and I was really scared for my life, and I was just trying to.
Ms. Prophet,
Yes.
let me remind you that we have the police reports for this incident. So we've
Yes.
read the details. So
Yes,
you
I
need to be
understand.
accurate and
I am.
forthcoming in the hearing.
I am, ma'am. I am. What happens in the situation, we were.
Say something before you go on.
Excuse me?
When you said you were in fear for your life,
yes,
and
ma'am.
that you feared that he was hitting you or doing something to you, the police report indicated that they did not observe anything that was wrong with you. There were no harm.
In my case, they seen that I had bruises, I had black eyes. I presented all of that to the court. My lawyer did.
Okay, keep going.
I presented all of that evidence to the court. I was in fear for my life, and I was trying to get away, but he kept coming towards me.
And so what did you do?
I made a decision that was not, I should have never done.
Okay, you shouldn't have done what?
I should have never pulled the gun out and pointed it at him and his son. I should have never done that at all.
Did you know the gun was loaded?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you know how to use the gun?
No, ma'am, I don't.
So you didn't know how to use the gun, but you took it out.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did the person have a weapon or something else that made you afraid?
Yes, ma'am, he also had one as well.
He had a gun?
as well. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know, there's some difference of opinion in terms of what you're saying that so what kind of mood were you in? Do you think you were under the influence or something else was going on with you?
I was triggered because like I stated before, he was very abusive to me. So I was in fear.
So my question is, were you under the influence?
We had a few drinks. We were at a cookout, a family cookout. Yes, I was drinking.
And so do you think you had a little bit too much alcohol?
No, I don't believe so because it was just, I didn't go overboard. We didn't have a lot of drinks, no.
So I'm gonna tell you what police said. He said he smelled a strong odor of alcohol coming from your breath.
Yes, ma'am. Like I just said, we were at a family event and we were drinking, yes. But I don't think that I had a lot.
You know, Ms. Barnett, you're before us, asking us to consider granting you discretionary parole, and you haven't been honest. First of all, you denied committing the offense, and you're trying to blame it on the victim. So do you think you're being honest today?
I'm trying my hardest to be honest with you. Yes, I do believe that I'm being honest.
Because the problem is, if you are not honest, you take the programs, and I don't know if what you've gained from the program has any meaning to you if you don't acknowledge the behavior that you're addressing.
Yes, I understand.
So what do you think are the behaviors that you're addressing? Because you said that, you completed beyond violence and anger management.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what was it that helped you in beyond violence if you're saying you didn't commit the offense?
I never said that I didn't commit the offense. I know what I did was very wrong. I know what I did. I know what I did.
So what did you do?
I took a gun and I was aiming it at my ex-boyfriend and his child. His child was present. And I was almost, I didn't know how to use it and it didn't go off.
And were you under the influence of alcohol?
Yes, ma'am. I had a few drinks. I had a few drinks. I stated that we were at a family cookout and we were drinking. Yes.
Okay. So what did you learn from the incident?
What I learned that I should have never even been involved with the individual set from when the protective order was in place. I should have stayed away.
Okay, so that's one. What's the other?
That I should have never reacted, and I should have just, I should have never reacted, and I should have learned to walk away and not be involved.
And so you went to a family event and you drank, knowing that you had to. Were you driving back home? Were you going to drive back home?
I wasn't driving. It was the other individual driving.
Okay, so you were with someone, and so you had too much to drink, and the situation just blew out of control.
Oh, yes.
So how would you handle that situation next time?
Foremost, I wouldn't put myself in a situation like that anymore, because being in here and being in the groups, I learned who to surround myself with, changing my people, places, and things that I'm around. I learned that I'm not going to put myself in situations like that anymore.
So one of the things that you have to learn, Ms. Brock, is that number one, when the court set rules, you have to obey them. And when you have a parole or a probation officer, you have to follow the rules and guidelines that are established.
Yes, ma'am.
That's kind of what I wanted you to hear. And also, according to the PSI, when the police interviewed you, he did say that you smelled of alcohol. So by being under the influence of alcohol, you were not able to follow rules or act appropriately. And instead, you had a loaded gun and there was a child present. So you see why you ended up with all these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know what your charges are?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Possession of a firearm, risk injury to a minor, and violation of protective order.
And assault third.
Yes.
Okay. So, is it your sister that you said have your apartment, is taking care of your apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you going to do about a job?
So as of now, I'm still a CNA. So my old job, they're willing to let me come back and work with them as long as I bring an updated physical. I'm able to start work immediately.
So the last thing that I want to just go over with you. So I read during the interview that you denied committing the offense. So are you telling us today that you're acknowledging that you committed the offense?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I take full responsibility, and I know my actions and what I did was very wrong. I should have never done it at all.
Okay, so, well, I have no further questions for you, Ms. Prophet. I appreciate you answering my questions. Madam Chair, so.
Okay, so Ms. Prophet, what we're doing today is making a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 2.5 years you have to serve out in the community. And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And I would say that not only what you did was wrong, but it was reckless. So you were under the influence in possession of a loaded handgun that you admit you had no idea how to operate. And you were waving the gun in the middle of the street as cars were driving by. And then you made the decision to point the gun at the victim and his child. And it's all on video because they made a video from the front porch of the incident. And I'm struggling with your assertion that you were concerned for your own safety because you got out of the vehicle with the gun, approached the front door, continued to pull the slide back, and once at the front door, you broke the glass of the front door with your gun, then you went back to your vehicle. So, if you were afraid for your own safety, I'm trying to understand why you are the aggressor in this situation. And, obviously, you had some intent because as you admitted to us today, the gun, you said it didn't go off. So you must have been pulling the trigger in some fashion. You were obviously jamming it with the slide that you were misusing it with a firearm. So my concern is that, you know, you had a protective order against you, you violated it, you were under the influence, you were in possession illegally of a loaded firearm that you were willing to point at other human beings. You have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2099. And now when you're back out in the community, you have 5 years on the state's deadly weapon offender registry. You also have 3.5 years of this sentence hanging over your head when you go out to probation. You violate probation and you could be brought back and made to serve that time. So I understand you've been halfway house approved by DOC.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay. I have nothing else. Mr. Sisowskis.
Thank you very much. I just have one quick question. Have you taken an addiction services program? I see you did some other stuff.
Yes, so when I spoke to the council, the man that runs the addiction services group, he told me that he doesn't feel that I need it.
Okay. All right. That was my only question. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So if you'll give us just a minute, please don't interrupt. Ms. Chance, where are you with Ms. Prophet?
So, you know, I have some concerns about Ms. Prophet because she had a protective order against her. It's obvious she did not pay attention to what the judge's orders were in terms of the protective order and thought she could.
And can I add to that, she's incarcerated and she's violating the rules regarding the phone in order to use somebody else's PIN to contact the victim.
Right. And, you know, in addition to that, she was under the influence of alcohol with a loaded gun. She said she didn't fire it, but based on the description, she did make attempts to fiddle with it, but wasn't able to get it off. And then going out and waving it out there in front of the victim and his child.
Very bad choices.
That is extremely serious. And, you know, she's saying that she completed the beyond violence and the anger management and didn't feel, you know, she minimized her use of alcohol, which was concerning for me.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then we also have in other documents that she uses alcohol to self-medicate, which is obviously indicative of somebody with a problem.
Right.
And you, sir?
Yeah, I'm also concerned. I'm also concerned the fact that she hasn't addressed this. All appears to be somewhat related to alcohol, and it hasn't been any, any program to address that issue.
Well, and it is on her OAP, so I'm not sure why she wouldn't have been assessed as.
So this, in addition to everything, in addition to everything that you guys have said, that just to me that adds to this for me. So I'm in denial today.
Okay. I have nature and circumstance, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. So in the matter of Aliyah Prophet, inmate number 444741, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So Ms. Prophet, you'll go out to probation, perhaps halfway house through DOC. We wish you much success.
This concludes the hearing for Aliyah Prophet, inmate number 444741.
You know, and I think the way that the parole board handled this, it was artful. It was well done. And it's like sometimes the Connecticut parole board, they really do a good job at it. And other times, you know what it does to me. It leaves me kind of, pulling a Mandoo, just yelling off my chair. And even the Iowa parole board can learn how to do things. If this was an Iowa parole hearing, they would have said, wow, yeah, that was a great hearing. That was a really great hearing. Hey, you should just get paroled. No restrictions at all. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. If you haven't seen Iowa parole hearings, go check out the playlist. They are that nutty. You will see a parole hearing where someone does, lies and takes no accountability, etc. And then they'll just all in unison say, that was a great hearing. So I wish I could have shown with you like the video camera footage or something like that. There's nothing on this case. Sir Richard has, her record, which is quite substantial. You have in 2019, you have the assault third, failure to appear, 7/17/2023. That was this one, which was carrying a pistol without a permit, which in and itself in Connecticut is a 5-year minimum charge. So it's always interesting that I guess the judges have leeway to give even shorter sentences than the legislative minimum. Here it says sentence at 3 years jail, executed, suspended after 15 months, probation 5 years. She has the risk of injury to the child, and then the violation of a protective order. Can you for 1 second imagine if this was a man? Would they have treated it any differently if it was a man that had pulled a gun on his girlfriend and her child? We don't know how old the child was, but I'm just saying, who had a protection order over, and then, whatever, here, just, don't worry. But the truth is we have seen men with long records that have done things like this and have received similar sentences. So I don't really have much of a leg to stand on, but I'm just saying just think about that. And she takes no accountability. She knows that they have camera footage of it. She's very well aware of that. But she just assumed that the parole board would not. And her strategy was, let me show up, let me put a smile on, and maybe they just won't know. Her story was, I was in fear for my life. So I took his gun, he had a gun, and then I pulled it out, and the story makes no sense. It's like, lady, if you're in fear for your life and you think he's gonna kill you, it's okay to point the gun at him.
Just walk in. Hello. Oh, should I stand?
No, you're fine. You can sit. The camera will reset itself.
Okay, should I shut the door?
Yeah, go ahead. Yep, we'll be with you in 1 second.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyster. Today is Friday, January 19, 2024. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Tapini.
Good morning, Colonel Robert Sergeant.
Nancy Turner.
Could you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Willow Martin, 415870.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Willow Martin, inmate number 415870. She is serving a sentence of 8 years and 6 months with 8 years of special parole and 1 day conditional discharge for arson 2 and escape first. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of December 28th, 2023. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that she has completed anger management, voices, tier 2, good intentions, bad choices, and beyond violence. Utilizing the women's risk needs assessment warrant of the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. This is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you for your time while allowing me the opportunity for this hearing. I'd like to start by expressing my deepest remorse for the victims of my crime, the business owners, their families, the employees, the residents of the community, the first responders, my family, as well as anyone else who felt unsafe due to my extreme nature and being irresponsible. Thinking back to my past, I don't recognize who I was, as I have become a different woman over the last 7 years. During my incarceration, I have successfully completed all OAP groups, obtained college credits through Quinnipiac and Trinity College. I have graduated from Defy Ventures, placing 4th in the business pitch competition, received my forklift certification, and gained experience having a variety of different jobs within the facility. I've learned the impacts of consequence trails, developed effective communication, and have practiced applying these skills throughout my incarceration. I am grateful for all the prison staff and mentors who have assisted in my growth. I am also thankful for my family and support system who have given me encouragement while also allowing me the space to learn accountability. When I'm home, I plan to be a positive asset in the community while obtaining employment and attending Naugatuck Valley Community College. My ultimate goal is to continuously strive to be better than who I was yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your statement, Ms. Martin. We have questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today.
Okay.
We'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Very well. So you talked about you've taken a number of programs, right, since you've been incarcerated. So there's one thing that stood out for me as far as, with substance abuse, right? And it looked like in the past you were using, you were drinking, smoking, and using perps. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So, a lot of times we look at, what type of programming that you would have for a relapse prevention program. And you didn't think that you needed one.
Yes, I have completed tier 2.
No, I understand the programming that you've taken, but when you are released, where do you think you might need any help with any substance abuse?
Oh, I could enroll in outpatient programs. If there's any.
Yeah, because what I'm getting at, it looked like in your interview that you didn't have a program in place and you didn't really have an issue. So I'm trying to understand that.
Well, just because I have tried pills in my past, but I've never used them daily. That's why I didn't really consider them a problem. And I also haven't done any drugs or drank in 7+ years.
Okay. On to the underlying charge of the arson, right? I also read that this individual owed you some money. Didn't seem like to be a lot of money. And then this arson happened, right? And you talked about that you were young and stupid, right, at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so what was going on with the escape from the halfway house? I read what you stated, but can you speak about that?
Yes, so the halfway house, they did give me a pass to leave for the day to see the bank, and I had this new job. And then when they went to the address that my new job was supposed to be at, I wasn't there, so I thought I was out of place. And then they sent out the escape warrant and one or before my time on the pass was up. And then I turned myself in immediately at the hospital in Bridgeport.
Yeah, because, my concern was that you had a conviction back in 2016, right, for controlled substances. Is that accurate?
Was that in the New Jersey?
Yes.
Yes, that was my ex-boyfriend.
Okay, but you were convicted of that, right?
Yes.
2016. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so what's your game plan when you are released, and what other type of assistance do you think that you need to be successful in the community?
So I plan on enrolling back into college, and
I can also definitely do any OAP classes or the outpatient programs. And I do want to have a job. And I could definitely do counseling or whatever that you think is good.
All right, so you want to continue your education, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That's really important to me.
And as far as supporting the community, where is what type of support do you have in the community?
So my family is my biggest support system, and they're just, yeah, my family's the biggest support.
Yeah, so you want to sponsor to your parents' house, right? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you talked about spending time with your family and being a good member of society. How do you become a good member of society?
So I think just by like positively like living a normal life and having a job and just not hanging around like bad influences and just like living a wholesome life will be good.
Okay, and what's your age? How old are you now? 26?
Yes.
Okay. We bring that up because we had a former colleague that always would say, your brain's fully developed at 25. I don't always agree with that, but okay. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Martin, your offenses are very troubling, disturbing. I mean, you're really lucky that nobody was hurt, but I mean, to set fire to someone's business, someone unrelated, over $200. Can you help us understand what you were thinking at that time?
So I was just extremely irresponsible and reckless, and I was dating someone who was not a good influence. My friends were just terrible influences, the people I surrounded myself with, and I was just super naive, and I just did not understand how any consequences or my actions. I did not understand any of that as I do now.
Was this your plan?
I had part of a plan in it. It was kind of like it was me and my ex-boyfriends, like we just.
But how did your ex-boyfriend know about the whole situation? Did you explain everything to him?
Yes, he knew she owed me money.
What about the potato in the tailpipe?
That was kind of like his plan, and I didn't understand like what it would really do, but I think we thought it wouldn't be able to start the car.
So what kind of sentence did he get?
I'm honestly not really sure. Maybe the same. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe 7.
And then you take all these programs and it appears as if you're really trying to change, but then you go to the halfway house and screw that up too.
Yes. Well, the halfway house they didn't really help me they didn't offer me any help really to re-enter. The person that helped me the most was my manager at this restaurant that I used to work at. They really offered me no emotional support, and I had no support system and in the halfway house, besides my family, but they also weren't having visits in the halfway house at that time because of COVID.
Well, it is part of your sentence. So part of being in a halfway house, a step down for you, is for you to go out and go to work and go to meetings and work on your re-entry. You understand that? And yes. You didn't last that long there either. But so you got a job, but then, you go out on a work pass, you didn't go to work. Right?
Yes.
And if you got 2 misconduct reports for using alcohol while you're at the halfway house.
Yes, that was while I worked at the bar, the restaurant bar.
What does that mean? Did you think because you were working at a bar, you could use alcohol while you're living in a halfway house under DOC jurisdiction?
No, I just made a mistake, so then they told me to keep going to the IOP.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, you made the decision to go work at a bar, right?
Yes, the restaurant.
Probably, well, anyway, you said it's because of where you were working, probably a poor choice, right?
Yes.
I'm just not quite sure that you grasp some of the information that you obtained. You took a lot of programming and you got excellent evaluations for being in there. But to say that you were young and stupid at the time, but years later, you're still making poor choices is concerning to me. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you in a relationship now?
No.
Okay. It's probably wise that you focus on yourself. Okay, Ms. Turner.
So, Ms. Martin, you indicated that the halfway house staff were stealing from you? What were they taking?
They took money from me.
Was it money you had in your room or in your account?
They were taking cash tips that I would turn into them, and also they kept a $600 money order that they claim they don't have. And I don't have any receipts, so that's kind of just like, I can't really do anything about that.
So when you would turn in your tips at the end of a workday to the halfway house staff, that's not logged in somewhere where you're signing that you gave them $300 and they are acknowledging receipt of that?
No, they would just put in an envelope, write the amount on the outside of the envelope, and then the envelope would just be, eventually my case manager just had all the money and they would take me to the post office to turn it into money orders. And I noticed that the cash amounts were short. And they didn't give me any receipts. So I didn't have
It was
proof.
written on the outside of the envelope and you open the envelope and it's less money. Did you talk to them about that?
No, I didn't open the envelopes. My case managers did.
So how did your family feel about you being returned to prison after being in a halfway house?
They were extremely disappointed and, you know, sad.
When you were working at this restaurant / bar, did you know you were having a drink with alcohol in it?
Yes.
Okay, so how is it a mistake?
Because I just had poor judgment.
It was a choice you made, not a
Yes.
mistake. And you knew the rules, you had signed the agreement for the halfway house.
Yes.
Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Darvin.
So, you know, one hand, she's taken a lot of programming. On the other hand, she's got the end the sentence, which is.
Sorry, do you have questions for her?
No, I started.
Oh, good, okay. So give us a chance, I'm sorry, give us a chance, let me tell her. Chance to talk about your case for a few minutes. We're gonna deliberate and we'll give you our decision shortly, okay?
Okay. I mean, she's taken a number of programs.
Yeah.
You know, and the sentence is in June. She has a number of years of special parole.
I didn't think she has that long.
Yeah, June 15th.
Yeah.
I have May. May 3rd, what do you
Maybe
got?
May. Yeah, well, I can check right. 3 months, 4 months.
Yeah, it might be April.
Yeah. She's got a number of years of supervision to follow for special parole.
Yeah.
You know, she was released, she was in the works program, but was released because when she was released to the halfway house. And then the other program too, she was released from. I don't have her released early. I have her going to end the sentence. I think through the questioning that was put forth by all three of us that she still needs some additional assistance, and hopefully through that supervision of special parole could be of assistance to her in the future. I know she was young. She still is very young. And that's kind of what my thought process is. I mean, arson, less than $300, and then the escape from the halfway house is concerned.
Yeah.
EOS is in May 13th.
May 13th, yeah, okay. Yeah, I would agree. What did you say, arson less than $300?
Say what?
Arson less than $300, is that what it is? I thought you said arson less than $300.
Arson as a result of being over
Yeah,
$300.
Arson.
Yeah.
Over 200.
I know.
$223. I mean,
You burned down a couple of buildings, and then with the potato in the car,
Yeah, I would agree with you, Mr. Dargan. These offenses are very concerning, and I mean, she took all the programs, so it's unfortunate. We don't often see someone take this kind of programming and not exhibit some change. But yeah, after being released to the halfway house and the continued poor choices there, I would have difficulty in granting discretionary parole. But thankfully, there are 8 years of special parole coming up very soon. So, Ms. Hearn?
I agree completely. I mean, she was afforded that opportunity by DOC, and with everything that had been afforded to her by way of programming, she blew her chance, and so there's no rewarding that. And we are, thankfully in a position with someone committing crimes of this serious in nature who have special parole to follow. So she's set up well.
Yeah. All right. So nature and circumstance and poor performance at community release.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Special parole. I had no alcohol.
Yeah.
Mental health development treatment.
Yeah. Yes.
No contact with co-defendant, nothing drug jello.
Yeah.
And
then the victims. Yeah.
And, yeah.
Okay.
Anything else?
And I don't know if the daughter of the victim who would owed the money. Okay.
Yep.
And a stay away from MT and masonry.
They're all
Okay.
victims. Yeah.
Terrific.
All right. In the matter of Will and Martin, inmate number 415870. I'll make a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of your offenses and your poor performance while you were on community release. You have 8 years of special parole. I'll further set the following special parole conditions: you to have no consumption of alcoholic beverages, no contact with your co-defendant, Matthew Gargillo, a mental health evaluation and treatment if they deem it necessary, and no contact with your victims, initials MS, or is it SJ? I don't know. BC or MTM masonry. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You'll get all of this in writing, but do you understand?
Okay,
All right. We wish you the best.
thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Will Martin, inmate number 415870.
May I step out real quick?
Okay, so let's unpack that. Yeah, it was certainly, it's I guess a different kind of crime, arson. Now it's not as like she sexually assaulted a child, or otherwise she probably would have gotten just 3 or 5 years. But nonetheless, it is quite disturbing. But at the same time, I wonder if she really didn't, it's hard to light a building on fire, but still, the way that she was just talking about it, even now, it kind of just felt like she was just like a, just like a little girl, like, oops, I didn't, oopsies. And then you find out that she gets her job, and she's really, it seems again, like not taking it. It's just like this level of immaturity, which is so, I guess, paramount or or parent. But we'll go over the details of the crime, and we can, unpack it and make our own opinion. One thing that caught me here is if you look close, see through the door, it's all kid stuff, kid toys, books. So this must be the part of the prison where moms can have visitation with their kids, and that's so sad. But let's go over this. Thank you, Richard, for providing the information. I don't know why. And of course, the title of the article is Woman sentenced to 8 years for arson. This is written in 2018. Waterbury, a former stripper from Nantucket, was sentenced to 8 years in prison on Thursday for lighting a fire that consumed 2 businesses in Prospect of 2015. By the way, when she says that her tips were stolen while working at the bar, I do believe her there. That's easy to believe, right? Why would someone not take cash tips, That's something I actually believe her that it's very possible. Willa Martin, a soft-spoken, dirty blonde who was 19 when police say she helped set fire to a building on Route 69, appeared in Waterbury Superior Court during a brief hearing where she said little. As part of the plea deal, prosecutors Martin, 21, pleaded guilty to second-degree arson in connection with the fire, which consumed MTM masonry at the Golden Walk Chinese restaurant at 14 Waterbury Road. Damages to the building totaled more than $450,000. Martin, a former stripper at a club in Southern, set to fire the MTM masonry and chimney out of revenge because the business was owned by the stepfather of another dancer who owed her about $1,200. So here they said a couple $100. But the stepfather of a dancer, like, come on, you don't think that stepfather's going through enough? Now you gotta light his. I just hope he had really good insurance, because when you have really good insurance, something like this ain't too bad. But if you don't, it can destroy you. Martin helped set the fire with her boyfriend Matthew, 28, whose charges were still pending. The restaurant owners suffered heavy losses, including the destruction of their equipment and the near draining of their savings. It has since reopened in Prospect. Martin was hit with a list of 9 charges that included burglary and criminal mischief. She made bond and skipped court. She skipped court. She's a real treat. And was eventually tracked down to New Jersey, where she was arrested again. With the exception of arson, the other charges are no longer being pursued as part of the deal. Martin, wearing a baggy gray sweatshirt, appeared in Waterbury Superior Court on Thursday, along with her attorney, Andrew Cates. Prosecutor Martin's lack of criminal record factored into the crafting of the plea deal. The building owners were satisfied with the outcome, he said. It is hard to light anything on fire. It really is. It makes me wonder how they were so good at it. The thing is, at 19, I could see a 19-year-old girl being edged on by her boyfriend, like, yeah, let's go. And they, throw, but it, you do dumb things when you're young. I think that she's, very unlucky that it somehow was a successful fire, and then very lucky no one was killed. This is a big sentence for a young girl, Kate said. She will not be back here again. Although she failed miserably when being on the work release, which is very concerning. Martin had little to say during the brief hearing, which was attended by her family, including her father, who told her that he forgave her for everything she did and loved her. Why would her father forgive her? He's like, okay, I love him too, she said. As Martin is released, she'll have to serve 8 years of special parole, which is an intensive form of supervision. here they go into, okay, here's another article Richard had found. So potato plays key role in her arrest. Isn't that some kind of headline? A dispute between two women who worked at a strip club escalated over money and ended up in arson. This is her perp shot. Willow, 19, and Brana Khan both were best friends who happened to work at the same strip club. Isn't that sad? What can happen to best friends? Things deteriorated quickly. One day while on vacation in New Jersey, Martin loaned her $1,200 for clothes and then she never paid her back. The set of series of criminal acts that led Martin allegedly set fire to her stepfather's business in Prospect. I mean, that's a lot of money, $1,200 at 19, and you're gonna go get clothes? Like, what are you buying? In September of 2015, according to the affidavit released by the Connecticut State Police, after the fire, Martin drove to her mother's house and for months threw small pieces of trash on their lawn that may have also been responsible for smashed pumpkins there. Connecticut State Police said it was the DNA on a potato stuffed in a tailpipe of a van belonging to Constantino's stepfather, who owned MTM Masonry Inc., that really cracked the case that led Martin's arrest and her former boyfriend. Can you imagine? I was caught from the potato. Well, you know, and give them credit. They actually went and did DNA on a potato, you know? It's so hard to get people to do anything, but maybe the fire investigators invest a little more time in these things. It also is a lot of money, damages. But they did DNA on the potato. So I Googled what happens if the potato actually blocks the full pipe, the car just won't start or it will stall out because it blocks oxygen. So it's not necessarily like won't blow up the car or do something like that. It's just your car won't start. So it's a huge headache. And I'm sure it could be dangerous if the car does start driving somewhere and then like the potato becomes more lodged in and then now you're stuck in the middle of the road. So her boyfriend, who's a real prince, is a known heroin dealer, right? According to the arrest warrant affidavit, 28, she's 19, so he's really a great influence on her, of course. This all may seem something like taken from a plot of a movie, but Connecticut State Police say all of the above is true in a multi-page arrest warrant. The arson fire, State Police on September 15, 2015 at 5 a.m., received a complaint of commercial structure fire at 14 Waterbury and Prospect. Firefighters extinguished the fire that damaged the businesses, and the building had to be taken down. No one was injured during the fire. Cargello, who was with Martin at the time of the blaze, told investigators that Martin went to the business with a can of gas and poured it all over the place. The affidavit states Martin was angry that she never paid her back. The force of the fire caused Martin to pass out briefly as Cargello waited outside the business. Wow. So she actually lit it and then passed out. He said Martin got blown out of the back door of the business after it went up in flames, and it eerily resembled what happens in Hollywood movies, the affidavit states. I mean, she was in way over her head, 19 years old. Like, let's go light it on fire. They pour gasoline. She lights a match, and she gets blown out of the building. I mean, after the fire, she and her lovely boyfriend drove back to the house where they gave a high five. Yeah, they told investigators according to the affidavit. The falling out. So Martin and Constantina were best friends. Martin loaned her $1,200 to buy clothes when they were in New Jersey, according to the affidavit. Constantino told investigators that she didn't pay Martin back. I think clothes might be a code word for something else. Soon, both girls couldn't work the same shift at the strip club anymore because the animosity was so strong. Constantino told police that Martin had allegedly set fire to her mother's house earlier when she was mad at her, the affidavit states. Fire officials determined that
who were outcry witnesses and participated in the perpetration of the victimization of your own daughter. And it would seem to me that you would have some capability as a mother of apologizing for failing to protect your own child.
And we are about to watch the parole hearing of this sorry excuse of a mother, and it is only going to shake you to your core. At least it did that for me. You know, we see evil, we see all levels of evil, but there is something that I think that we hold sacred in society. It might be the most fundamental thing between a mother and her child. It's a relationship built on instinct to drive, to protect, to nurture, to shelter from harm. And when you find out that this mother does the exact opposite, and then nearly 10 years into her 10-year sentence shows up and says, no, 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 I'm the victim. My daughter is lying. I shouldn't be here. We are going to watch something that will just enrage. But what is more enraging? Some mothers are evil. Some mothers should never have the ability to, or at least the right to claim to be one, right? But where is the justice? We know that evil exists. So how come there's a 10-year sentence and that is it? Where is the ADA for a case like this? We will see the survivor stand up and lay down the facts. And I'll unpack it with the details, the horrific details. You know, she was just 8 years old when it started. It went on for 4 years. It took years to bring this roach to justice, and now here she is, the audacity to call her daughter a liar. The audacity to say that she is innocent. And to think that regardless, she will be walking the streets. And you call this justice? Now, this is something that a lot of society likes to put their head in the sand and pretend and to think that it doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. So is it a mother betraying society's most basic trust? Or perhaps it's our justice system that is trying to betray all of us?
Lisa Ortega, 402-931.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Lisa Ortega, inmate number 402-931. She is serving a sentence of 10 years and 10 years special parole for sexual assault first and illegal sexual contact. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 9th, 2024. There is no victim input. I apologize. There is victim input in this case. There is a offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows she's completed the VOICES program and the short-term sex offender program. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment form, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the low range. Ms. Ortega, this is your opportunity to make an opening statement to the board explaining why you believe you should be granted parole.
Well, first, I would like to thank my family and friends who have supported me over the years, and who've taken the time to also stand by me throughout these proceedings. There's nothing more that I would like than to be set free and put this past nightmare behind me. And to start my life, living my life over. At this time, I'm sure you would like to hear how remorseful I am for the crime I've been convicted of. I'm unable to do that because I did not commit the crime that I'm convicted of. I remember the day that I was brought to York.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there, Ms. Ortega.
Okay.
The question that was posed to you is, why do you believe you deserve parole? We've read all the documents about your case. If you could focus on why you deserve it, not why you want it.
Okay, then I'm going to stop right here and I'm just going to go right to your questions.
Okay.
Because I would rather do that.
And that would be fine. And hopefully we'll learn a little bit more about what you've done to prepare yourself to be successful when you're back out in the community. We'll begin this morning with my colleague, Mr. Sisowskis.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. So I read through all of the documents provided to us for this case, and I understand that although you pled guilty and completed the sex offender treatment while you've been incarcerated, that you continue to maintain that you didn't commit these crimes. And I heard you repeat that again in your opening statement. Is that still the case? Is that still your stance on this, that you did not commit these crimes?
Yes.
Okay. And in some of the documents and paperwork I read, you seem to blame the victim, and go on to say that they've done all these other things to you since you've been incarcerated and all of that. And you still feel that way?
I don't blame the victim at all. I don't blame her. I blame myself for bringing somebody into my home that I shouldn't have. I blame myself for allowing myself to not conduct a background of, looking into, what type of person that he was, and allowing myself to not know what kind of person he was, and allowing him to hurt my child. I don't allow him, I don't allow, just anyone to around my child, and I did in this circumstance.
Okay. So, I mean, in your opening statement, you said that you couldn't offer an apology or take responsibility, but I mean, I'm hearing some of that now. So, I mean, you're recognizing a little bit of what your role could have been in this, to, in your mind. You know what I mean? People, you want to take a minute? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, you don't need to apologize to me.
It's my child.
Yeah, there's other people you can apologize to. You don't need to apologize to me. I mean, that's what I would like to hear is, some sense of compassion, empathy, understanding about what you believe your role was in this. These are a terrible set of facts and circumstances that I had to read through. And, you're saying that you can't make an apology, and it's difficult for me to listen to you say that, and you have no feeling of remorse or any of that with this. I mean, is there anything else you want to say in regards to, your remorse or an apology, anything at all to that effect that you would like to say?
Like I said, I shouldn't have brought someone into my home that would hurt my child. And that's where I show my remorse. I should have known better.
You understand, you've read the facts of this case. Have you seen the police reports? Yes. It's been a long time. Okay. So yes. The allegations are much more than that. You know that, right? You understand that? Okay. I just want to make sure you know. I understand you're acknowledging this section of that, but there are a lot more allegations that don't involve that person, that involve other people, that involve you.
I know, and I also know my daughter recanted her story four times.
Yeah. I see you completed the Voices program, and it looks like you may have taken that in cell. Was that during COVID, or what was going on when you took the Voice?
I didn't take Voices. I don't believe I took Voice. I don't know. I took a whole bunch of different programs, and I don't know which ones I took.
So I was going to ask you some questions about that, because Voices has to do with victims and, the impact that you have on victims, and how giving you better insight onto how a victim may perceive what happened differently than from you, because they're on the receiving end of this, and and how it affects their life, people around them, other people in the community, neighbors. You know, when things happen, it's like a ripple effect, you know, but you don't recall this.
No, I don't. It's been so long. I've been here a long time.
It was a long time ago. I did see you take that. So so something else that I, you know, read throughout these documents is that during the interview with the parole officer, you denied ever using illegal drugs. You said that I've never used illegal drugs. However, in all of these reports, there's like mentions of it all over the place about your illegal drug use during the time that this offense occurred. Do you recall ever using illegal drugs? Did you have a drug problem when you were younger?
No, I've never had a drug problem.
Okay, that's so. I want to just be clear. So did you use illegal drugs occasionally?
No.
Never
The
used
only
illegal
drugs
drugs.
the only drugs I've ever used are prescription drugs.
So you've never used marijuana. You've never used cocaine.
No, the only time I've ever used marijuana was when I broke my leg.
Okay, so that would have been long after these that was long after these crimes took place, right?
Yeah.
That your accident was later.
During my proceedings that were
Exactly,
done.
that's what it sounded like, because it was talk of that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't know why people would say that you're using marijuana and cocaine.
Because I was hanging around with people that were doing it.
But you weren't using it, and they were telling the police and other people that you were using it. Why would people say that, regardless of these other allegations that you deny? Why would people say that you were using drugs when you weren't?
I have no idea, but I was not using. I've taken drug tests over the years and nothing's ever popped up.
Yeah, so we're talking about these crimes were reported much later, right? A long time after they had occurred. And so they're talking about at the time that these crimes were being committed, that there was drug use involved. But you're denying that you ever used drugs.
Yeah, no, I've never.
There's just so many things that are different than from what you're saying. And besides, you're taking some accountability for letting a person that was a danger to the victim into your home. All these other things you don't take responsibility for. All right, let me see what else I have here. So I wanted to talk about your current husband. Do you talk to him on the phone?
Every day.
You do? Okay. So I read your release plan is to live with your husband. Is that still a plan? Because then there was some talk about a halfway house. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I want to go home.
Did the parole ops team, did they talk to your husband? Have they cleared the way for you to go there?
I gave him the phone number for my husband, but I haven't heard anything about it.
I looked in that, it appears that he has a criminal history, right? That's
that was back from 2009.
Substantial, though. I mean, there's some from what I saw, it looks like very serious, very serious crimes. So if you can't go there, where is it you're going to go?
I have no place to go.
So you'll have to go to a halfway house. What's your mobility situation now? How well are you getting around?
I use a walker.
Okay. I saw some mention of a wheelchair. That's no more?
No, I just use a walker.
Okay. What else is in your plan for release? What is it? What's your plan for the rest of your life when you get out?
What do you mean? What I plan on doing?
Yeah. Are you going to work? I saw something about applying for Social Security.
Yeah, I'm going to have to apply for disability. I got hurt when I was in here several times.
I did see some training documents that you learned some skills that maybe could you work from home, do you think?
I don't think I'm going to end up working from home because I hurt my back while I was here. I also broke my ankle completely, which isn't healed. So I have to have that looked at. So once those are taken care of and if I'm able to work, then I'll be working from home.
What kind of work do you think you could do? I read there was some mention there about Braille, is that right?
Yeah, no, I won't be doing Braille. I'll be doing medical coding.
Did you learn that while you're incarcerated?
No, I was doing it before I was incarcerated.
Okay.
I learned Braille while I was incarcerated.
I saw that there were several documents in there, and that seems like it would be a difficult thing to learn for me anyway, you know? Can you talk about how you think you've changed since you've been incarcerated? Is anything, do you see any self-improvement since you've been in there through the programs?
More humble than I was before I came in. Things are a lot different. I miss my family. I miss my daughter immensely. But I can't see her anymore.
So you understand that you have a protective order and all of that, right?
Yes.
And so you're not going to be able to reach out to any of them unless you got that straightened out through the court, you know, or whatever. And go ahead.
My granddaughter went to court and released the protective order, and I've been talking and visiting with her.
So that was one portion of the order, right? So there were multiple people in it. Okay. So that's what has to be done if you want to. So have you been sending messages to the victim through her or no?
No, not at all.
So you haven't had any contact with the victim this entire time you've been incarcerated?
No.
Even through other people?
No.
Okay.
No, and I won't. I won't do it.
Okay. You know, you completed.
That kind of got me a little scared too, because there's documents that she's stolen my identity before.
I read your claims about that in paperwork. And there are avenues that you can pursue, you know, separate from all this to address those things if you like. But that's not anything that, you know, is anything that we would be involved with or address or you know, it's, you know, we're here to decide your suitability for release into the community. You know, you're eligible. And so we have to look at all the facts and then make a decision on your suitability. And what other people are doing is just not, you know, part of that decision-making process. But you took the 12-week sex offender treatment program, right? You did complete it.
Yes. Yes.
And it sounded like it was difficult for you from what I read in the documents.
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything that, go ahead. You want to say, I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead. Do you have something
It
to
was
say?
just very difficult.
Okay. I mean, is there anything at all that you can say that you took away from that you think could help you, you know, just living as a positive person in the future?
It was just a very difficult course because I'm a victim myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Those addressing these things and being honest and forthright, in my experience with dealing with other offenders, is very difficult. And also with victims, right? So these are sensitive nature situations that are difficult to address and talk about openly, but that's where we're at, you know? So you have some special parole to follow, you know, and so you're gonna have to take the long-term sex offender treatment program at some point out in the community. Have you thought about that?
No longer know I had to take it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, that's normally what happens. Okay. And it's likely that you'll have to do that based on all the documents that I read and then my experience with past cases like this. So it's going to be even more of what you experienced in incarcerated. You know what I mean? And then you'll be required to complete it.
Okay.
You'll be able to do that, you think?
I don't know, but not, I don't think I'm gonna be given a choice.
So yeah, I went through most of the things. My colleagues are going to have some questions for you. So let me ask you this, going back to the original crime. You know that they spoke to the co-defendant in this case, this person that you said you wish you had not brought into the house. And, between the time that all this happened and the time that they interviewed him or that person, did you talk to that person? Did anyone talk to that person? You had no contact with that person in years?
No, not at all.
Yet their story was very similar to what the complaint was. Do you know that? Did you read through that?
No, I didn't read through that. I didn't read through the whole thing.
Yeah, their version of events is very close to what the victim stated. In addition, the victim had provided some information about a person that she told this story to when they were a child, and they contacted that person who had also not spoken to and they also said, yeah, I remember them saying this, so there's some people that corroborating some of the facts, or the majority of the facts of this case, that no one appears to have had contact with in between the time the crimes were committed until the report was made. So it's hard for us hard for me after reading all that and then hearing you say that none of this is true and that your only part in this was not doing a better job, investigating or knowing the person that you brought into the house. There's a lot more that appears to be involved after reading all these documents. It leads me to that conclusion. I can't seem to go anywhere else with it. Have you spoken to the co-defendant, the other person that was arrested for these crimes?
No.
Well, during the legal trial, any of that stuff, you have never spoken to that person again since they moved out of your house long ago?
No. Not at all.
Okay, I appreciate you answering my questions. I wish you good luck. I'm gonna turn this over to my colleagues, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Chance, any questions?
Yeah, thank you. So, Ms. Ortega, normally when someone comes before us asking for parole, it's because they're expressing some form of remorse, saying that they have taken programs to address the issue that has to do with their crimes. And then, you say what you've learned, how it has helped you. So 2 things. You said you never used illegal drugs because I read that you didn't like the taste of alcohol and they found out you were allergic to marijuana. So that's what I read. But at the time of the court proceedings, you took a plea deal because you said you were scared and you had a bad lawyer. But you had a bad lawyer. And you alluded to it again when my colleague asked you questions. So the judge in the case went over the facts of the lawyer with you, and you took back some of the original statements about your lawyer being bad, meaning he wasn't a good lawyer. You took all of that back. But I want to bring to your attention that you're here denying the offense, but in reading the documents that we have, it said this behavior took place over a 2-year period. Okay? And the co-defendant, as my colleague said to you, his information was similar to the events that was reported by the victim. So it's concerning to me that you're sitting there, you don't remember some of the programs that you took, you said, and the short-term sex offender program that you participated in. You said that you don't remember much because it opened up old wounds for you. So I really don't know what voices or the short-term sex offender program did for you today. So I would have difficulty, supporting you going out in the community because I haven't heard any changes from you. I haven't heard you express any remorse for the victim. And you just keep going back to talking about that you didn't do it. And your problem is that you brought someone in the house that you didn't do checking on. Do you understand what I'm saying, Ms. Ortega?
I understand.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't have any questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. I just want to point out that your eligibility date next month and your end of sentence date, we're talking about a 5 month, a little less than 5 months difference. And you do have 10 years of special parole to follow. Though you seem to think you don't have any responsibility in this case, the victim's account is very detailed and comes across as entirely credible. And as my colleague pointed out, substantiated by other people who were outcry witnesses and participated in the perpetration of the victimization of your own daughter. And it would seem to me that you would have some capability as a mother of apologizing for failing to protect your own child. But at this point, we're going to move into the OVS, Office of Victim Services, part of the hearing. And I'm going to caution you, Ms. Ortega, you are not to speak. So Ms. Vasquez?
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. We do have a victim who's logged on to Teams and wishes to address the board. This is your opportunity to express to the board your wishes and concerns. Please unmute your microphone, and if you wish to have your camera on, you could also enable that, and you may begin.
Thank you. You guys pretty much said kind of like the things. I was more looking to see, I guess, if she would take accountability. And clearly she still doesn't take accountability because before the other person was involved, it started with just my mom. This is something that affects me the rest of my life. I have a disconnect from my emotions because of it. And the least that you could do is take accountability and serve the rest of your time. You know what you did. Regardless, you kind of try to put it on other people. You know what you did, and you need to take accountability, and you need to do some internal healing. I don't really have much to say because I'm pretty confident in the system that they're going to see that you're not fit to come back to this community. That's all I have to say.
I just want to indicate that right now her end of sentence is May 1st, and she does have 10 years of supervision. And based on the records that were available to us, it looks like these crimes were perpetrated over a 4-year period of time. So thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is all that I have for this case.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Ms. Ortega, give us a few minutes. We're going to discuss your case. Mr. Sazowski?
Yeah, so Ms. Ortega continues to deny the offenses. And when asked about what she learned from the programs and how she's changed, she wasn't really able to provide anything to me that would make me feel that she's made any change. And the nature and circumstances of this are very concerning to all of us as we read through these documents. And as we heard from the victim, the injury and the impact is going to be lifelong. So for those reasons, I cannot support parole today.
And, you know, for me, we're looking at good behavior. We're looking at programs completed. She's not able to articulate what she got out of the programs. And there's just a persistence on her part of denying the crime for which she was convicted. So
I added inadequate.
Okay, yeah, and I would say inadequate release plan. And just to note, for Ms. Ortega's purposes, the parole officer has reached out 4 times to your proposed sponsor who has failed to reply. So if this is somebody you actually talk to every day, you should ask about that. So as far as conditions for her parole supervision, I have no alcohol, and that's per the judge. Problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors, no contact with victim JD, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, and no contact with co-defendants Stephen D. Morrow or Stephanie DeMorrow. The person goes by both names.
I think I see another first name on here of Tiffany.
Yeah, that's what I said, Stephen or Tiffany.
Okay, and then can we just go over the conditions, the reasons for denial again, so I have them correct?
Okay, I'll do that when I make the motion. Okay.
Perfect.
All right, so in the matter of Elisa Ortega, inmate number 402931, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your crimes, the injury and impact caused to the victim, inadequate evidence of offender change, and an inadequate release plan. I further move to set the following conditions for your 10 years of special parole supervision. You are not to consume any alcohol. You're to engage in problem sexual behavior treatment in the community. You are to have no contact with minors, halfway house placement if needed, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, no contact with the victim, initials JB, and no contact with your co-defendant, Stephen or Tiffany D. Morrow. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
This concludes the hearing for Lisa Ortega in the 402. Ms. Ortega, you're all set. You'll get this in writing in the next couple of days, probably sometime by the end of next week.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do I have to go to halfway house at the end of my sentence?
If you don't have a sponsor at that time, parole will place you in a halfway house pending you providing a sponsor. So if they're able to get in contact with your husband, that residence, you'll be able to go there. If not, you have to provide an alternative, or you would be placed in a halfway house. Yes.
All right, so you just have to get a hold of my husband?
He needs to reply to the parole officer who's already been doing outreach.
Okay, all right, no problem. Thank you.
And I'll tell you, she jumped out of that chair real quick for a 55-year-old supposedly suffering all those physical ailments. Hopped right out of it. Hey, I'd be happy if I could hop out of my chair like that on any given day. Her daughter comes in and really just leaves a very succinct mic drop, something very powerful. She just wants to see if her mother would take accountability. And as you saw, looking at this roach, there is no soul, there is no conscience, there is nothing. You know what you did. And we find out that she was doing it to her daughter before this other man even came into the picture. Now, it's not clear exactly. I'll read to you the article written in 2014. And let's keep in mind, so the dates that this was occurring are from 1998 and 2001. And her daughter bravely came up, and told the police. And it wasn't until all those years later that she was finally arrested. And it took many years, by the way, for them to do that. So let me read to you an article Sir Richard found. A New Britain couple is accused of sexually abusing a young girl more than 200 times and forcing her to watch them do it, watch them have sex. The New Britain Herald reports the allegations are detailed in recently released warrant charging Alyssa with first-degree sexual assault, employing a minor in an obscene performance. Ortega's former boyfriend is facing similar charges. The victim, now who was 23 at the time, says the abuse occurred between 1998 and 2001, when she was between 8 and 10. She came to the police 4 years before this, right, in 2010, prompting an investigation that led to the arrest last month. So it took them 4 years to finally make the arrest happen. Now, I'll share a few things with you which are disturbing. Sir Richard, brought me with her co-defendant. Her co-defendant, it says here, was sentenced in 2017 to 8 years. But it says execution suspended and probation after 3. And I'm not sure if that means he got no prison time. But what I do know is that the most prison time he could have possibly gotten was a little less than 3 years, because he was arrested on the street 9/11/2020 for disorderly conduct. And he got 90 days jail, execution suspended. So it seems he completely got away with it. And this evil, disgusting mother, she's blaming her daughter, calling, oh, stole my identity. Oh, she recanted her story 4 times. Oh, just shut up. And then we also find out that she's somehow found a way to have a relationship with the grandchild. We don't know if it's the same, but how is that not terrifying? And you know what else is interesting about this case that is just not clear? You may have been looking for it, is they never mentioned her risk assessment as a sex offender. And nor do we have any mention, and I asked Sir Richard to find it, but it's not here, if she has to register as an offender. So how scary is that? It's possible that she has 10 years of special parole. It's like, I guess if there's one factor that's helpful, it's when they say that her husband, can you imagine, she's married, hasn't returned her phone calls, 4 phone calls. So, she's a pathological liar. She says, at this time, I'm sure you would like to hear how remorseful I am for the crime I'm convicted of, which, by the way, she was not convicted of. She pled guilty to. Okay. I can't, because I'm not guilty of the crime I'm convicted of. Why would a DA even just say, yeah, you know what, let's just give you this little slap on the sentence. What's the big deal? And then they don't show up. And it just pisses me off. They need to show up to these kinds of cases. You need to give support. You need to just be able to. I didn't like the way the board handled this case. I wish the board would have, sometimes they really get in there and they really get can put pressure, and they will yell at the how dare, they'll say things. They do that if you've seen enough of these hearings. They didn't do that here. I didn't see they did that here. I felt like the survivor was alone, but she's not alone. We were able to see it. We see what's going on here. It is clear. You have this cockroach of a mother scurrying around the place, evil. When everybody knows, when, you know, I don't know. I have nothing else to say. Here you have it. We're able to see it with our own eyes. And she will be walking the streets soon. She will be out. April 3rd, 2025. That is just around the corner. Think about that. And with that, I'll let you go.
I mean, you guys pretty much said kind of like the things. I was more looking to see, I guess, if she would take accountability. And clearly she still doesn't take accountability, because before the other person was involved, it started with just my mom. You know, this is something that affects me the rest of my life. I have a disconnect from my emotions because of it. And the least that you could do is take accountability and serve the rest of your time. You know what you did. Regardless, you kind of try to put it on other people. You know what you did, and you need to take accountability, and you need to do some internal healing. I don't really have much to say because I'm pretty confident in the system that they're going to see that you're not fit to come back to this community.